He died fighting dragons, like a hero who had nothing left to lose. Then he opened his eyes again, in the past. Not in glory, not in power, but in a ruined family, a broken home, with no mana, and no strength. The warrior who once protected a kingdom, can't even protect his own name anymore. And if he has to dirty his hands, break rules, or become something far worse than before, he'll do it. Because this time, he's here to restore a fallen dynasty. One calm, peaceful day, dragons attacked the kingdom, sparking a war that lasted 13 long years. Humans were powerless in the face of the mighty dragons, and humanity began to die. But the protagonist, Ethan, refused to give up and continued to fight, slaying one dragon after another. He is the eldest son of the Duke of Arden, renowned for his swordsmanship. The most talented swordsman on the Western continent, a dragon slayer, and the last hero of the Kingdom of Hydern. Ethan bore all these titles, but heroes, like mortals, were not omnipotent. One day, he was defeated by the Dragon King, Drakasith. The dragon pierced his body with its sharp claw and grabbed him, causing him to cough up blood. He looked at his opponent and hissed through his teeth that he was strong. After that, the dragon threw him with all its might, and he hit his back on the rocks and felt intense pain. Remembering how his father had said before leaving that he was leaving everything to him, he closed his eyes and said that he remembered his last words, and he was sorry that he had not kept his promise. At his sister's funeral, he had vowed to free the continent from dragons. He was not the most talented swordsman, and he was a lousy dragon slayer. He was sorry that Taran and Meyer's sacrifice was in vain. Expecting death, he fell asleep, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling him. His fingers twitched slightly, and when the girl screamed his name, he finally opened his eyes. Looking at her, he was very surprised. It was his sister Marie. She wiped away her tears with a smile and said that she had already thought he would never wake up. He stared at her in shock and thought, what was going on? How did she end up here? She had died as a result of the dragon attack. But he had also died, without protecting anyone. What a disgrace he was. He looked at his sister again, or rather at her clothes, and wondered why she was dressed like that. Of course he told her to be more modest, but this was going too far. But now it wasn't that important. He told her that he was glad to meet her again. How was the afterlife for her? She looked at him with a confused look. Apparently she didn't attach any importance to his words, and asked him not to risk it with himself again. It wasn't his fault. She was a fool, so he shouldn't expose himself to such danger anymore. He didn't understand what she was talking about, and at that moment, a loud rumble came from his stomach. She laughed quietly and headed to the kitchen, telling him to wait a bit. She would make soup now. He asked in surprise, was she going to cook it herself? She confirmed it, as if it was something obvious, and told him to lie down and not get up. After that, she left, and he thought that she never knew how to cook. How had not only her situation but also her character changed in the afterlife? He decided to get up and look around, but something stopped him. The life source, a magical device that sustained life during a coma. Not understanding why he needed it, he pulled out the catheter, and looking at his shaking hands, wondered why he was so weak. He could barely feel his mana, as if he had a surge or something. Could this really happen in the afterlife? He hadn't expected this. In this state, he wouldn't even be able to walk. He grabbed the life source and decided to absorb the mana from it. His body quickly filled with strength and transformed, and now he could at least stand up. Feeling much better, he stretched and thought that it seemed the first aid had more or less worked. At that moment, his sister entered the room with a tray of soup, and seeing that he was already wandering around the room, she excitedly rushed to him and exclaimed, did he turn off the life source? Does he even realize what state he is in now? He did not understand what she was talking about, and she asked how he could move at all. He told her that he was almost completely fine. He was able to move his arms and everything else just fine. She stared at him in shock, not understanding how this was possible, and said that the doctor told her that after it started, he would need at least 6 months of treatment before he could walk. He asked how long he had been unconscious, and when she said 10 years, he was very surprised. She dragged him to the bed, saying that he had just woken up, so he should not strain himself, and in order not to disturb her too much, he agreed. She offered to feed him, but he refused, and asked how everything works in the afterlife. There was silence. A second later, he heard her sob. She burst into tears and exclaimed, why does he keep talking about some afterlife? He's scaring her. He's woken up. Everything's fine now. He smiled nervously and said that she died, and he too, and all their younger ones. She shouted that everyone was alive, but he continued to insist on his own, and then she exclaimed that they were not in the afterlife, and the third son, and the youngest, all alive, as were both of them. He stared at her in shock and thought, he didn't die? But he clearly remembers how the Dragon King killed him. But what if he really didn't die, and everything that is happening is real? He asked how old they both were, and when he learned that she was 20, and he was 19, he was shocked. When he was 19, dragons attacked them. So the First Continental War is just in full swing? He excitedly exclaimed, what news of the war? What happened to their father? Did he already go to the front? She asked, confused. What was he talking about? The war ended 15 years ago. Their father died then. Their family sacrificed a lot, and all for the sake of concluding a peace treaty with these monsters. He asked, dumbfounded, Did they make peace with the dragons? She confirmed it, and he thought that all of this was very strange. As far as he remembers, they didn't make any peace, as if everything was going wrong. Did he go back in time? But the past he remembers was different. If this really isn't the afterlife and he didn't die, but went back 13 years, then does that mean he ended up in a parallel world? He asked his sister what happened to the servants, and she, nervously clutching the fabric of her skirt, told him that they didn't have any. He asked the reason, and she said that there was no more money. And then he asked what happened to the family treasures. If they sell them, there will definitely be money. She didn't let him finish and firmly said that this was their home now, that they had nothing of value left. He smiled nervously and asked her to say she was joking, but she remained silent. A past different from what he remembered, where their family had fallen. He didn't believe her at first, but seeing her serious expression, he accepted the truth. His family was completely ruined. One of the 7 countries on the western continent, the kingdom of Hydern, was the smallest. But the family of Duke Arden, swordsmen unrivaled on the entire continent, hailed from here. Thanks to their merits, they had always lived in luxury, even when humanity was on the brink of extinction, and now they were in some shack. He asked his sister in shock, had they been living like this for 10 years? She only nodded in response, and he thought he remembered a completely different past. He thought he had died in battle with the Dragon King, but somehow he found himself in a time when he was 19 years old, and his family was ruined. What's going on? He excitedly told his sister that she had said their family had sacrificed a lot during the war. Shouldn't the Emperor have rewarded them? She replied that they had already received their reward, immunity. His Majesty the 17th King Sigmund had declared them defenders of the kingdom and ordered them to be treated accordingly. MC was surprised that even the king was different here, and she continued, saying that he had granted him, the first in line to the succession, immunity, meaning he was exempted from responsibility for any crimes except treason. Starting with him, the immunity would last for 3 generations, he thought. So any crime except treason would be unheard of? So even murder would be forgiven? That's a lot of power. He asked, is that all? Marie said that they were also given gold and jewelry, but the family keeps them to themselves. He didn't understand what she meant. She had said that their home was now here. Marie said that wasn't entirely true. They were moved to this hunting lodge 10 years ago by order of the Senate, which temporarily took over the Arden family. His face darkened, and he angrily asked who had the nerve to do such a thing. She said the Senate consisted of 10 indirect descendants of the Arden family. After the battle with the dragons, in which their father, Hoda, and grandfather died, the king ordered the Senate to temporarily care for the family. King Sigmund seemed afraid that from a young age he would abuse his immunity and position as head of the family. Ethan nervously gritted his teeth and thought that their king was a real idiot. And this Sigmund was even worse. He didn't think the Senate would decide to take everything into its own hands and persecute them. He asked about the position of head of the family, and she, giving him a bowl of soup, told him that they would hold a vote when he turned 20. He asked, so it had not yet been decided that he would become head of the family? She answered him that this was the original plan, but while he was in a coma, the Senate abandoned it. He started eating the soup and thought that if he became the head of the family, things would be hard for them. In that case, he would be able to kill everyone who made his family suffer with impunity. He ate all the soup and thought that there were still 8 months left until his 20th birthday, and Marie burst into tears again and asked him for forgiveness. It was all her fault. If she had tried harder, he would not have fallen into a coma because of the mana surge. Now he understood everything. 10 years ago, when he was 9, he tried his best to regain the skill of foresight that their family had lost. However, when he tried to restore it, he suffered a mana surge. His brothers and sister had no real power and were unable to stop the tyranny of the Senate. Marie was only 10 years old then. He asked his sister not to cry. What was her fault here? She answered him that she should have somehow protected the family, and he said that it was his own fault for placing such responsibility on her. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to look at her. She was no longer crying, but smiling and saying that everything was fine. Now the only thing that mattered was that he was alive and well. He smiled slightly and handed her an empty plate, praising her cooking, and she said that she was glad that he liked everything. Let him rest. He had just come to his senses. They wished each other good night, and MC was left alone. He thought that it was such a mess here. Of course, he was glad that he got into this world and was able to see his sister again. But the king placed the Senate at the head of the family in order to block his power, and this Senate exiled his family, finally seizing power. He doesn't know why he ended up here after his death, but he knows exactly what to do. In these 8 months, he should fully recover. He will return everything that rightfully belongs to them and show what happens to those who decide to stand in the way of the Arden family. A new day dawned. Marie looked at the soup she had just made with a smile and thought that Ethan had liked it yesterday. She decided to go wake him up and bring him breakfast. But when she came out of the kitchen, she saw 3 servants laughing unpleasantly. Her face immediately became displeased. She approached the chief chamberlain named Hans and asked him to leave them for today. He arrogantly answered her that it was impossible. Their job was to look after them. She had already started to ask him, but he approached her menacingly and said that she seemed to have misunderstood something. He was a member of the family of Baron Kargas, not Duke Arden. He chuckled contentedly, and the other servants also began to laugh at her, and she had no choice but to go wake Ethan. When they came down from the second floor, he saw these servants. They began to eat breakfast, and he told Marie that she seemed to have said that they did not have servants. She answered him that these were not their servants, they were provided by other families. He said discontentedly that nevertheless they should serve them, and not idle chatter. If they were so useless, there was no need to keep them here. She said that they would always send others in their place, and they would not listen to her. But MC, unlike her, was not going to tolerate all this, and so he got up from the table and told her to start eating without him, and he would go and chat with those guys for a while. Meanwhile, the chief chamberlain took a well-furnished room for himself, sat leisurely on the sofa and thought. He wondered why she asked them to leave. Was it because the Archduke had woken up? One could only dream of such a job. A hunting lodge, known to everyone as a place of exile, but the longer he lives here, the more he likes it. He was sent here by the Senate, so the Archduchess cannot order him around. He does nothing all day, and he even gets paid for it. But could there be a better job? The Duke also woke up after a 10-year coma, and he was sure he would be well paid for this information. He told his subordinate to prepare a letter, and at that moment, Ethan's voice was heard behind him. He called out to him, forcing him to turn around, then hit him in the face with all his might, sending him flying to the other end of the room. The chamberlain was shocked. He grabbed the spot where he had been hit and asked, "Who dared do that?" But when he saw the Archduke himself, he was both terrified and surprised. And the Archduke glared at him. He backed away in fear, telling him not to come any closer, but the Archduke ignored him, and grabbing him by the clothes, lifted him off the floor. He cried out in fear and said that he was practically a nobleman. So what if he was an Archduke? MC gave him a displeased look, asking what he meant, and this made him even more nervous. But he still plucked up the courage to speak. Just because he was an Archduke didn't give him the right to treat him like this. He thought Baron Kargas's family would let him get away with this. He grinned, then slapped him as hard as he could and hit him a few more times, causing the other servants to tremble in fear. MC said it was okay to dream. He thought the pathetic Baron and his family could protect him. He meant to say he didn't respect the Ardon family. Hans asked why he was doing this to him, and he asked in return, did he really not understand? He was already raising his hand for the next blow, and the boy understood everything. It was all because of the Archduchess. He ordered the servants to quickly help her grace, and then Ethan let him go. He firmly squeezed his shoulder and told him to listen to him carefully, to try to be more useful. The guy immediately fell at his feet, saying that he would definitely be more useful, and thought he was crazy. When MC headed for the exit, he looked after him and thought, where did so much strength come from in such a weak body? He probably used mana. He needed to urgently report everything to the Baron. He would pay for this. Ethan at this time returned to his room and realized that he was quite weakened. If he had not used the mana he had prepared in advance, he would have made a fool of himself. They are insolent. How dare they cross the Arden family? He was so angry with the Senate that he swore to cut off their heads and show who owned the duchy. First, he decided to check the condition of his body and sat down on the bed to meditate. He felt something. He thought he knew it. Due to the release of mana, it disintegrated into fragments. In his arms and legs, palms and ankles, they're everywhere. But honestly, it's not that bad. In some ways, it's even good. If he were a simple knight, he would have died long ago, but he's still the best swordsman on the continent. He filled himself with energy, and thought that this was quite good for a body that had been unconscious for 10 years. However, the veins through which mana flows were weakened. He decided to fix everything gradually, and start with resonance. With resonance, you absorb mana of the corresponding wavelength from the environment, and concentrate it in one point until you restore the required amount. He decided to start with the hand that holds the sword and concentrated. In the afternoon, he left the house and stretched, thinking that he had dedicated the whole morning to resonance. Now it was time to practice. Before honing his technique, he needed to at least restore his endurance. He did push-ups, ran, and this continued until the evening. The servants, who had been watching him all this time, thought he was a monster. He was training so much in his condition. Suddenly, a child's voice was heard calling for the Archduchess. MC immediately noticed him and asked, who the hell was he? Why was he looking for her? He caught his breath and told him that Sir Myers had made a scene in the bar again, and if her ladyship didn't stop him, things would get bad. And who was he? He hadn't seen him before. Ethan was very surprised. In the past, he would never have touched alcohol. Food, sleep, and training, muscles and milk, that was all he thought about. He ate protein. Since childhood, he had been bigger than all of them. And he, obsessed with training and a strict schedule, made a scene in the bar. He called Hans and said that they would go and find Myers. Hans led him to the bar, and before entering, he said that the young Duke had recently been seen here with some thugs, and he thought he was here today too. MC thought that, apparently, this wasn't the first time this had happened to Myers. He was causing trouble and associating with all sorts of idiots. Could this really be his hardworking brother? What had happened to him? When they entered the bar, a chair thrown by Myers flew in front of them. He was so drunk that he started causing a ruckus and demanding more drinks. Seeing him in such a state, Ethan was very surprised and wondered what had happened to his pure and kind heart. From the sidelines, he heard laughter. The other patrons of the bar found the Duke's behavior very funny, and this made MC very angry. He slammed his fist on the table, breaking it in half, then looked at them menacingly. Myers used to be a brave warrior. He bravely fought monsters. And now he was a drunkard whom everyone laughed at. Seeing his brother, he called out loudly and asked, "Is he drunk?" Why was he seeing his brother? Was he sleeping? Ethan stared at him in surprise and thought that he had always been silent but fierce. The way he was acting now made him very angry. He hit him on the back of the head, causing him to lose consciousness, and said that he would deal with his problem later. Meanwhile, Hans pointed at the thugs who were bothering his brother, and one of them thought, "Is this the Archduke? Didn't he die 10 years ago from a mana surge?" He decided not to make things worse and told his men to leave since the Archduke was immune, after which he smiled at his lordship and said that they were so worried about the young master. He got very drunk, but now he was calm. Perhaps it was time for them to leave. MC turned to him with an enraged look that almost scared him. He smiled nervously and realized that things were bad. What should he do now? He asked the Archduke to tell the young master that they had a great time, and he menacingly walked towards him, asking who gave them permission to leave. One of his subordinates stopped Ethan, saying that he was too weak. He should leave them alone while he was in one piece. But MC did not tolerate such insolence, and punched him in the face with all his might, causing him to fly into the wall with a crash. A small cut appeared on the face of the leader of these thugs, and he was a little confused, not even realizing what had happened. Ethan said that it seemed the Duke's family was truly disrespected now. How dare they, pathetic insects, laugh at the Duke's people? They had made a terrible mistake. Seeing him attack, the man became very nervous, and when he saw mana at his fingertips, he was surprised. He thought he couldn't use it anymore, but with that amount, he could handle it without any problem. He prepared to parry the attack, but MC struck so quickly that he couldn't even react, which broke his arms and fingers. Feeling the pain, he screamed loudly, and his subordinates pounced on Ethan, while he thought, how could they even have the nerve to mess with them? He would avenge his little brother. After that, the whole bar was filled with screams, and Hans, watching this bloody spectacle, was horrified and thought that he was just a monster. Finally, MC finished. He called out to the servant and ordered him to clean up the place, and he and his brother would go home. Time passed. Soon after the death of their father, his mother followed him. Myers was too young, so he barely remembers his parents. For him, Ethan replaced them. He became almost like a father to him. Waking up from a dream, Myers jumped out of bed and called his brother, after which he caught his breath and thought that it seemed like he had gotten so drunk yesterday that he even imagined his brother. But that's impossible. If he were stronger, he would be here now. He burst into tears and asked him for forgiveness, and at that moment, MC entered the room and asked, was he calling him? Seeing him, he immediately stopped crying and asked in surprise, was it really him? He answered him with a smile that he was with them again, and then Myers jumped out of bed and threw himself at him with a tight hug and burst into tears again, but this time from happiness. Ethan thought that it seemed like it was just a temporary clouding of consciousness. He hadn't changed at all. He said that he couldn't breathe and he stank of alcohol. And then he immediately took a step back and asked him for forgiveness. He wouldn't touch the bottle again. He asked why he was so strict with himself. They were together again, so they could have a glass. And where was Taryn? As soon as he said his name, the guy shuddered. And MC said that Marie hadn't told him anything about him. Are they hiding something? Trying to find the words, he scratched his head and said that he went to another family to study their technique. He said that since his grandfather and father had died, he was in a coma and they no longer had precognition. He'd better leave. Ethan was shocked by this. He exclaimed, "What does this all mean?" He answered that he himself didn't know the details, and he asked, did he at least say where he went? There was a knock. Hans called him, and he thought that he was, as always, on time. With a heavy sigh, he allowed him in and asked what he wanted. Hans handed him a bag of coins. He took them while wrapping up things. MC was happy because they were really short of money. He gave Hans his share and praised him, and he was so happy that his eyes even sparkled. Ethan thought that he understood everything quickly, and he was useful. Could Taryn really be in trouble too? It's a pity he doesn't know where he went, but at least he's alive. He must revive their family, and he decided to start with Myers. He put a chair in front of him and told him to sit down and show him his wrist. He'll check if he'd ruined himself with booze. As soon as he touched his wrist, he felt that the energy was polluted, but his mana was normal. Does he not have any foresight at all? If he had mastered the family breathing technique, his mana would have burned like a flame. At least he is still as talented as before. He let him go and said that everything is not so bad. If he starts training, he can very well become a knight, but his condition is far from ideal, so he will have to choose between attack and defense. Myers was surprised and asked if he was joking about the knight. He answered him with a smile that he believed in him. He knows the secrets of their family, and he will help him become a knight if, of course, that is what he wants. Myers was confused and said that he thought it was impossible, so he has to choose between attack and defense. Then he will choose defense. He will protect him and their entire family. MC said that in that case he will have to train hard. Is he sure he is ready for this? He nodded confidently. After which, Ethan immediately called Hans and ordered him to bring sandbags and wooden swords. He looked out the window and thought that the secrets of their broken family were kept within him. Of course, starting training at 15 is too late, but he has potential. It will make him a worthy man. Meanwhile, in the house of Baron Kargas, the head of the family, Baron Helmut, received news that the Archduke had woken up. He called a servant and handed him a letter, asking him to send it to Count Furness, after which he thought that Archduke Ethan was talented and in good shape, his gaze just like his father's. He needed to quickly inform the Senate that the spirit of the homeland had returned. Meanwhile, MC began training his brother. He advised him to shape the sword when he swings. Then the attack will not be a separate movement, but a sequence of movements. He demonstrated this to him. Of course, he couldn't withstand such a barrage of blows and fell. And his brother told him that therefore when he blocks an attack, he shouldn't concentrate on one blow. He needs to parry blow after blow. If he understood everything, let him get up. The enemy won't wait for him to fall. Or is his will that weak? Myers answered him that, of course it wasn't so. Then took the sword and energetically exclaimed that he hadn't given up yet. He would block his blow, no matter the cost. Ethan prepared himself and praised his spirit, after which they continued training. Hans, meanwhile, watched them from the window. He thought that they had been training since early morning without a break. They were like monsters. He turned his brother, whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, into a bloody mess. Or is this how the ducal family expresses love? And it seems the young master enjoys being beaten. He doesn't understand them. If he beats his own brother like that, he needs to be careful and not get on his nerves. He especially needs to be kind to the Archduchess, considering what he did. Marie, standing next to him, also watched them and thought with a smile that she didn't understand how they were supposed to live now. So much had changed since Ethan woke up. She noticed the servants going about their business outside the house and thought that it was from that day on that everyone started working hard. She turned to Hans, which frightened him, and asked what Ethan had said to him that made everyone start working. Hans's face turned pale. Ethan didn't speak. He was beating him. Horrible memories flooded him, and he laughed nervously. Marie called out to him, and he thought that if the Archduke spoke like that, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. He apologized to the Archduchess and handed her a plate of cookies, fresh from the oven, saying that the weather was wonderful today. Perhaps she would like a tea party? She accepted the cookies gratefully, then looked at him suspiciously, and wondered why he changed the subject. He didn't want to answer the question. As soon as she tried the cookies, she no longer cared. Time passed. Hans retired to his room and took out a crystal ball to contact the Baron. He took out a small stone and thought that he needed to be careful. This stone was worth as much as he earned in a month. He placed it near the crystal ball and it activated. Helmut said that he was waiting for his report. Had the Archduke woken up? Hans confirmed this and added that he could already use mana. The Baron thoughtfully noted that this meant he was still as talented as he had been 10 years ago. The Elders' meeting was coming soon, so he should keep him informed. He was about to finish, but Hans said that the Archduke was very cruel, so they needed to be careful. The Baron said it didn't matter. Everything would go the way they wanted at the meeting. He would secretly send him more money, and Hans would keep an eye on him. Hans was very happy and thanked him, after which the Baron said that he would expect his report in a month, and left. Hans thought it was fantastic. Here it was, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Baron said this because he had no idea how strong the Archduke was. He would watch for now, and then join the winner. If the Archduke wins, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to stay close to him so he could reap the benefits later. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a maid informed him that the Dukes had finished training. He excitedly told her to bring cold water and wet towels and make some tea right away. The servant left, and he thought that for now he should try not to get on the Archduke's nerves. Time passed, and the training continued. MC struck. This time, Myers was able to block it, and he thought with a grin that they had only been training for a couple of days, and he was already starting to get used to his blows. He lunged forward, deciding to test him one more time, and Myers became slightly nervous, but swung his sword. A loud thud was heard, and Ethan froze and saw his brother's stunned face. He managed to block his blow, and he was so happy that he shouted about it throughout the area. He was already happy that he had become a professional, but MC quickly brought him to his senses with a blow to the head, and said that he was still a long way from that. When he thinks he has parried a blow, he can easily lose his guard. He should not forget that. Myers grabbed his head, and Ethan thought that even though he said so, he must admit that he has innate strength and endurance, and he also knows how to adapt quickly. Perhaps Myers will soon be able to fight on equal terms with a real knight. Hans ran up to him, ingratiatingly handing him a towel and saying that snacks are already waiting for them on the table. How was training? He looks better every day. MC didn't understand why he was fawning over him, after which Hans collected their weapons and led them to the table, dubiously saying that he actually had something to tell him. Baron Kargas contacted him today. Ethan sat down at the table and asked why he was doing this. He replied that he had ordered him to keep an eye on them and report everything to him. But who did he take him for? He was his loyal servant. He was ready to curse him. MC, of course, didn't believe him, and when Hans proudly said that he had begged him for more money, he looked at him with interest, because he needed the money. The Chamberlain said that if he needed anything, he should feel free to use the Baron's money. Ethan asked him to bring paper and a pen, after which he wrote something and thought he was being impudent, trying to wait it out, and then join one of them. But it's okay. He himself wouldn't mind using him for his own purposes. It's easiest with simpletons like that. He handed him a piece of paper and told him to buy it all in the city, this training equipment. Hans carefully read the list, and MC said that no matter how much the Baron sent him, everything that was left was his. He immediately went off obediently to carry out all the instructions, and Ethan, watching him leave, turned to his brother and asked what he knew about Providence. He answered that he knew nothing. He thought his sister and brother did too. To be honest, he was surprised that he knew. Did his father teach him this? He hesitantly confirmed this and said that he ordered Hans to buy everything needed for the battle. He did not understand what battle he was talking about, and he said that he had to return glory to their family, and therefore, to begin with, they would make a true knight out of him, the youngest of the Arden. Their providence is fundamentally different from that of other families. It requires tremendous determination. Is he ready to throw away all the mana he has accumulated over his life? He was surprised at first, and then confidently answered that he was ready to do it for the sake of the family. Time passed. A boy knocked on Sir Vildan's room and warned him that the young master had burst in and started a fight. Vildan immediately left the warm bed and his woman, asking, did he hear right? Until yesterday, he drank like a pig, and today he came to cause trouble at the Red Scorpion headquarters. Training began 2 days ago. Ethan asked Myers to sit in the lotus position. He would teach him breathing techniques. He knows, right? The black flame is the basis of the Arden family's providence, and the basis of the black flame is breathing. Myers concentrated and thought that the black flame was the symbol of their family, and if he went through all 4 stages, resonance, dispersal, circulation, and enlightenment, would his mana truly transform into black flame? MC said that as a true descendant of the Arden family, he should master the black flame. First, he needed to get rid of all his mana, let him empty the mana center, and then fill it with flame. Myers concentrated, began to draw the flames into himself, took a deep breath, and slowly activated his mana center, after which he was surrounded by burning flames. Time passed, and towards evening he finally finished. Seeing his body ablaze, he asked with a smile, so this is what mana is like in their family? He felt something completely different. Ethan praised him for his efforts. It would be difficult at first, but if he trained diligently, he would feel how everything would change when his mana finally became flames. It would take about 2 months for the resonance to complete, and to prepare for it, they needed to go somewhere. They went to the Red Scorpion's headquarters. Hans took them there and said that they were the ones who bullied the young master. According to rumors, their elder possessed mana. MC said that none of this mattered and told his brother to begin. Taking a deep breath, he kicked down the door to the bar and shouted, "Are they ready to die?" All the bar patrons looked at him, not understanding what had happened to him, and he, taking out his sword, exclaimed that they would pay for daring to insult the Duke's family. He approached 2 guys and one of them, confused, asked him to wait. They had been drinking together just the other day and called each other brothers. What kind of joke was this? Myers immediately hit him in the face with a wooden sword, asking if it looked like he was joking. From this blow, he fell. Everyone else became aggressive towards him and decided to pounce on him. Meanwhile, MC stood to the side and watched this. He thought that Myers had become much stronger over the past few days, but it seemed he still lacked confidence. Most likely, he was ashamed of everything he had done, so he brought him here, even though it was not safe. This way, he could atone for his sins and get rid of the burden on his soul. One of the guys attacked Myers with a knife. Seeing this, he got a little nervous, and then got hit and winced in pain. Ethan thought that was pretty good. He exposed the part of his body that would suffer the least to the attack. After that, Myers hit his attacker with a shield, and MC thought that by trying to dodge, he would give them an advantage and open himself up to attacks. He turned to Hans, saying that he was doing well. And what did he think of him? He stared at him in fear, thinking that he was so creepy. His brother had just been hit with a sword, and he was smiling. He smiled nervously and told him that he expected nothing less from the young master, and he had only picked up a shield for the first time a couple of days ago. Finally, the leader of this gang came. His loud voice came from the 2nd floor. He ordered them all to stop and turn to Myers, asking what to make of all this. He thinks he can get away with it? Noticing the boy's intense gaze below him, he immediately realized it was the Archduke. His beaten brother was saying he was simply a monster. He asked if he had broken his dear brother's arms. He confirmed it and asked if he had anything else to say. Vildan sighed with displeasure and thought he was being so arrogant. He would have hit him, but he needed to restrain himself. First, he needed to discuss everything with the Baron. He suggested that Ethan end the matter here. They had suffered great damage, but given his family's reputation, they would part peacefully. He only laughed in response and thought, he had almost ruined his brother, and now he was pretending to be kind? He went up to the 2nd floor and told his brother that they were all scum, and there was no point in pitying them. It seemed that if they wanted to teach them a lesson, they would have to cripple everyone. Vildan began to get angry and threatened his lordship that if he continued, he would have to intervene. He activated the fire mana and told him to begin, and he, seeing this flame, was very surprised. He had heard that the mana of the Ardon family members burns like flames. It can't be, is it true? But surely the rumors are all exaggerated. Even if it is fire mana, and the Archduke, he doesn't care. In response, he showed his mana and mentally asked, does he think the mighty Vildan will be afraid of him? MC was slightly surprised by his strength, and at that moment, the man pounced on him with his fists, exclaiming, does he regret his actions now? He easily dodged his blow, and with a smirk called him a fool, after which he delivered several quick blows, which caused him to lose his balance and fall on his back. After that, Ethan approached him and asked who taught him this breathing technique. It seems he is stealing fighting techniques. Vildan grew nervous and remained silent, and then MC grabbed him and threatened him with a fiery fist to make him talk. The man excitedly asked him to wait and exclaimed that Baron Kargas had taught him this. The Baron had contacted him some time ago and told him to ruin the life of the youngest of the ducal family. They needed to render him useless so he couldn't fulfill his role. Vildan told him that if he didn't want to leave traces, it would take a long time. The only way to do it faster would be with various medicines. The Baron said they wouldn't be necessary. He had 3 years, and he hoped he wouldn't let him down. The man said it would take a long time, and the payment would be appropriate, so the Baron handed him a scroll and said that it should be enough. He asked what it was, and the Baron told him it was a scroll describing the Ardun family's breathing technique. If he saw results, he would receive a scroll on strength training on top. Unrolling the scroll, Vildan was very surprised. It really was that technique. He immediately knelt before him, promising to do his best, and the Baron laughed contentedly, saying that he had always served him diligently, and that he would need it again in the future. Right now, Ethan was watching this through a crystal ball. He grinned and thought, does he imagine himself a knight? But since he had retained the memory sphere, he didn't really trust the Baron. Hans came to him with a report. The young master dealt with everyone, and they took back the illegally appropriated money. The young master also took care of their leader. Should he bring him? He answered that the memory sphere would be enough for now and thought. The collateral families appropriated the family's secret techniques and attempted to harm their direct descendants, not to mention their connections to illegal substances, gambling, murder, and underground business. There was plenty of evidence, but it was not yet time. The Baron was the weakest of the 10 collateral families, but in his condition, fighting his knights would be too difficult. Using resonance mana, he sowed seeds of flame and began to fill them. So far, there was only enough for his wrist, head, neck, back, chest, shoulders, pelvis, hips, ankles. And when the last mana center in the heart starts circulating, Helmut Kargas will be the first one he deals with. He asked Hans to hide the memory sphere somewhere, and he could keep the money for himself. He was very happy and asked if he could really take everything. MC confirmed this and threateningly said that he would be better off forgetting what he had seen today if he valued his life. These words immediately made him nervous and said that he hadn't seen anything. After some time, Helmut found out about what had happened and was, to put it mildly, furious. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing the Archduke. How dare he destroy his source of income? He had been lying in bed for 10 years, and now he was doing this. He clutched his head and thought that if it weren't for this royal immunity, he wouldn't have done anything. Maybe he should just kill him? But these are his territories. He will definitely be suspected, and the Senate will take advantage of the moment and dump all their sins on him. He will lay low for now. There will be a meeting in 2 months. He will come up with something before then. His servant approached him, saying he had received a letter from Hans, and he rudely snatched it from his hands. The butler said it seemed to be no mistake. What would he order him to do? The Baron was furious. He tore up the letter and shouted, has he completely lost his mind? He asked for 100 gold pieces to be sent to him. He slammed his fist on the table several times, cursing loudly, and ordered the butler to send the money and make sure he didn't cheat him. 3 days later, at the Ardun hunting estate, workers began repairing the estate, while Ethan continued meditating, having already managed to fill half the mana centers in his hands. Hans knocked on the door, received permission, and entered the room, saying he hoped he had slept well. The young master and the Archduchess were already waiting for him in the dining hall. After getting dressed, MC went down to the first floor and noted that it looked like the repairs were almost finished. Hans confirmed this. The Red Scorpions had more money than they thought, and they'd managed to expand their budget. Ethan waved him off and said that it wasn't their gold anyway, they could keep the rest. The Chamberlain thanked him, and when MC entered the dining hall and saw his sister, he said that the outfit suited her. She smiled and said that it was the Chamberlain's work. He smiled contentedly and thought that Hans hadn't wasted any time. Now they looked like a duke's family. He told his sister that he would do everything to ensure that she always ate and dressed well, and the Chamberlain proudly wiped his nose. When they started eating, Ethan asked his brother how his wound was. He stretched and told him that everything was fine. It would heal by next week. MC thought for a moment and remembered something. He smiled and asked if they were familiar with the family ceremony for which this estate was built. They hadn't heard anything like that, and he wondered if they really weren't aware of it in this reality. He had warned Hans that they were going hunting in the Puskas Mountains, and he had said that in that case, he would order the servants to pack. But Ethan had said that there was no need. The 4 of them would go, which surprised the Chamberlain slightly. A week later, they were already in the mountains. Hans, who was carrying a huge backpack, was quite tired. He tried to catch his breath and thought that it had been a hellish week. Vile monsters had been attacking them since the first day. He had lost count of how many times he had thought he was going to die, and without the Archduke, this would have happened. And he had the feeling that he was deliberately throwing himself at them. Maybe he should train his brother better when they returned? He didn't want to go through this ever again. Finally, they were there at the fire temple. MC opened the doors and thought that one of their ancestors had found this place many centuries ago. Since then, the Arden family has always held farewell ceremonies and blessing ceremonies here. The Arden children are usually brought here at the age of 10 to meet the spirits. The energy they receive from the spirits helps them get used to the fire. This is a traditional ritual through which one can master the flame. Hans, confused, called out to him and asked if he was sure he could come here. He smiled and replied that he could, adding in his mind that this way he would understand whose side to choose. They approached the ceremonial altar, and he took off his backpack, saying that everything was very simple. When they made an offering to the spirits and saw the fire, let them dance. They were surprised, and he said that they could do anything, as long as it was bright and noticeable. Then the spirits would gather around them and give a blessing. They were confused, because everything sounded quite simple, and he thought that even history over the past 15 years was different. Not to mention the past. The Ardan had made a contract hundreds of years ago. What if the contract had already been broken here? Then, they would have to cope without a blessing. He decided to begin, and after making offerings, address the fire spirits, saying that they, the descendants of Ardan, had come to give gifts, light fires, and dedicate a dance to them. Suddenly, a flame flared above the altar, and he thought the passage was open. The spirits had come. Laughter rang out. A mid-level spirit named Ifrit chose Myers, while Marie had a low-level salamander. The flames blazed more intensely, and the spirits turned to the altar, asking if even she had come. Ethan had been a fire lord in his past life, so his spirit must be a match. He spread his arms and asked, "So who will bless him?" The flames intensified, and the spirits were surprised that the Empress had descended personally, and MC thought that this spirit was much more powerful than the one in his previous life. The Empress ordered the blood of Ardan to bow before her and turned to Ethan, asking menacingly, was it he who summoned her? He confidently confirmed it and asked her to grant him her blessing. Immediately after, he was transported to another space where there was nothing but spirit. The Empress said that this was his inner world, the world of fire. She was Rorosha, the mistress of fire. So be it, she would take pity and grant him a blessing. But was he trying to control her flames? He smiled nervously, wondering if he had fallen for that. He apologized to her if he had gone too far. He thought it would be nice to combine their powers. In his mind, he noted that she had a rather cute name for a fire lord. She chuckled, saying that he was funny. So be it, she would give him a chance. If he could master even a fraction of her power, his blessing would be much better. Let him show what he is capable of. He smiled and got down to business, while his family was worried. Marie turned to her brother and asked if he thought Ethan would be okay. He had been in the fire for over an hour, but still hadn't moved. He told her that he was only sure that something was happening, but their brother would definitely cope. Meanwhile, MC tried to concentrate. He told himself to remember how it felt when he could control the fire. He needed to use the breath of black flame. He sharply raised his hand, gathering the flames, and he succeeded. He clenched his fist and turned to the Empress with a confident smile, saying that it looked like he had won. She smirked and said it was a small particle, but there was someone who could handle it. He was a funny little man. A promise is a promise. She gave him a blessing and said that he could do with it whatever he wanted. He thought that when he learned to control the flame, he learned that with its help you can cleanse every vein. He started doing this. It was so hot that he screamed, but despite the pain, he continued. Myers called out to him worriedly, but the torment was already over. He felt a new strength in his body, and Marosha asked if he was satisfied now. He told her that he was, but he would like to ask her to bless the two of them. She breathed, sending streams of fire at them, and said that it was a great honor to be blessed by her personally. Streams of fire began to cut into their bodies, causing them to become agitated, after which, Rorosha told Ethan that she thought they would see each other again. In parting, she said that she had fun and left. MC clenched his fist and thought that this was a rather strange coincidence, but now his body was stronger and his veins were almost completely cleared. In this state, he would be one of the strongest on the continent. He glanced at his sister and brother and thought that they would need more time. He would wait until they got the flames under control. Hans, meanwhile, was in shock. He couldn't believe he'd seen the fire mistress, who was only a legend, with his own eyes. The Archduke was already a monster, and now that he had the blessing, he'd become even stronger. Now he understood why he brought him here. Now he was certain whose side to take. Marie finally mastered her new strength. She looked at her brother and asked in confusion, "Is he really Myers?" He examined his body and noticed that it had changed too. Ethan said that the fire blessing changes everything. Bones, muscles, veins. That's why they can feel different now. Myers said he never thought everything would change so much. It seemed incredible to him. MC smiled and thought they'd managed to gain the favor of the Overlord himself. He hadn't even hoped for such luck. He was lucky to have retained the memories of his past life. Suddenly, a loud rumble was heard. They both grabbed their stomachs, and Myers asked with an awkward smile if it was normal that they were so hungry. He answered that everything was fine. Their bodies had just completely rebuilt. He headed for the exit and suggested that they go to a nice place. After a while, They emerged from this place completely full, and Myers said that he didn't expect there to be a rest house next to the temple. He found this surprising. Hans was also pleased, and when Myers asked his brother where they were going, Ethan stepped on something and thought that he had finally found it. His brother asked if he decided to surprise them with something else. He confirmed this and advised them to get ready. He opened a hidden hatch, and Myers, looking inside, let out an enthusiastic sigh. They went underground, and he looked around, asking if this was some kind of warehouse. MC confirmed this. They store hunting spoils here. He noticed a magic circle on the wall, a spell that protected things from damage. It looked like something useful was stored here. Suddenly, Hans let out an excited exclamation, showing the Archduke his find and excitedly saying that it was peacock skin, something all the girls in the capital dreamed of, but it was impossible to get, especially of such high quality. Ethan asked how much it would sell for, to which he replied that it all depended on demand. At least 30 platinum. Myers, shocked, exclaimed that it was 3,000 gold. And his brother reminded him that he was a member of the Duke's family and should control himself. He cleared his throat awkwardly, and MC thought that this money would come in handy in the future. He told Hans with a smile that he hadn't known he knew anything about such things, and he laughed sheepishly, saying that his father was a merchant, and as a child he traveled all over the kingdom, wanted to become his assistant, but ended up here. He thought there must have been reasons for that, and he said that he would then rely on him to find some large and reliable merchant. They took the leather and left. Hans excitedly promised him that he would try, and soon they returned to the estate. Ethan was busy with business as usual, but he was distracted by the Chamberlain. He found a trading group ready to buy everything from them. Their representative was here now. He asked the name of the group, and when he said, Misas, his face suddenly became gloomy. Noticing his reaction, Hans became nervous and said that they were considered the most enterprising. Something wrong? He patted him on the shoulder and said that he had done a good job, and now they needed to meet with their representative. The Chamberlain looked after him in bewilderment, and he went to the meeting. Entering the reception room, he apologized to the representative of the trading group for the delay, and he stood up to greet him. He's Michelin, the head of the Misas trading group. MC sat down across from him and asked him to give his real name. Business relationships should be built on trust. He agrees with him, right? The guy didn't understand what he meant, and he said that his father told him that the Marquis of Bessus's family has a tradition. The future head of the family must live completely independently for several years. That's probably why he hides his true identity. He nervously answered that he was confusing him with someone else, and he asked if he would continue hiding behind a mask. The guy remained silent and thought that he had been living independently from the family for 3 years, hiding his identity. His voice was so unrecognizable that even the king wouldn't have guessed. In fact, Ethan knew about this because in a past life, he himself told him everything. The guy sighed heavily and remarked that he was very perceptive, in which case he would reintroduce himself. His name is Jaron Bessus. MC said that it was a pleasure to meet him and offered to start negotiations. It's unlikely he's encountered what he's about to offer. Is he interested in potion making? Jaron was surprised and asked, does he even know anything about that? He replied that he learned about it by pure chance. In a past life, to counter the dragons, many families shared their secret techniques, one of which was potion making. Only he and the one who developed it know the full process. The family of the Marquis of Bessus gave all their money to support their family, and he trusts no one as much as they do. What will Jaron decide? At this point, he wondered suspiciously, why did he suddenly mention potion making? He intrigued him with such a serious offer. Since he knew his true identity, he was unlikely to lie. He asked why he chose his family, to which Jaron replied that 15 years ago, their family greatly helped them during the war with the dragons. It's funny. The two families that contributed the most are ruined and stripped of influence, while the pathetic parasites who lurked in the shadows feast on the bodies of the fallen. He can't trust them with such information. In 7 months, he will officially become the head of the family. Before then, he would like to get rid of all the traitors, and he hopes his family will support them again. Jaron thought, hadn't he just recently woken up from a 10-year coma? But it won't just be the Senate that will stand in his way, but also the 7 great families of the kingdom. They envy the Ardan, who received immunity and the title of protectors of the kingdom, and therefore support the Senate, which is destroying the family from within. The king, who didn't want to grant immunity, the great families, the 10 senators. If he chooses the Archduke, he will become their enemy. When Ethan said that he understood his doubts, but the deal was quite profitable, he looked up at him and became very upset, seeing him cutting his palm. He told him not to worry, he just wanted to show him the goods. This potion is as effective as a minor healing potion, but it costs only 1/10 of the usual price. He poured the liquid onto his wound and it hissed and began to bubble, and Jaron exclaimed in surprise, such a small cost? He confirmed it. But it is important to measure the amount of herbs and the fermentation time very precisely. He knows other recipes, and if he accepts his offer, he will share them completely free of charge. He held out his hand, which had recently been wounded, and asked what his answer was. Jaren became worried and thought that he had no other way to restore the family to its former glory. He would not simply watch them die silently. He agreed to the contract, and several days had passed since then. Hans came to the Archduke with a report over the past 3 days on cases of contract violations by vassals. First, Baron Kargas has more soldiers than is allowed. There are factions similar to the Red Scorpions throughout the city. The total number of fighters is 3 times the permitted number. Secondly, he collects increased taxes from the residents. He exploits them with the help of his groups, calling it protection. MC was angry about this. He deposed him and his brothers, and is robbing the common people, scum, and he thinks the other 9 families are no better. He asked the Chamberlain to let him look at it and asked who collects taxes in the villages. He gave him the name of Heims, the Baron's confidant. He thinks he is in the village of Barassus now, just in time for the collection. Ethan said that in that case, they will go there, and the Chamberlain left to prepare everything. MC looked over the report. He thought he would deal with the Baron's family in 4 months, but with the help of the Fire Mistress, he needs to act faster. He will leave Kargas for later. First, he will deal with Heims. After some time, Heims came to Barossus to collect the money. The old man told him that they had collected everything they had, but they were still a little short. This made the man very angry and exclaimed that he already owed 20 gold. After all, he had even dealt with the Red Scorpions for them. The old man said in his mind that he was a lying pig. Everyone knew that his lordship did this. He asked him to give them a little more time, and then Heims pushed him and exclaimed that it was too late. If he did not have money, let him give up his daughter. He would show him what happens to those who do not pay taxes on time. The old man became worried. He asked him to take anything but his daughter. Finally, Ethan arrived. Hans pointed at the fat man and said that it was Heims. MC said threateningly that he had already realized from afar that he was a pathetic piece of trash, and Heims thought, is this Hans? That guy who was sent to the wilderness and who is next to him? When he saw the powerful aura he was emitting, he became very agitated and called out to Don, saying that he was his protector and that he should do something. At that moment, he wondered what that burning mana was. He saw it as a threat and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ordering him to stop. He would be punished by law for disobeying the Baron if he came any closer. He thought he was low on mana, but why was he feeling such monstrous pressure? Ethan drew his sword and told him not to make fun of him. He didn't even want to hear such things from robbers. Dakan also drew his sword and called him impudent. He dared to threaten them? Did he want to die? He swung his sword and confidently told him that he was the only one who would die here. After that, he lunged at him in a jump, and Dakan looked up at him in surprise and noted that he was fast, but his trajectory was simple. He decided to block the blow and immediately counterattack. His opponent's blade was already very close, but an instant before the strike, Ethan changed trajectory, causing Dakan to become confused. After that, MC struck him in the side with his sword. He dropped the sword from his hands and grunted in pain, and then he was thrown aside. All eyes were now glued to Ethan. The guards were shocked that he had defeated the knight with one blow, and Heims, calling them blockheads, asked why they were standing there. Let them stop him immediately. Hans heard them and told them not to even try. The Archduke himself was before them. Let them immediately lay down their arms and surrender. The guards immediately began whispering. They had already learned that it was he who destroyed the Red Scorpions, and so they obediently laid down their weapons, not wanting to get hit. MC noted with a smile that they knew their place. And what about Heims? He took the frightened man away for a private chat, and that's how they ended up in his mansion. Ethan remarked that he was living even better than he was. He had settled in quite well. Heims replied that it wasn't his fault, but Baron Kargas's. He ordered him to collect more taxes, and everything was recorded in the ledger he kept. MC looked through the ledger and thought there was enough evidence, after which he called Hans. It turned out he had already recorded everything on the memory sphere, and Ethan said that when he was finished here, he should give Baron Kargas this scroll. Before leaving, he glanced at Heims and said that the Baron ordered him to collect more taxes, not to fill his belly. He should make sure he didn't return to his vile deeds again. Hans, looking satisfied, flexed his fists and said that he understood everything, and Heims, realizing what awaited him, became very nervous. Sometime later, Helmut received a letter and was contacted by Shimon Furness. He asked, so the Archduke was pressuring him to increase his power before the Senate meeting and bring everyone to their knees? Did he understand everything correctly? In that case, let him act. They still need to find out more about him. Let him inform him if he finds out anything. As soon as the crystal ball went out, Helmut screamed in rage, barely restraining himself from breaking it, and thought that they decided to use him as bait. He received a letter from Ethan, in which he wrote that he knew that he violated the vassal contract and collected more taxes. He wondered how he managed to deal with 3 tax collectors. They were accompanied by knights. Apparently, there was no other way. He crumpled the letter in rage and called the butler, ordering him to send Ruin to the hovel so that he would invite the Archduke to his mansion. He could no longer underestimate him. He would meet with him and sort this out. The protagonist smiled and thought that in recent weeks he had dealt with almost all the tax violations. Baron Kargas was probably furious. Then he heard a knock on the door and said he could come in. Myers entered the room next, smiling. He asked, Ethan, did you call? He answered in the affirmative. He added that he should get ready. He would soon be heading to a branch family. He wanted to ask him something. Myers looked at him in surprise and asked, "Huh?" He came closer and asked, "What is he talking about? What other family?" The protagonist told him not to worry. He would explain everything in a moment. He held up 3 fingers and added that there were 3 reasons why he was sending him there. He looked surprised. 3, he rose from his seat and answered, "Exactly." First, as he already knew, after Terran's departure, only 2 contenders remained for the position of head of the family. But it was unlikely that the other families would calmly watch as he destroyed the Kargas. Besides, he had an immunity, against which they were powerless. Secondly, they want to maintain their influence, and will be against him becoming the leader. Therefore, they will probably try to promote him and make him a puppet. They have already tried. Thirdly, if they think he is on their side, they will give him all the support they can. Then Myers nodded and said, "Okay, now everything is clear to him." MC added, "They are crossing the Rubicon. Anything can happen to him." But before he could finish, Myers said that he understood what he was trying to say. "Everything will be fine." Then the protagonist thanked him, and he asked, "So he just needs to pretend to be on their side and enlist their support?" Then the protagonist came closer and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said, "Right, as long as they support him, they will not actively interfere with him. In the meantime, he will prepare everything to destroy them. The target is one of the most influential families of Count Furness. Hans will go with him, so he need not worry." Then Myers clenched his fist and, smiling, said, "Okay, he can handle it." After some time, the boxes were being secured to the carriage, and Marie walked forward, folded her arms across her chest, and asked, "Is he seriously leaving?" Myers looked at her and asked, "What?" She replied that he shouldn't ask her. He had to answer the question. She put her hands on her waist and indignantly shouted, "He's just going to leave for 6 months without any preparation." In response, he apologized and, smiling, said that he would try to write more often. She replied, "Yes, he must try." Then the main character approached them and told Myers to wait. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Yes?" He said that he believed in him and always had, but he must be careful. Myers smiled and, shaking his hand, said, "Of course, he can rely on him." Then he approached the carriage and, waving his hand, said, "Well, he's off." Then the coachman spurred the horses forward. After a while, another carriage drove past them and hit a rock. Ruin was inside this carriage and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of roads are these?" Shirin sat across from him and said, "Really, is the Baron really worth this much torment?" Then Ruin chuckled and said he should tell him what they had to go through. "By the way, how much did he send this month?" He placed his hand on the chest and said generously, 100 gold pieces. Ruin shouted in surprise, "What? 100 gold pieces? Wasn't there just 1 gold piece last month?" He frowned in irritation and wondered if he had cut his salary when he lost a little at cards, and yet sent these pathetic scum a whole 100 gold pieces. Then he told him to listen, Chiron. He asked, "Yes, sir?" He held out the bag and offered to leave 10. In response, he laughed, holding the coins in his hands, and said, 10 gold is a worthy payment for his suffering. He can take it. Then Ruin shouted, "No, they will leave 10 for the scum, and the rest is theirs. He will have some fun." Chiron asked worriedly, "What if the Archduke gets angry? They say he is stronger than some knights." The Baron said to be careful with him. He grinned and asked, "This is 10 times more than last time. Why would he be angry? He can't do anything to him. He is a 3rd-rank knight." Then he laughed loudly. At that moment, the protagonist remembered Terran saying, "Brother, he shouldn't worry. He can go. He will defend this place to his last breath until he defeats the Demon King." Then he swung his wooden sword, attacking the dummy, and thought, "Terran, is everything all right?" Since he woke up, he hasn't heard anything about him. He understands his feelings. He's probably done everything he could to keep this family together. It irritates him that he knows nothing about his situation. He wishes he could just take him back to his family. Then he gritted his teeth, concentrated his energy, and delivered a powerful blow. After that, he thought he doubted it would be that easy, and that made him even angrier. At that moment, a carriage stopped next to him, and he turned around in surprise. After that, Chiron got out of the carriage and, opening the door slightly, said, "We've arrived, sir." Then Ruin, putting his hands in his pants pockets, said, "My God. Do you have to live in such a remote place?" At that moment, the protagonist looked at him and wondered, who the hell is he? In response, he tossed him a bag and, with a slight laugh, said that he was the one who brought the allowance from Baron Kargas. What would he say? He was sure he didn't expect to see so much money. At that moment, a coin flew out of the bag and stopped near the protagonist's foot, and he looked at it, and Ruin told him to look. The beggar was speechless at the sight of gold. Why would they bow to the Duke's family? What? He won't even thank him for such generosity. Last month, he remembers, he gave everything. But before he could finish speaking, MC punched him in the face, sending him flying to the ground and clutching his bruised nose. The protagonist came closer and asked, had he misheard? Since when did the Baron become more important than the Duke? Then he grabbed Ruin by the clothes, and he indignantly shouted, "What is he doing?" Then he lifted him up and said, "Must he repeat who he is?" He answered, "Kargas." He asked, "What Kargas?" Then he added another punch to his face and said, "Baron Kargas." Ruin grabbed his face and screamed loudly, "He's a damn psycho, he must die." With these words, he concentrated energy in his body. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, This aura, did he also study their breathing technique? Then Ruin grabbed his hand and shouted that he would break his arms. Did he understand? The protagonist thought, but how pathetic. Then Ruin shouted, huh? What nonsense? The protagonist thought, they clearly know this, but they barely realize their potential. Self-taught? Then he concentrated energy in his fingers and thought, good thing he knows the technique for blocking. Then he delivered several strikes with his fingers, which sent Ruin flying to the ground and shouted that he didn't even feel it. Then he was surprised, huh? Then he knelt down and, looking at his hands, shouted, what? What the hell? What did he do to him? You freak. He replied that he sealed the mana. He was surprised. Sealed? MC said, of course, the thief of the technique would understand how it works. In response, he shouted at him not to mess with him. He charged, swinging his fist, but the main character easily dodged his attack and delivered a powerful blow. After that, he looked at Shuran, who had fallen to the ground in fright, and asked, hey, so why did they come? He handed him a letter and replied, it's an invitation from Baron Kargas. The protagonist reached for the letter and asked, an invitation? He replied, yes, and he sent them not 10 gold, but 100. Then MC looked at the letter and told him to put it all in the bag. He replied, yes. Then he thought, an invitation. And he kept wondering what he would throw away. A personal meeting, then. This only plays into his hands. The next day, Marie walked forward and asked worriedly, Ethan, are you sure everything will be okay? The protagonist told her not to worry. He was just invited to talk. She said, Ethan. She didn't. Before she could finish speaking, MC approached the carriage and said he was leaving. She shouldn't worry. He'd be back soon. Marie watched the carriage go and said, Ethan. Then the coachman told the horses to get moving. Then Marie folded her arms and said she wanted to ask why he needed a sword if he was just riding to talk. Then the protagonist, riding in the carriage, thought that the Baron's fate was already sealed, no matter what he came up with. But since he'd invited him, he decided to interfere until the end. They'd see what he could do. Sometime later, the town of Porit, he thought, here's the Baron's mansion. A palace too luxurious for such a city, hiding people's suffering behind all this luxury, and blaming it all on the Ardan family. And for such people, they shed blood on the battlefield. Then the coachman stopped the horses and said, Your Grace, they've arrived. The protagonist exited the carriage, and Dexter stood in his path, asking, Hey, so this is the guest? He placed his hands on his waist and said, I told my father there was no point in wasting time. Where was his younger brother, the one they sent for him? The protagonist then approached him, looked him in the eye, and asked, does he even know who he's talking to? Or hasn't the Baron even taught him respect for the main family? Then Dexter grabbed him by the clothes and shouted, What? Isn't he being too arrogant just because of a title? He asked in response, Is he being arrogant? He was indignant. Was he finding it funny? Then the protagonist kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying far back. MC said it was funny that such a scumbag would even try to teach him anything. Dexter thought indignantly, what? He'd been hit. He hadn't even noticed. At that moment, the protagonist threw a tied-up ruin at him and told him to get his brother. Dexter shouted indignantly, Did he do this to him? He smiled, looking at him, and asked, Who else? Then Dexter grabbed his weapon and, concentrating his energy, shouted, Idiot, he'll finish him off. He struck in front of him, and the protagonist, dodging the blow, thought, Is this one the same? They can't even master the basics of stolen goods. Then he struck again in front of him and shouted in surprise, What? He thought he missed? Where did he go? And the protagonist grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into the ground, covering it with cracks. Then he reached for the weapon behind his back and said, Such a man is not worthy of being called a knight. They will finish it all with the next blow. The next second, Manhwa pointed his sword at him and shouted at him to stop right now. Their swords crossed, and then they jumped apart. The knight said that he was Manhwa, the commander of Baron Kargas's knights. Archduke, he has crossed the line. He must show prudence and stop. He must not force him to use force. Then MC lowered his sword and asked, Did he cross the line? And he, who raised his sword against the Archduke, the heir of the main family, did not? Okay, force so force, he must try to block the next blow. Then he pointed his sword at him and said that if he was threatening him with force, he'd better be stronger than this bastard. He said, in that case, he begs for forgiveness. He abruptly charged, and the protagonist followed him with his eyes and held his sword out in front of him, blocking his attack. Then Manhwa dodged to the side, and he thought, he's good. Then he struck, and the protagonist parried his attack again, but a small cut appeared on his arm. Then Manhwa gritted his teeth and thought, I need to push him back. He jumped up and swung his weapon, and the next second, clouds of dust rose into the air, and Manhwa, flying to the side, thought that he had blocked his view. Now he could disable him, without seriously injuring him. Then he looked ahead in surprise, noticing a weapon pointed at him, emerging from the smoke. He thought, it can't be. He's going to kill him. Then he closed his eyes, and the protagonist's sword flew past him. He looked to the side in surprise and wondered why he had stopped the attack. He would have definitely hit him. Had he really spared him? The next second they heard a scream. Ruin! The girl crouched down next to her son, lifting him up, and her subordinate ran after her and shouted, Madam, it's dangerous here. She shouted, Baby, he needs to open his eyes. She clenched her teeth and, looking at the protagonist, screamed indignantly, How dare a half-dead duke touch her son? She pointed her hand at him and ordered him to seize this psychopath. Then she looked at Manhwa and shouted, Manhwa, why are you standing there? At that moment, Helmut shouted, enough. He looked at everyone present with irritation and walked forward. His wife followed him and said, darling, that lunatic beat their sons. He looked at her and said that he knew he would sort everything out, she should leave. Then he turned to Manhwa and told him to take care of his wife and ruin. In turn, he lifted the wounded boy and said that he obeyed. After this, Helmut spread his arms and said, it's been 10 years since we've seen each other, your grace. Perhaps they could release his son so they could talk? The protagonist stepped forward and said, that's right. It's been a long time since we've seen each other for many reasons. Unfortunately, he could not fulfill his request. He pointed his sword at Dexter, who was lying on the ground, and said, great is the sin of one who raised a sword against the Duke. Now only execution awaits him. In response, he asked him to calm down, your grace. Dexter, he asks for forgiveness on behalf of his son. He may have immunity, but the Duke's authority has long been empty. The Senate now rules these lands, and they will judge his son. He offered to settle all misunderstandings, and they will join forces, then his family can become great again. Then MC said, Baron Helmut, if the Duke's family doesn't rule the duchy, then why do they even exist? With these words, he struck his sword in front of him, and Helmut cried out in fear, Dexter. But then he noticed the tip of the protagonist's sword embedded in the ground next to his son's head. He reached for his sword and shouted, enough testing his patience. He concentrated his energy and shouted, if he wanted to live, he must release his son and beg on his knees for forgiveness. Forgiveness, he asked? He must make him laugh. Then he lifted Dexter by the scruff of his neck and said he had already decided to get rid of his entire family. Then he tossed his son to him and added, he, Baron Helmut, had violated the vassal contract. To cover up his crimes, he threatened the Duke's descendants. He is accused of treason and will be stripped of all rights, title, and castle. With these words, he pointed his sword at him, and the Baron indignantly said, how dare the vile boy threaten him? He pointed his hand forward and ordered his subordinate knights to deal with him. He clenched his teeth in irritation and said, they're acting according to plan. They must make sure he can't interfere with them anymore. He'll cripple them. The protagonist smiled and said he knew he had something hidden, the dirty idiot. Sometime later, Palantium, the capital of the kingdom of Hydern, the king, sitting at the head of the table, looked at those present and asked, is there anything else, or could they conclude the meeting? At that moment, Baron Blotenbessus rose from his seat and placing his hand on his chest said, your Majesty, he would like to say something. May I have permission? He thought, strange. Why would the Marquis suddenly decide to discuss something? Then he said he would allow it. Bloten said he was grateful, your Majesty. His Highness, Archduke Arden, contacted him. He thought, the Archduke, the one who lay in a coma for 10 years after the mana surge, since when did he have any dealings with Bessus? Then he asked, and for what reason? He replied that he had said that Baron Kargas had violated the vassal contract, and more than once. He had raised taxes, created secret groups, and outnumbered his army, as well as illegally appropriated and sold information on the Duke's family's secret techniques. Then he looked at those present and thought, he knew it all along. The 107 families were not thrilled with this discussion. Then he said, the evidence is recorded on the memory spheres. His Grace insists on the confiscation of the castle. The king thought a difficult decision. Side with the 7 families supporting the Senate, or join the legendary defenders of the kingdom? Then he tapped his finger on the arm of his chair and said it was not within his purview. The Arden were not members of the Senate, and since the issue concerned only one family, he would not interfere. Let the Archduke handle this himself. Then Bloten said, okay, he'll pass on his words. He thought, so the king hasn't chosen Arden's side? Meanwhile, Manhwa brought the mother and her wounded son into the room. He told them not to worry, it was safe here, but the woman continued to cry. Then he pointed to a subordinate and told them to close the window and bring hot tea. The subordinate bowed and said, okay. Then he added that he would go to the Baron. The subordinate told him to be careful there. After that, Manhwa walked down the corridor and thought, I don't understand why he changed his mind in the middle of an attack. Damn. He had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, the protagonist was fighting several knights. He repelled their attack and struck in front of him. The next second, the knight leaped forward and shouted that he was caught. He struck out, aiming at the protagonist, but he ducked back, then looked at his opponent and noticed one of the knights above. He then pushed off the ground and rose upward. At that moment, Helmut clenched his fist and shouted, that's it, they must attack simultaneously and let him dodge. Then Manhwa approached him and said, his Grace, madam, her master is safe. He looked at him and said, that's excellent, his assistance will no longer be needed. Then Manhwa looked at the battle and thought, no, the Archduke isn't attacking on purpose. It's as if he's looking down on them. At that moment, MC continued to dodge the blows, and then he jumped high into the air. He concentrated energy in his weapon and said, 18, 19, ready. Then he swung the weapon, sending forward a powerful slashing attack that struck the ground in front of the knights. At that moment, Helmut shielded himself with his hand and shouted, where did he learn that move? The protagonist landed, and the Baron shouted, idiot. He can't win, he just runs away. You'll throw him in the dungeon today to rot, and not for 10 years, but for life. After that, MC chuckled, swung his sword and said, just make the next attack long range, I don't want to hit anyone else. After that, he concentrated the energy in his sword again and spun around himself, releasing powerful streams of energy around him. Then Helmut closed his eyes and shouted, what is this monstrous energy? Another trick. The protagonist sighed loudly and charged, continuing to concentrate energy in his weapon. The next second, Manhattan shouted in fear that he must dodge. MC used Arden's secret technique, the second form, Blast Wave. The powerful energy rushed forward. Meanwhile, Marie reached for the mug, then pulled it back sharply, saying, "Hot." She looked at her hand and said, "I wonder if Ethan's okay." She hoped there wouldn't be any nonsense this time. Then she looked out the window, and resting her face in her hands, added, "Although he was always reckless, it's so strange not to hear their war cries outside the window." Meanwhile, the battlefield was covered in flames, and Manhattan, covering it with his hands, thought, "It can't be. He's almost out of mana. Where does this power come from?" The streams of energy continued to advance, and Manhattan stood before the Baron, blocking him with his sword. At that moment, Helmut's mouth fell open in surprise, and he thought, "How is this even possible? These are elite knights, each of whom can handle several thousand ordinary soldiers, and he cut them down with a single blow." At that moment, the protagonist's hand began to tremble, and he looked at it and thought, "There's almost no mana left. Is this the limit?" Without the Fire Lord's blessing, he would have already passed out. Then he said, "Baron Helmut, it's his turn." He asked fearfully, "Huh?" And then the protagonist approached him and said, "Years of abuse against his family deserve severe punishment." And he fell to the ground in fear and shouted, "Knights, he's probably exhausted by now. Whoever kills him will receive 500 gold. And at that moment, Manhattan thought, this is impossible. His attack wasn't just powerful. The huge wave of fire hit only those he wanted. He'd never seen anything like it before. All the survivors already understood the difference in strength. Even if someone could get up, they'd be smart enough not to raise their sword again. Then, MC looked at him and asked, "What about him? He didn't want to try again?" He lowered his gaze and noticed that he'd already lost to him. Then the protagonist asked, "Did you hear that, Baron?" He then concentrated energy in his hand and placed it in the Baron's chest. Manhattan then reached out to him and cried out in fear, "Your Grace." And the protagonist said, "Sir Manhattan, he should lock the Baron in the dungeon and keep an eye on him." He looked at him and cried out in surprise, "What? He's suggesting that I throw my own master in the dungeon? He's a knight." He swore an oath. He stepped forward and said, "Yes, a loyal knight. That's why he's entrusting him with this. A traitorous baron who would lose his title for his crimes." He walked past him and placed a hand on his shoulder. He added that if he tried to escape, his entire family would be executed according to the law. A loyal knight must not forget his oath. Then Manhattan clenched his fist and said, "It shall be done." After a while, the Baron grabbed the bars and, looking at the knight standing across from him, shouted, "Idiot! He thinks he's going to get away with this? He must let him out now. Sir Manhattan." He orders him to open the door. Then MC placed a hand on Manhattan's shoulder and said that he could handle the rest himself. After that, he walked to the exit, and the knight said, "Your Grace, may I ask you something?" Everyone, including him, attacked him on the Baron's orders, so why did he spare some? The protagonist turned around and replied, "A sword is a reflection of the soul." Had he never heard that knights speak the language of blades? When he came to, he was surrounded by equally vile people. They wished the death of his entire family, those who had saved the country. But, having crossed swords with him, he realized that there were still people who respected this family, and he sighed with relief. It didn't matter whether he was driven by remorse or melancholy. Whatever the reason, there were people loyal to the ducal sword, and that was enough. Manhattan looked at him in surprise, then the protagonist turned around and added that he had completely lost his temper. He would leave this position to him, Manhattan. After some time, Baron Helmut's office. MC walked inside, and Raymond stood there. He bowed and said, "He greets him, His Grace." The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully, and he placed his hand on his chest and said that he was Raymond, the Baron's eldest son, and he was waiting for him. The MC walked further and asked, was he waiting for the one who imprisoned his father and brothers? He doesn't know what he wants, but he advises him to choose his words carefully. At that moment, Raymond thought, calm down, he's not like his father and brothers. Then he spread his arms wide and asked if he wanted to make a deal. The protagonist smiled and asked, a deal? But he kept thinking about what he would say. It seemed he still didn't understand the situation he was in. Deals are made with people of equal standing. The next second, he grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. He added, the Baron's family committed treason, raising a sword against the Archduke. Does he still think he has the right to bargain? At that moment, Raymond trembled and thought he couldn't breathe. He needed to say something before he suffocated. Then he said, information about the seventh family. The protagonist thought, the seventh family? After that, he let him go and said he could speak. Raymond fell to the floor and started coughing loudly, and MC came closer and said that if he deceived him, he would immediately go to prison. He replied that no, he really did have information about them. After that, he handed him a book and told him to look at it. It was an agreement on the transfer of secret techniques. When the Arden house was destroyed, the seventh great family demanded a book describing secret techniques from the Duke's vassals, all in order to strengthen the army and counter the threats of neighboring countries. Therefore, they had no choice but to give it to him. The protagonist sat down at the table and said that the notes hadn't been of much help to his knights. He replied that they were never able to unravel all the secrets. The seventh family sold them a simplified version. MC asked in surprise, what? Then Raymond handed him the next book and said, this is it. The protagonist put his hand to his head and sighed, thinking, give him the full version, then buy the cut version from them. How could they be such idiots? Then he started leafing through the book, and Raymond said the price for decryption was enormous, so they had to raise taxes. After that, he slammed the book shut and noticed that it was trash. He was surprised. What? He said, this book, this is the most useless thing. No one in their right mind would share something so important. He squeezed the book in his hand and added, they were simply used and everything was taken away. Then he thought, war is a time to forge alliances and unite. And in peacetime, everyone only cared about their own wallets. Then he said that he would spare the rest of his family, and in return, he wanted to see all the Baron's ledgers. He should take this and await further instructions in the outbuilding. After some time, the protagonist found himself on the battlefield. He looked around and thought, what? Where is he? What is this place? He trained in the yard. Then he saw a huge monster pointing a weapon at him. A powerful slashing attack passed over his body, but cut the knight behind him. MC looked at his hand in surprise and thought, was it unharmed? So are these memories from a past life? At that moment, he saw Helmut, who said, a magnificent victory, Archduke. He said in surprise, that's it. He thought Baron Kargas is from his world. Then he said, he should burn in hell, bursting into a peaceful world, crushing everything around him like a dragon. Is that right? He's talking about that invasion, just like those he hates so much. You can't change the course of history as you please. The protagonist thought, no. He swung his weapon, cutting through the vision before him. He continued screaming, no. In the present, he opened his eyes on the training ground and thought, sister, Myers and Terran are alive. They're alive here. I don't care what's allowed or not. No matter where history goes, he will protect the family at any cost. Then he heard a scream. This can't be right. He turned around in surprise and asked, what? The man being held back by the guards shouted, the Archduke knows him. He must let him through. He grabbed Michelin by the shirt and shouted, he must let him meet his highness. He replied that he himself was a guest here. At that moment, MC approached them and asked, Prexian, is that him? And Michelin is here. At that moment, Prexian, with tears in his eyes, put his hand to his chest and shouted, His Highness. Prexian, in his past life, they called him the Monster of Paperwork, one of the key people in the Ardon family, who rose from the very bottom to the rank of Count solely thanks to his abilities. Almost any administrative task takes him no more than an hour. Sometime later, he sat in his office and closed his eyes, saying that everyone who supported him, including himself, lost their jobs. The protagonist said, now it makes sense why he's dressed like that. He took a cup of tea and wondered if they'd fired all the useful people to destroy the Duke's family from within. Maybe they weren't such idiots after all. He was just wondering who to delegate administrative duties to. Prexian showed up just in time. He then extended his hand and said, this is Michelin, a merchant who does business with the duchy. Prexian apologized for what had happened recently, and Michelin, sitting in the chair next to him, replied, no problem. He then looked at the protagonist and said, Your Grace, you so unexpectedly dealt with the Baron's family, and now the Senate. Before he could finish, the protagonist said, enough. He didn't want to hear any more of this, and this is the Ardon family's land. He crossed his legs, and Michelin looked surprised. Huh? Only if the king returns his ownership. He said the Baron's eldest son had told him something. The vassals of the 7th great family had done something curious. He was repeating himself. This is their land. He thinks the Ardon family's heir needs the permission of some useless king? The next second, Michelin spat out the tea he had just drunk in surprise and said, His Grace, he understands that he is immune. But, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist told him not to worry. Good news would come soon. Then he rose from his chair and said, if he says so, then fine. He will go carry out his errand. Then Prexian smiled, looking at the protagonist, and said that he was glad that he had come to his senses, His Grace. Apparently, he will need a lot of smart people. He is raising a child here. Would he like to meet him? MC, holding a cup, was surprised. Does he have a child? And then Prexian said that he could come in. The next second, the door to the office opened, and he added adopted he brought with him. Then Lawrence entered the room and said that it was an honor to meet him. His name is Lawrence, His Grace. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, Lawrence? He thought back and thought, yes, this is it. Not long before, the Aran Valley. The protagonist, mounted on horseback, walked forward, and then Sylvia rode up to him and said, Commander, all troops are in position. He replied that she was exceeding expectations, as always, Sylvia. She smiled and said, no big deal. He said, in just a week, she managed to devise a brilliant strategy that would turn the tide of the battle. The death squad is decisive. She smiled and said that all that remained was to give the order to attack. He said, damn, she's probably the only one who could have thought of that. She constantly finds the best place for a cavalry strike, and he appreciates her abilities, but he can't stay awake for 3 days. If she passes out in the middle of a battle, he'll have to deal with everything himself. She frowned and said that ever since she dedicated herself to tactics and strategy, every human death weighed heavily on her soul. But now that these monsters had nearly destroyed humanity, she was willing to put her life on the line. If her strategy could save even one more person, MC replied, okay, they will finish off these vile invaders and save humanity. Then he shouted, the Dragonids are on the move. He reached for his weapon and waving his hand shouted, she must not miss the moment to bring in the infantry. The horns must sound. The knights began to refuel the catapults, and the protagonist, raising his sword, shouted, all troops to battle. The battle that day was the most brutal. Many died. But thanks to Sylvia's brilliant tactics, the people managed to win despite the huge gap in strength. This battle was her last. In the present, he folded his arms and thought that he was sure it was her. So why did she introduce herself as Lawrence? Even the atmosphere was different. Then he sat down on a chair and thanked her for taking revenge on the Baron in his stead. His family perished because of his enormous taxes. The protagonist thought, so history had changed due to the decline of the order and the rise of the tyranny of the branch families. Then Prexian closed his eyes and said he came because he wanted to talk to him. MC thought he would see how talented this Lawrence was. Then he said, Lawrence. Prexian recommended him. He must understand the current situation of the Baron's family. How would he propose to deal with them? He said they should be spared and turned into scarecrows. He asked why. He said that even as a scarecrow, the Kargas remain Kargas. The other families won't be able to intervene unless the line is destroyed. He could also preserve one of their positions in order to obtain a mole in the future, since many were ousted during the power struggle. And most importantly, there is a labor shortage. He needs to use everything he has. The protagonist extended his hand and said, he's talking about the future. What about the short term? He said he needed an army. He couldn't deal with all the vassals alone. First, he needed to pit them against each other. That would buy him time to prepare. Once he dealt with at least 4, the duchy would be divided into 3 parts, and victory was his. Then the protagonist raised the cup of drink to his mouth and thought, he knew it. This is it. After that, he said, Prexian, he's raised a very smart child. What will he say, Lawrence? He wondered. What was he talking about? He asked. Will he become his advisor? After a while, knights walked through the streets, gathering people, tying them up with ropes. Then one of the knights flew back into some barrels, screaming loudly. Manhattan walked on and told him not to overdo it. He'd deal with him. At that moment, the man clenched his fists, concentrating his energy, and shouted, Traitor! And he calls himself the Baron's Knight? Manhattan. The knight responded by asking why he should listen to such things. He shouted that they had both learned breathing techniques, and both were the Baron's servants. He was no better. Manhattan frowned and said that he was right, but a knight's duty was to correct his master's mistakes. The man screamed, what kind of knight is he? Damn traitor! He charged, swinging his fist, and Manhattan said all he can do is bark. The next second, he kicked the man in the jaw, sending him flying back. After that, he ordered him to be tied up and the mana center to be destroyed. His subordinates ran forward and shouted, yes. Then Lawrence approached him and said, excellent work. He noticed him and said, advisor. He thought that he was very surprised when he was told to obey someone he saw for the first time and destroy the 8 gates of darkness on his orders. But he really turned out to be a professional, as if he had planned everything for a long time. Who was he? Then Lawrence said that they were moving on to the next point. While they were still confused, they moved forward. He added that there were still 7 left. He would finish before nightfall. Not long before, Lawrence asked in surprise, advisor? Did he hear correctly? At that moment, Prexian rose from his seat and said that he would go get some fresh air. After that, Lawrence said that he was grateful for the offer, but he had to decline. MC sat on a chair and, crossing his legs, asked if he could find out the reason. At that moment, Lawrence pursed his lips and, looking down, said that, in truth, she was a girl. She spent her childhood in the slums, in a commoner family. An uneducated girl at the very bottom of society, the worst thing you could imagine. Her father thought the same. Before he died, he blamed not the Baron for the exorbitant taxes, but his daughter, who couldn't become a knight because she was a girl and couldn't earn enough money to pay the taxes. The tax collectors decided to sell her into slavery, but she couldn't abandon her younger brother, so she had no choice but to flee. They had to steal, but the thought of her brother kept her alive, and those idiots took even that away from her. The 8 gates of darkness found them, and she lost her brother. She was always looked down upon simply because she was a girl. Life became meaningless because everything was taken from her. When her brother died, she decided to start a new life under his name. If they found out she was a commoner, everyone would think she was simply selling her body. She hitched up the hem of her dress with trembling hands and apologized, adding that she couldn't become an advisor. Then the protagonist slammed his fist on the arm of his chair and said, no, he doesn't think so. He frowned and added that she should not listen to such abominations. Talent does not depend on gender. She must look forward proudly, advisor. If someone points a finger at her, she must break it. The 8 Gates is an organization the Baron created to collect excess taxes. This is her chance to avenge her brother. She will have a knight and a group of soldiers at her disposal. Will she cope? Then she stood up and said that if he gives her one day, she will wipe them off the face of the earth. He smiled, looking at her, and said, excellent. He will await the results. Sometime later, the city of Hermes. Myers looked at the ceiling and sighed loudly. He was at Kelmont, the castle of the Earl of Furness. He sat at his desk and said that he had a magnificent office. In response, the head of the 10th branch family, Count Shimon Furness, laughed slightly and said that he was flattered. He asked, so what brought him here? His lordship is probably busy with affairs after waking up. Then he sighed and said, to tell the truth, his brother had become a bit strange. He was surprised. Strange? He told him to take a look. He lifted the sleeve of his shirt and Shimon asked in surprise, where did those scars come from? He said it was his brother's fault. Then he pointed at Hans and added that he'd done the same to the Chamberlain. He beats them every day when he doesn't like something. He can't take it anymore. 10 years ago, he was so quiet and calm. Maybe it was the after effects of the mana surge. He'd become a completely different person. Shimon frowned and asked, is that true? He thought it all fit together now. He hadn't been able to contact Helmut for several days. It seemed Ardon had begun to act, but there was no rush if he used Myers, as he planned. And then Myers said, Count Shimon. He asked, what's wrong? He asked if he wanted to make a deal. He was surprised. A deal? He answered, yes, that's true. That's one of the reasons he came. He just learned that the branch families were divided into factions, and not all members of the Senate supported each other. He thought, damn, where did he get this information? The branch families have split into two groups, each wanting more influence over these vast lands. The first is the Amelton faction, led by Count Lugan. The second is the Furness faction, led by him. The forces are practically equal. Each faction is waiting for the right moment to attack. Then Myers added that thanks to this, he learned something more important. Someone was trying to turn him into a useless drunkard, and their family into a bogeyman. And Helmut was behind all this, and the order was given to him by Count Lugan. Shimon thought in surprise, what? Then he added, that's why he came to him. The deal will benefit them both. He thought, what do you mean by this? He thought someone spilled their beans about their plan and he came for revenge. Really? Then he looked at Hans and thought, did he really try? After this, Myers extended his hand and said that if they helped him remove his crazy brother and become head of the family, he would help him get rid of Count Lugan. He clenched his fist and asked what he would say. In response, he smiled and thought, this is his chance. He cannot miss such a wonderful opportunity. Then he laughed and said that he had not come in vain. He would do everything to make him Archduke. After some time, Shimon said that he could come in. Hans entered the room and bowing asked, did he call him His Excellency? He answered yes, he wanted to ask something. He understood perfectly well who had misinformed Myers, but why did they help him? If the truth came out, then he would also be in danger. He bowed and said that, in truth, he was Baron Kargas's chamberlain and had come to him to protect his new master from his cruel brother. He asked, but why to him, and not to the Baron? He replied that the Archduke had begun to openly show aggression toward the Kargas and could attack them at any moment, and access to another faction was blocked for him, so he merely subtly altered the truth for the young master. And then Shimon laughed and said, what a sly one. He had done him a great favor. It was good of him to go to him, not the Baron. Helmut had just stopped communicating. He was surprised. Really? He asked. Hans, right? He shouldn't worry. He was one of his men now. Hans bowed and thanked him for such kindness, and he laughed slightly and said, nonsense. Then he added thoughtfully, however, without the Baron, it won't be easy to find out what the Archduke is up to. Hans placed his hand on his chest and asked if he could send him to the Baron's estate. He accepted generously. Now he wants to prove his loyalty. He knows the Duke personally. He has connections. He will be useful. In response, he laughed and asked, is that so? So he'll be able to report what the Archduke is planning and when. He clenched his fist and said, of course. Then Shimon handed him a bag and said, excellent. He should communicate with him using the crystal ball. He held out his hands to it and replied, yes, he can rely on it. After that, he left the office and, holding the ball in his hands, thought, so far, everything is going according to plan. Mr. Myers had played his role perfectly. He needed to try as well. At that moment, Shimon, sitting at the table, asked, what will he say, Commander Lowenson? He, standing behind the wall, folded his arms across his chest and said that it sounded harmonious, but too smooth. He came closer and added that for now he didn't see any danger, but he must be more careful. He replied, yes, we need to find out his intentions. Shortly before, the knight had said that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He'd seen a lot during his time as a knight, but he'd never seen anyone so dangerous. She killed criminals without a shred of mercy. Not long before, Menharten had approached Lawrence and said, Counselor, you shouldn't go that far. She said she promised his grace she'd wipe them off the face of the earth. He'd only seen her for a second, but it still gave him goosebumps. Her face was like that of a child-devouring demon. He looked at the knight and asked, he's guarding the prisoners, right? Be careful. He must watch out for that devil. He replied quietly. At that moment, Lawrence approached them and asked, the devil? Some new criminal gang? The knight cried out in fear. Then Lawrence said she was reporting to the Archduke. He replied, of course she can pass. He's training. At that moment, the protagonist pointed his sword forward, and sighing flew further, striking the dummy, cutting it into several pieces, and then swung the weapon again, hitting several more targets. Then he lowered the sword and thought, there was no point in training with dummies anymore. Then Lawrence approached him and said, Your Grace, I have a report. He looked at her and asked, is this about the previous conversation? She answered, yes, there are useful people in the 8 gates. They can be turned into a good reconnaissance team. He took the documents and said, excellent. Are they ready yet? She answered, a little more than half. At that moment, the knight shouted, Sir, a man has arrived who introduced himself as Hans. The protagonist asked, Hans? He answered, is that right? What should he answer? He said that this was his servant and that he should come to his office. Lawrence, she did too. She answered, yes. The protagonist walked on and said, it looks like he's managed to infiltrate. He'll see if the plan worked. Sometime later, Kelmont Castle, the training grounds. Myers held up his shield, sighing loudly. An enemy leaped at him from behind, but he parried the attack from both sides, then parried the next attack with his sword. Then he turned sharply, blocking another attack. At that moment, Lowenson watched him from above and said, a good level. He's fit for the role of head of the family. Shimon sat next to him on the throne and said, the blood of Ardon is immediately visible. He must make sure Lugan doesn't find out anything, and he must monitor the Archduke's every action. He replied, yes. He rose from his seat and said he was counting on him. He laughed, stroking his chin, and said, who would have thought he'd be so eager for the Senate meeting? After a while, MC read the letter and said, it seems Myers is doing well. And what about the Count? Hans replied that he had no idea, they had done everything perfectly. Since he was invited to the Baron's estate, it would be a little easier to pass on information to him. Lawrence asked if he was already driving stakes between the families. They would start after the meeting. The protagonist answered, yes. At that moment, Hans looked at her in surprise and wondered if she knew about their plans. Then he asked, His Grace, who is this? He replied, Lawrence. And this is Chamberlain, and they should discuss the details. They would soon have to work together a lot. Then, Lawrence put her hand to her chest and said that she was very pleased. She was Lawrence, his Grace's advisor. After a while, they sat down at the table, and Hans sat opposite her and, taking a small sip of his drink, thought, he had only been gone a week, and he had already found someone so smart. Wait, she has such delicate features. Is she really his type? Then he became frightened and thought, Heart, slow down. And Lawrence thought, what was he thinking about with that expression? Then she said, it seems he doesn't like her, Lord Chamberlain. He coughed and said that wasn't quite true. She was simply so young. In response, she handed him the notes and said that age didn't matter as long as she could be of use to the Archduke. Here's a report on the current situation. Wouldn't he like to take a look? He began to read the report and wondered if she would simply ignore the comments. She was better than he thought. Then he asked in surprise, what, Baron Helmut and his 2 sons in prison? She replied that that was true. A public execution would take place soon. He was surprised. An execution? But to execute nobles. She said 357 people. He asked, huh? She replied that so many died of starvation last winter because of the Baron, and how many more suffered at his hands were too many to count. Besides, they raised their sword against a descendant of the Ardon family. He still thought that execution was too much. Maybe she should start doubting his loyalty? He answered, no. He thought that if he had sided with the Baron, he would already be a corpse. He said, wait, 8 gates destroyed in just 1 day. She replied, right, that was just one of the completed tasks. So what was his plan? He replied that he was gaining the Count's trust by passing false information to the young master, and that he needed to get as close to him as possible. She asked, and then? He looked surprised. What? She asked, is that the whole plan? He folded his arms and said he'd only been there 1 day, and that was enough to fool the Count and come back. They can't predict how he'll act next. Wouldn't it be better to simply adapt to the situation? And then she sighed and said, Chamberlain. He wondered why her sigh sounded so condescending. He shouted, what? She said that wasn't enough. He should let her plan everything. Then she put the cup and saucer on the table and added that he'd let go of something very important. He shouted, what? She said that if he returned to the Count like this, he'd lose his head. He looked at her in surprise, and after a while, MC said that he was grateful that he'd come all this way, and that they would introduce themselves first. Then Geron bowed and said that he'd heard a lot about her. He was Geron from the Misa starting group. He will be happy to work with her. Lawrence shook his hand and said that she would too. There was no need for formalities. In response, he laughed and asked, well, how so? After all, she is his lordship's advisor. Then the protagonist looked at him and asked, Geron, is everything going according to plan? He answered, yes. He just wanted to convey the answer. He held out the letter and said that perhaps he was expecting other news. The protagonist reached for the letter and said, no matter, he will personally thank Marquis Bloten for agreeing to carry out such a difficult task. Then he opened the letter and throwing it forward said, some empty talk, not a word on the matter. And the handwriting is disgusting, Lawrence said. It seems the king supported the Senate. The protagonist said, he said that he must resolve the problems between their families himself. Lawrence said, then excellent. Geron asked in surprise, what does this mean? She said that at the moment the king and the 7 great families are the main obstacles and he decided not to interfere. She thinks that this is exactly what the Archduke wanted when he submitted the appeal. The protagonist replied, yes, thanks to the letter. He was convinced that the great families were behind the Senate. The king had abandoned them for his own gain. Then he slapped the document and said they would come back to this later. The plan was ready. The king had given them the stage. Time to begin. Then the MC said, I see. So he wants to establish potion supplies throughout the country? Geron sat across from him and said, exactly. But his trading company couldn't handle such volumes, so he decided to let House Bessus handle the supplies. As he surely knew, his family had established trade relations throughout the country, so there would be no problems. It would also be possible to negotiate supplies to neighboring countries. They would receive at least 100-fold benefit. Then the protagonist extended his hand and said he saw no reason to refuse. He should tell the Marquis that he looked forward to their cooperation. He shook his hand and replied, of course. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the protagonist said she could come in. The advisor entered the room and said that she apologized. His Grace, the preparations were complete. MC rose from his seat and said that he apologized. Geron, they were not finished yet, but, he replied, it's okay. He understands everything. He will send him a letter with all the details. The protagonist waved his hand, thanking him, and said, see you later. Then the advisor said, Sir Manhattan is also waiting downstairs. He replied, very well, they are coming. He sighed, and Geron, rising from his seat, thought, the Archduke is truly an incomprehensible man. Did he really foresee the expansion of supplies? The entire kingdom seems to be in the palm of his hand. He wishes he could restore House Ardon to its former strength as soon as possible. Then MC said, Lawrence, he leaves the supplies to her. She should take care of everything as soon as they receive the documents from Geron. She replied, all right. Then he asked, have they arrived? Manhattan stopped near the door and answered, right, this is where they are holding the Baron. He asked, was he being interrogated? Lawrence had said it was true, but even torture hadn't helped. There were still gaps in his stories. He said, I understand, he'd figure it out. He extended his hand to Menharten, who handed him the keys and said he'd done a good job. He should give him the key, and then he could return to his duties as captain of the knights. He replied that he understood, but his grace. The protagonist gave him the key and told him not to worry. He kept his promise. He would spare the rest of the Baron's family. Menharten thanked him and said that in that case, he would return to his duties. At that moment, Helmut sat on the floor and thought, what a fool. When he was young and weak, when enemies surrounded him, he was so cautious that he seemed unsociable. But when he became a member of the Senate, when he gained power, he, without realizing it, turned his nose up at the wall. That was his mistake. Tears streamed down his eyes. He thought he had underestimated the Archduke, crossed the line. He had no idea how strong he was. At that moment, he heard the key in the keyhole and cried out in fear, Your Grace. The protagonist stepped forward, and Helmut shouted, the same. He imagined Lawrence returning to the torture. He cried out in fear, pressing himself against the wall. He shouted for her to stay away. He covered himself with his hands and added, enough. He had already told them everything. At that moment, MC spoke up. His acting was not impressive. He couldn't believe that even in such a situation, he was still hiding something. He put his hand on his waist and asked, does he think that if he has any useful information left, it will buy him a little time? He replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and the protagonist asked, did he expect to wait for reinforcements? He threw him a document and said that he shouldn't hope for it. At that moment, Helmut leaned over the document and asked fearfully, what is it? The protagonist told him to read it, and he thought, this is the royal seal? MC asked, well, did he understand? Even the king turned his back on him and his sons. He thought they should resolve problems between families on their own. Then he clutched the letter and slammed his hand on the ground, screaming loudly. He said that this was the end. He would tell everything he knew. He asked that he and the boys be spared. The protagonist replied that they would see. First, he had to tell. And then the Baron said that there was another floor under the house where he kept all the secrets, including the relic of Duke Arden. The protagonist asked, what? His father's relic? He dared to appropriate the divine sword? He screamed in fear, asking him to calm down. He held his hand out in front of him and said that it wasn't him. He was in the Senate, of course, but no one would trust him, and he himself knew that it was broken. MC was surprised. What? The divine sword Dranian is the perfect sword, capable of cutting through anything and withstanding any heat. This divine relic has been passed down for generations from the old head of the family to the new one. It is the symbol of Ardun. It was with this that he fought in the final battle. He thought, even though he lost, the sword withstood all the blows of the Dragon King. And now it was broken? Then he leaned over and said that it was impossible. He must tell how it happened. He answered, yes. 15 years ago, when the dragons attacked, the countries unprepared for defense immediately fell. The Ardun created a death squad, consisting of the best representatives of the family. They were stronger, more talented than any knight, and ultimately challenged the Dragon King himself. But they all died, and they found only the hilt of the divine sword. The protagonist, looking down, thought, so that's how it is. So my father also fought the Dragon King. He asked what happened to the Dragon King. He answered that he did not know. He only heard that he was never seen again. Then MC wondered, did the Dragon King hide, so they managed to seriously wound him? He then asked, then why did they agree to peace? The dragons had lost their king, and they now had a chance to win. He replied, but your highness, it all happened before his coma. Had he really lost his memory? But the protagonist shouted for him to answer. He answered, of course. The Xenon Empire initiated the peace. They forced the neighboring countries to agree. The protagonist asked, surprised, what? After some time, Lawrence came down the stairs and said that there really was a secret passage. The protagonist walked ahead of her and said, yes, Helmut hadn't lied. He held the lamp in front of him and thought, so that's all he said. Not long before, he was sitting opposite him and asked, how? He needed details. He replied that everything was exactly as he said. After that battle, the Dragon King disappeared somewhere, but his commanders were still there, and the army was still strong, so nothing had changed. Soon after, one of the ambassadors contacted the Xenon Empire, and so the strongest countries concluded a peace treaty with the dragons, and the rest followed suit. The protagonist thought he didn't understand anything. The Empire had never been weak. Besides, in this world, their position was better than his. Details would be needed. Then he stopped and said that they had arrived. He looked at the huge magic symbol and cast a protective spell, and he did a good job. She should open it. He handed the item to Lawrence and said he would provide it to her. She extended her hand toward him and replied, okay. After that, she placed a special item in the center of the magic circle, and the door began to open. MC thought that his father's relic was kept here, but not the divine sword. He had an idea what it was. No, he was almost certain. They walked forward, and Lawrence noticed that it was larger than it looked from the outside. There was so much here. Would they even be able to find the relic? The protagonist smiled and replied, yeah, they already found it. With these words, he looked at the flask. Not long before, Helmut had thought in surprise that this had happened when they were preparing the Duke's body for burial. He couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the covered body and asked, what is it? He thought that some kind of black metallic liquid had leaked out of the Duke. No one knew what it was. The Senate debated for a long time what to do with it, and in the end they decided it would be safer to divide it up and store it in parts. MC opened the flask and said that the branch families don't know it's the 8th ring. Another rare heirloom passed down in their family, like the divine sword. Lawrence was surprised. The 8th ring? So there are 8 of them? This thing doesn't really look like a ring. He replied that it wasn't named that because of its shape. After that, he used black flame breath and energy began to concentrate in his body, and the ring dissolved in his hand and penetrated his body, scattering in all directions. The protagonist looked up, and then the scattered clumps of ring returned to his body. Lawrence covered his face with his hand and cried out in alarm. Archduke, what's wrong with him? The next second, MC sighed and, looking at his hand, said, well, not bad. She was surprised. Could he explain what it was? He replied that the 8th ring had to be absorbed. No one knows what it's made of, but the Arden always possessed this treasure. It was usually passed on to the new head of the family. Only those with strong Arden blood can use the ring. For those who haven't mastered the black flame breath, it's just a trinket. She asked, so the 8th ring possesses some kind of special power? He confirmed it and added that it was easier to show. She should move away. It could be dangerous. She answered, okay. Then he began to concentrate his energy and thought that he should first direct the flow of mana directly into the 8th ring. It would begin to greedily absorb it. Then he let out a small cry and thought that the 8th ring was binding its owner hand and foot. He had already forgotten what that felt like. Excellent. Now he needs to release all the mana accumulated by the ring. The next second, he sighed loudly, and the energy scattered in all directions. Lawrence then looked at him in surprise and asked, did he just release all the mana? He smiled, looking at her, and replied, that's right. The 8th ring can accumulate it and grant it explosive power. Now reclaiming the lands will be even easier. We need to factor this into our plans. She placed her hand on her chest and bowing said, good. Then he headed for the exit, and waving his hand, said she should also find out where the remaining pieces were. She said he could rely on her. Then he moved on and thought that not only did they not revere their father, who had sacrificed himself for them as a hero, but they were also stealing his relic out of greed. He clenched his fist and thought that they should wait. He would get them yet. Freaks, to question Arden's valor. He would finish them all off. After some time, he sat in his office and asked in surprise, what, 5 pieces were taken outside his land? Lawrence stood across from him and confirming this, added, 1 each with the heads of 4 families, and 1 more in the kingdom of Rhymedale. He asked, is that certain? She answered, yes, the Baron confirmed it. The protagonist closed his eyes and folding his arms across his chest, said he thought there was no point in lying now. That's the problem. He couldn't get everything together quickly. Well, never mind. For now, it was better to think about how Terran would return. He would make do with what he had. They would return to the matter of the stolen rings later. Thanks to her, he understood how to act now. They would take the ring hidden under their noses. She must prepare for the attack. A new life had begun in the small town of Port. Rumors spread everywhere about the appearance of the hero's heir, ready to fight for the people. Rumors spread quickly. The people became confident that despotism was over. They had new hope on that very day. People gathered in the square near the site of the exemplary execution. Then a man pointed forward and shouted, there they come, the Marquis and his 2 sons. Wow, what a sight! They are finished, pathetic scum. The rest of the people supported him and shouted, this is revenge for his dead wife. Because of them he lost his entire family. Kill them, execute them. Then the knight shouted, everyone, remain silent. The Archduke has arrived. At that moment the MC walked forward and the assembled people spoke. This man is the one who overthrew the Marquis as soon as he arrived in the city. The protagonist climbed to the hill where the guillotine stood and thought, Duke Ardon, who saved the city and put an end to the Marquis's atrocities. Then he stopped, looked at the assembled people and said, they must listen. Residents of Port. Not only did Marquis Helmut violate the treaty, but he also illegally appropriated the residents' property. Their families and friends suffered because of his actions, and some had to say goodbye to their lives. He, the head of Arden, Ethan, will return all tax rates to normal. Helmut and his sons, in accordance with family law, are stripped of their marquisate and all titles and sentenced to death. With these words he extended his arms forward, and the inhabitants joyfully shouted, glory to Arden, glory to the Duke. The next second, the guillotine was used. After some time, Marie was surprised. Was this all true? Had Ethan seized the family of the Marquis of Cargus? Lawrence sat across from her and replied that it was true. On the same day he arrived in Port, he seized the Marquis and was now restoring order in the city. She said, well, but if he sentenced the members of the Senate, won't the other 7 clans interfere in this matter? She replied that she should not worry, Duchess. His lordship acts taking into account all possible turns of events. Marie said, I understand. She said that she arrived in a carriage that would continue on to Port. She suggested continuing the conversation on the way there. She replied, okay. Then she looked at the guy next to her and said, but this is the knight who's with her. He said, ah, he forgot to introduce himself given the situation. He bowed and said that he was the Duchess's escort knight. Lawrence thought it must be the same one the Duke had spoken of. He said that the Marquis of Bessus had sent him as a sign of alliance. After a while they went outside and the knight said that he would ride on horseback and she should get into the carriage with the Duchess. He would follow behind with the other escort knights. She replied, okay. After that they set off and Marie said, so that's it. As long as Ethan uses the accompanying faction structure, his strategy is safe. She mentioned that she was an assistant. She was grateful for answering all her questions. Until now, she had no one to ask about her family situation. Then she smiled and asked, she has too many questions, right? She not only has a good memory, she is also very kind. Lawrence closed her eyes and noticed she was exaggerating. She should address her informally. She was the Duke's subject. She covered her mouth in embarrassment and asked if that was all right. She replied, of course. Then Marie took her hands and said, that's good. She approached her and added how wonderful it was that Ethan had someone like her by her side. She was surprised. What? And then Marie, continuing to smile kindly, added, it felt like she had a little sister. She hoped they would become friends. Lawrence, embarrassed, lowered her gaze and replied, yes. She wondered how it was that such a noble, wonderful man could behave so casually with her. The Duke too, it seemed. Was everyone in the Ardon family like that? After a while, they arrived at the right place, and the coachman stopped the horses. The protagonist approached them, then opened the door slightly and offered his hand to his sister. She stepped out of the carriage, holding the hem of her dress, and asked if he had come out to greet her. He replied, welcome, sister. She looked ahead and said, wow, what a huge castle. Then a knight approached them and said that he welcomed him, Duke. He bowed and, placing his hand on his chest, added that he had heard a lot about him from Lord Geron. He was Fulton, and the Marquis of Bessus had sent him to accompany them. MC smiled, extended his hand, and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He was Ethan. The knight returned the handshake and said it was a pleasure to meet him. The next second, the protagonist felt energy and thought, a mana wave? Is he discreetly using it to study him? Then he smiled and thought that he was doing a good job of hiding the movement of mana. An ordinary knight would not have noticed anything, but not him. The next second, he released his energy, and Fulton looked at him in surprise. He thought, judging by his level, this was a knight of about rank 6, so Marquis Bessus put a lot of effort into sending him. Then MC turned around and said, Lawrence, she must prepare a room for Sir Fulton. She bowed and replied that she obeyed, and the knight thanked him. He thought, it's strange, in terms of mana, he only has rank 2. No matter what his abilities, how could a knight of that rank disperse his mana? Then Marie walked forward and asked, any news about Myers? The protagonist approached her and replied, yes, he sent a letter. After a while, they entered the room, and Marie, moving on, asked in surprise, wow, is this her room? He confirmed it and asked if she liked it. She asked, Ethan, is she really allowed to use this? Everything here seems so expensive. He smiled and asked, what is she talking about? The Duchess of Ardon should only use this. She asked, really? He folded his arms over his chest and answered, of course. Starting tomorrow, she will be taking management lessons. What does she think about it? She was surprised. Management? He answered, that's right. If she doesn't mind, he would like her to help him in this area. Naturally, if she doesn't want to, she can refuse. She extended her hand to him and asked how she could not want to. He does so much, she should help him. Then she stroked his cheek and said that she didn't know if she would succeed, but she would try to be a support to him. In response, he thanked her and added, by evening he will introduce her to another knight instead of Sir Fulton. She looked at him in surprise, and then he went to the door, waving his hand, and told her to rest. They would see each other at dinner. She said in surprise, he must wait, Ethan. What is he talking about? Then he left the room and thought, a 6th rank knight. He is not just someone who knows how to handle a sword. Here, someone who has begun to understand the essence of the sword, a 6th rank knight. Such a person is quite capable of doing more than he can. The reason Count Lugon and Shimon are so calm is because they have several knights of this rank. He walked forward and thought that he only started training a month ago. His strength is not yet enough to resist. After that, he knocked on the door and said, sir, it is he. Can he come in? Fulton opened the door slightly and asked in surprise, Duke. He asked, did he say his name was Sir Fulton? Can you spare him a little time? He answered, yes, although he had not yet unpacked. If it does not embarrass him, then he can pass. In response, MC thanked him and then sat down at the table. Then Fulton apologized and asked, but could he ask what reason he came to him for? He replied, nothing special. He had one proposition. Saying it in front of the castle gates was a bit impolite. He thought it was perfectly normal now. After that, Fulton sat down at the table next to him and thought he finally understood what was going on. He asked, what kind of proposition? The protagonist folded his hands in front of him and said, he too was curious to know his abilities. He would like to learn one technique. There was still time before dinner. How did he like such a proposition? Would he like to fight? After some time, Marie turned the page of the book, then raised her hands up and said that while she was reading the book, it was already time for lunch. A knight stood behind her, his hands folded behind his back, and said that it was true. The sun was already setting, and then she looked at him and asked, sir, will they dine together? Even if it was only for a day, but today he was her escort knight. He asked, is that possible? She answered, of course. Then he smiled and said it was an honor for him, but awkward in front of Sir Fulton. She asked, in front of Sir Fulton? He asked, hadn't she heard that the Duke had offered to duel him? She was surprised. What? Ethan? He answered, that's right. The fight was probably in full swing now. She said, what can you do with it? Meanwhile, the protagonist prepared to attack and then struck in front of himself, and Fulton held his sword in front of his weapon and, blocking his attack, he thought, not a bad blow, and MC thought that he knew it. He parried it well. In that case, he could attack as much as he wanted. Well then, maybe he should pick up the pace? He concentrated his energy, then smiled and ran to attack. In response, Fulton clenched his teeth and concentrated his energy, swung his sword, parrying his blow. He thought that the speed of the attack was faster than he thought. If he hesitated, he he could, on the contrary, hurt himself. The protagonist then pointed his sword forward and thought in surprise he disappeared. Then, from behind, he turned around abruptly when Fulton appeared behind him and parried his attack with his sword. Fulton then thought he couldn't understand how he was able to restore mana from his shattered aura and strengthen it again. It was impossible for a normal person. Furthermore, how did the Duke manage to manifest abilities beyond his mana? A knight's strength and speed depend directly on this, so their level is determined based on their mana. But Fulton had never met anyone like Ethan. That's why he didn't know that the fragments that were spread throughout Ethan's body had the essence of flame, so each piece acted as a clot of mana. He was able to transmit this throughout his body faster and more accurately than squeezing it from his abdomen. Then Fulton let out a loud scream, and MC jumped back and, skidding to a stop on the ground, said, "It's a little heavy." Fulton asked in surprise, "What's he talking about?" It was simply astonishing that he could do something like this with so much mana. The protagonist thought, a duel with a high-level wielder. It had been a while since he'd thought about the times when he'd learned how to wield a sword. Then he said, well, now they'll try fighting properly. At that moment, the protagonist activated 8 rings. Energy spread around, and Fulton, his mouth open in surprise, thought, what is this? The amount of mana suddenly increased. The next second, MC charged, swinging his sword in front of him, and then Fulton also rushed into battle. They struck each other, while Manhattan, watching, thought, Duke, he's already demonstrated unprecedented abilities when he fought them. It's simply amazing. He clenched his fist and thought that in just a few days, his skills had improved. Where was the limit to his capabilities? Then Fulton struck, and the protagonist raised his weapon in front of him, but the next second his sword flew aside, and with a sigh, he noticed that he had lost. He then said that he couldn't be defeated. It had been a good battle. In response, Fulton thanked him and then told him to listen, Duke. MC took the towel from the maid and asked, what? He said that during the battle, his strength and speed had increased dramatically. So, at the very beginning, he wasn't fighting at full strength. He replied that it wasn't because he was borrowing strength. It was an Ardan clan technique. He exclaimed, wow, there is such a technique. It's simply amazing. The protagonist added that even if he had such skill, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to even use it. It had been a good battle, and he was grateful for his time. Fulton bowed and replied that, on the contrary, he was grateful to him. He thought he'd miscalculated. He'd simply wanted to check if his abilities were true. He hadn't thought it was that serious. The movements and techniques he demonstrated combined precise knowledge, like something out of a textbook. But at the same time, there were some elements that defied conventional wisdom. He clenched his fist and thought that his understanding of the sword was at the level of a fully trained knight. After reaching level 6, he'd wandered in a distracted state for another 5 years. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the highest level. In just 6 months, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. The only thing the Duke needed was time to accumulate mana. Then he called him over, and MC turned around and asked, huh? He said he learned one technique from him today, but he'd also learned a lot from him. If he didn't mind, could they duel again sometime? The protagonist smiled as he looked at him, thinking how unexpected. With such abilities, he could become arrogant, but on the contrary, he wants to learn something. Then he extended his hand forward and asked, is it really so? He's always prepared. Fulton smiled and said, yes, he says it sincerely. He thought, looking at his sword technique, he realized something. And then the protagonist shook his hand and said, great, when there is time, he will teach him a technique. In response, he thanked him for accepting his offer, despite how he acted during the day. Then MC added that he was asking him for favors, accompanying his sister in training. At that moment, he heard a scream, Ethan. He turned around in fear and asked, what, sister? Marie approached him and, pointing her finger at him, shouted, he's not letting the man who has come such a long way rest. Isn't this too impolite? He awkwardly answered, he understands. Watching what was happening, Fulton thought, and really, it is not clear what is going on in his head. After some time, Bloaton, using a magic ball, asked Fulton if his abilities were really on par with his. He answered, exactly. He asked thoughtfully, I can't believe it. The Duke is that strong. He answered, yes, he has enormous potential. Not only had his strength and speed exceeded all his expectations, but he also possessed a special mana manipulation technique that surpassed his own level. This was the first time he had seen such an ability. Bloaton said he was doing well, and from now on, he should report even the smallest details about the Duke to him. He bowed and said he would obey. He added that he would call him in time for the next report. Then, Bloaton began tapping his finger on the table and thought, the Duke had been in a coma for a long time, but now he was able to pierce the manosphere. His strength could be compared to that of a 6th-ranked knight. How interesting. So far, the Duke had shown surprising resourcefulness. It seemed his combat skills were much higher than he thought. He'll probably start taking concrete action, in which case he can't remain in the country either. He then turned to his subordinate and said he'd give him a list of things, which he should find as quickly as possible, and then send to Fulton, along with the letter. He, passing his hand over his chest, replied that he obeyed, and Bloaton, thoughtfully placing his finger to his chin, thought that he was now convinced that the Duke could bring about great changes in the kingdom of Hydern. In that case, now would be the perfect time to strengthen cooperation between the two families. After a while, the knights shouted, "Alarm! Those idiots from the 8th gate have escaped. Everyone, except those putting out the fire, catch the fugitives." The knights ran forward, shouting, "Catch them! They must catch every last one of them." They were running in that direction, quickly, after them. At that moment, Hans, hiding behind a bush, sighed loudly and said, "We barely made it out. Where are they going now?" But the next second, Hans appeared from behind, grabbed him from behind and covered his mouth. The man told him to be quiet. Calmly, the Count had sent him to accompany him. First, he should go with him to a safer place. He said okay. After that, they passed through the bushes, and Hans thought, great, everything is going according to plan. Not long before, he was sitting in the dungeon and holding his hand, asked, "But this doesn't have to be done, does it?" Lawrence sat in front of him and said that nothing could be done. This is necessary to lull the Count's vigilance. It will be a little difficult, but he must endure it for a while. Hans extended his hand to her and said, "There is a limit to everything. He is not some kind of prisoner." She said, "The Count is a ruthless man. He got rid of Baron Kargas with ease, like a lizard that cuts off its own tail, although he worked for him for a long time. Such a man will not trust the head butler." He asked how long he must stay here. She said it would all be over soon, that they would cause a ruckus at the 8th gate tonight. Then they would send a man to help him escape. As soon as they escaped, they would meet one of their pursuers. And then, Hans was currently following the man and thought that everything was as she had said. Even the hiding place really did match Lawrence's words. Then the man stopped near the passage and said, "This way." Then they went down the stairs and he said they were there. He put his hand on Hans's back and said that this was the underground shelter, that it was safe here. In response, he thanked him, and the man, leading him to the table, said that as soon as he got into the castle, he had to hide. What had happened? He replied that he hadn't hidden, that the Duke had grabbed him. He sighed and added, and then placed him in prison and tortured him. The man, looking at him, thought that he had deep wounds, that the Duke was definitely on bad terms with him. Then he said he had deep wounds and needed to be healed quickly. He replied that he was fine, but first he needed to contact the Count. He had important information. He said yes, but he said his crystal ball had been taken from him when he was captured. He was asking for his help. This was a very important matter that could not be delayed. The man said okay, he would contact the Count right away. After some time, the protagonist asked how Hans was. The advisor stood by his desk and said that everything was going according to plan. He had contacted the Count. He said that that was good. Now the Count would be a little more serious. And what about the management? She said they were recruiting new managers. Then she looked at the documents and added that too many had been expelled from the duchy. He said excellent. He entrusted this matter to her. And then she asked, by the way, Duke, what was he reading there? He looked at her and asked, is this what she was talking about? A letter from the Marquis of Bloaton. Apparently Fulton reported it to the Marquis. She said, so that's it? There's something special? He replied, there is. He writes that he will send him a gift to help the plan move forward faster. It seems he wants to form an alliance with him. Lawrence asked, a gift to help him move forward faster? Really? He said, right, 10 to 1, that it was a miracle cure. A miracle cure. Plants with high mana concentrations absorbed from the air are rare in nature. Miracle cures are made by processing such plants. If you eat one, you can very quickly gather mana and fill the sphere with it. MC thought his skills and knowledge were enough to transcend the ordinary, to reach the level of his past life. He only needed time and mana. If his mana increased after the miracle cure, then his fire part would become even hotter. Then, the heat of his sword would be incomparable to what it is now. An ordinary sword couldn't withstand such heat and would simply melt. Then he put the letter on the table and said that before the gift from the Marquis arrived, he wanted to go somewhere. He would assign Menharten and 3 more knights. She should be careful. She was surprised. What? He wanted to leave? Where was he suddenly going? He answered. He needed to get one thing. She asked, one thing? And he went to the door and told her to take care of everything while he was gone. He took the cloak and, smiling, added that he needed a weapon that could withstand his mana. He would make a new sword in return. Loidinium is the capital of the Duchy of Erden. Count Lugon, the head of the Amelton faction, slapped the document on the table and shouted, what does this mean, Count Shimon? The head of the faction took the death of a subordinate lightly, so the Duke can kill all his subordinates, and no one cares. Shimon sat opposite him, folding his hands in front of him, and told him to calm down. If the Duke committed murder, what did he think their actions would be? Naturally, the king and the 7 clans would demand that they be held accountable. It was entirely possible that their estates, no, their heads would roll. Lugon smiled and thought, of course it would, and he would be the one to answer for everything. It was immediately clear why the Duke had struck at the Kargas. He had realized that they had long been plotting against him. He also realized that it was he who had hatched the plan to destroy him. He should now add fuel to the fire and have them tear each other to pieces. At that moment, Shimon gritted his teeth and thought, pathetic idiot, does he think he doesn't understand his plans at all? However, After some time, using a magic ball, Hans said, "Count, it worked." He asked, "Really?" He must tell him more. He answered, "Yes." During the torture, the Duke asked him about Count Shimon. He immediately realized this was his chance and deceived him, giving him false information about the faction. Then Shimon rose from his seat and raising his hand shouted, "Excellent, well done." After all, it wasn't in vain that he trusted him. He then burst into loud laughter. In the present, he folded his hands in front of him and thought, "The Duke's next target is Baron Romanton." He said he might as well have fun while he could. Lugan, a dungeon. There are special areas in nature where mana gathers in vortexes. This draws wild monsters who gather in packs and form dungeons in such places. The mana influences the monsters, and magical crystals appear inside the dungeon. This is used for various magical actions, and the dungeon becomes something like a treasure cache. After some time, the protagonist rode up to the village gates and thought that he hadn't been here for a long time. There must be a dungeon in the surrounding area. Of course, he really wants to get his hands on the crystals and treasures, but right now, finding a special metal is more important. Then he heard a command to stop. The knight standing on the wall raised his hand and said that passage through the village was currently closed. What business had he come here for? The MC showed the object and said he wasn't some strange man. They should open the gate for him. The guard awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that even if he belonged to a certain faction, not everyone could come in here. At that moment, his colleague shouted, "He must wait." What was that pattern? A drawing of golden flames. He thought it was the symbol of the Erdon Duchy. Then he asked, "Isn't he the Duke of Erdon by any chance?" He then shouted that he would open the gates immediately. He must bring the village elder quickly. After that, the gates opened and the protagonist rode on. Looking around, he thought the atmosphere in the village was strange. There was no movement on such a wide street. Anxiety was visible in the eyes of the villagers. Perhaps they were wary of him, or were their faces filled with fear? Then he asked the guard to listen, and asked where the village elder was. In response, he apologized and said that soldiers had been sent for him, and that he would be here soon. But MC said no, he'd go see him himself. He had to take him to the village elder. After some time, the village elder said that a hunter from that village had personally experienced a similar situation. He was hunting, as usual, near an abandoned mine, when suddenly he heard a strange sound. The hunter listened and thought it was the sound of a pickaxe. He wanted to find out who was making these sounds, so he went closer to the mine, and there he saw something he never expected. Then he said in fear, "They were skeletons." Jillian, the elder of the Floran village, spread his arms wide and added, "There were several dozen skeletons there working with pickaxes." The protagonist sat on a chair across from him and asked, "Skeletons?" He meant dead people? He answered, "Yes, they were definitely skeletons." He was too afraid to go inside, but he heard the sound of pickaxes. Then MC thought, "This is very strange. All that can be mined in the abandoned mine is that very metal, Ephrion. Not as powerful as mithril, but harder than steel. Its properties are very similar to those of mana. Ephrion is often used to make magical tools, but this metal should only be discovered here in a few years." So someone else had visited the mine. At that moment, the elder turned to his subordinate and whispered, "What could these skeletons be looking for in the abandoned mine?" He replied that he didn't even know, and looking at them, the protagonist thought, judging by the elder's behavior, the villagers still don't know about the mineral's existence. He needs to find out for sure whether Ephrion is his purpose. But now the problem is different. Someone with enough power to summon several dozen skeletons could only do so under the control of a dark mage, a lich. And the worst thing is, if a lich is really involved, then the matter is quite serious. A lich is a creature served by high-ranking undead. He couldn't defeat his army with his own hands now. He might have to abandon the Ephrion. Then he rose from his seat and said he needed to check something right now. Where was this mine? After a while, he moved a branch and said, "He said it was this way, didn't he?" Then he looked ahead and said, "There it is." He could hear the faint but distinct sound of tools working. Then he walked into the cave and wondered if they hadn't set up a barrier. They seemed confident in their abilities. The elder said he had reported the undead to the Baron, but he hadn't seen those documents. If the elder wasn't lying, did Helmut break the contract and conceal the truth? Did he deliberately allow a lich to appear on his territory? He had a feeling something else was at play here. The next second, a pickaxe struck metal and MC walked forward, noticing skeletons mining ore, and he thought he knew it. It was the Ephrion. Could this really be his goal? The next second, he concentrated energy in his eyes and noticed the dark mage. He said that, judging by the aura he sensed, this was the dark mage who controlled the skeletons. He smiled and thought, it's good that this isn't as dangerous a creature as the lich. He could easily take the Ephrion. And then he came closer, and the mage turned around abruptly and shouted indignantly, "Who is he?" The protagonist asked, "Should someone who was about to die care?" Then the mage began to concentrate energy and shouted that he didn't know who he was, but it seemed he wasn't afraid of anything at all. He would turn him into a skeleton. Then MC took up his sword, concentrated energy, and looked at his opponent. He thought, what? He thought, is this really possible? He then pointed the sword at him and told him to answer. Where did he learn the dragon breathing technique? The mage laughed in response, and the protagonist asked, "What's so funny?" He grinned, pointing at himself, and asked, "Does he even know that? Then he even more so can't let him live." Then he pulled out a magic chain and, pointing it at him, shouted that he must die. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, and then abruptly jumped to the side. He thought he made the chain with mana? Besides, it contains a large amount of magic. After that, the opponent shouted, how can he handle his chain with dark magic that crushed even a 5th rank knight? It seemed the villagers called him over. How unlucky he was. He would have to say goodbye to life for a mere pittance. He would kill him and suck out all his mana, and then turn him into a skeleton. After that, the protagonist rushed to the side and thought, what a strange guy. His mana is at level 5, but his control technique is somehow clumsy. Moreover, he seems to be unable to conceal the flow of it. He continued to dodge the chain and thought, the weak point of this magic chain is immediately obvious. After that, he swung his sword in front of him, and the dark mage gritted his teeth and thought, I've got it. The next second, MC swung his weapon, but several sharp chains headed towards him, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the air. The dark mage began to laugh loudly and proudly said that he had already said that he had defeated even a 5th ranked knight. And here's some 2nd ranked one. It's no fun fighting him. At that moment, he heard a voice from the dust cloud. He talks too much. He frowned, looking ahead. Then the protagonist swung his sword several times, cutting the chain in several places. His opponent cried out in fear. He should wait. Did he break his chain? He thought that he hadn't just cut it with a sword. He had disrupted the flow of mana that ran along this chain. How did he do that? The next second, MC charged at him. He thought, damn, this is no time to gape in surprise. He thrust his hands forward and shouted, impenetrable darkness. This should protect him. The next second, the protagonist swung his weapon, directing an attack forward, and then shouted, well, this is easy to deal with. At that moment, he found himself behind his opponent, then pointed his sword forward. But the dark mage put up a barrier in front of him, and noticed how the protagonist's sword began to break through it, and shouted, what is this? Servants! They must help their master. At that moment, a huge number of skeletons appeared around the protagonist. The dark mage, continuing to hold the barrier, grinned madly and shouted that he would not be able to attack him and fight off the skeletons at the same time. He must die. And the next second, the protagonist shouted loudly. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, he used a blast wave, destroying his opponent's barrier, attacking several skeletons at once. After that, he concentrated the energy in his hand and sending it into the dark mage's chest, used a mana wave. He thought that now he was sure that the clot of mana was located near the heart. The dark mage began to scream loudly. The protagonist grabbed him by the neck and thought, the control method is the same as the dragon race. He learned this in a past life when he was researching the species to fight them. Instead of using clumps of mana in the pit of their stomach, they control it with their hearts. They called it the dragon's heart. And he added a breathing technique to this, then he frowned and said, he asks again, where did he learn this technique? Judging by the mixture of human and dragon techniques, he couldn't have invented this method alone. Surely there must be one of the dragons who taught him this. His reaction speaks for itself. He must tell everything he knows about the breathing technique. If he remains silent, this pain will only intensify. In response, the dark mage said that he didn't know where he came from, but he was quite powerful. However, the order will exist forever. The next second, a clot of dark energy erupted from his body, followed by a powerful explosion. MC clenched his fist, jumped back, and said it was dangerous. If he hadn't left the mana of the 8 rings, there would have been no living thing left. Then he dusted off his clothes and thought, I think he understood the breathing technique. He was talking about an order. In a past life, there had been a pseudo-religion too. Groups of mentally ill people, enchanted by the power of the dragon race, who eventually began to worship and serve it. A dark mage who followed the order's teachings, the Baron's lost records, a breathing technique that incorporated human dragon techniques. How complex it all was. He didn't think he was the only one in this vast duchy. Perhaps representatives of the dragon race had already infiltrated here. He clenched his teeth and thought, words were beyond words. How dare they hide within the order's territory? Then he said that once he made the sword, he would have much to do. Dwarves dwell in the mountains deep underground, skillfully handling metal, precious stones, and various tools. The skill of even the most outstanding humans is mere babble compared to their abilities. Humans have always been amazed by these abilities, so they tried to exploit the dwarves for their own ends, capturing them and making them slaves. After that, they began hiding from humans and living in remote places unknown. Until the war with the dragons and the formation of the Alliance, the dwarves showed themselves to no one. After some time, the protagonist slung his backpack over his shoulder and thought that their technology had come in very handy during the war. He'd even used it several times himself. So he befriended them and found out where their settlement was. He looked around and thought, it was definitely here. But what happened? Not a single warrior, as if this place had been abandoned long ago. His biggest problem was whether he could convince them to make him a sword. However, right now he couldn't find a single dwarf. He had no one else to turn to as they were the only ones who knew how to work with Ephrion. At that moment, a dwarf came out to him and said, who is this? He scratched his head and asked, human, why have you come? MC approached him and said he came to place an order. Had the other dwarves moved? He was surprised. What order? Why did he come here of all places? There were probably plenty of craftsmen in his city too. The protagonist asked, what is he talking about? He asked, what do you mean? The dwarves had long since left here to earn money. Did he really know nothing? There were still such people? How surprising. The protagonist asked where all the blacksmiths had gone. He pointed and told him to try searching in the north. There should be plenty of them in the city of Creston. The protagonist thought, the dwarves who hate humans have gone to a human city? Then he handed him a bottle of drink and said that he was grateful, and he should accept this as a token of his gratitude. The dwarf looked at the drink handed to him and said, wow. He picked up the bottle, laughing loudly, and shouted that he was a smart guy. MC waved at him, and he added, may the blessing of the hammer be with him. Not long before, Muradni, the dwarf blacksmith, put his mug of beer down on the table with a loud bang and shouted, what, broke it again? If he's a duke, that means he can do anything? Arden, or whatever his name is, does he really know how to handle a sword? This is the first time he's seen a man who uses a sword so often. What? You don't need anything, kid. Who does he take him for? He'd better buy him some wine and wait just a month. He clenched his fist and added that he gives his word as a blacksmith. He will make the best weapon. The protagonist thought, as far as he knows, dwarves have no prejudices about the status of people, and they are more interested in making weapons than in money. Now he says that the dwarves have left to earn money. After some time, a guy approached the protagonist and asked, sir, he has a bad expression on his face, maybe something is wrong? He looked at him and replied that everything is fine, but apologizes for making him worry. And he put his hands in front of himself and said, nothing. It's already an honor for him to come to him personally. MC thought, what a funny reaction. And then he said, it's quite noisy on this street. Is it always like this? At that moment, dwarves were walking around and asking what kind of weapon he should get, a sword or a spear. He should definitely stop by his shop. Then the guy said that no one knows how to trade like dwarves. If he goes to any merchant, he'll be left penniless. Then he hit himself on the chest and, smiling, added that he shouldn't worry. Since he's in Creston, he'll show him a reliable and proven place. He'll surely be satisfied. The protagonist replied, okay, he's grateful. After a while, the guy said, it's here. In Creston, this forge is famous for its quality, called steel and fire. MC looked at this and said how long the line was. I wonder if they can get in today? He told him to wait a bit. He'll try to go inside and talk. At that moment, shouts came from the line. He was first. He needs to get in line. At that moment, a dwarf called the protagonist and told him to listen. Mister, it looks like he came to make a pretty good thing, since he has precious Ephrion with him. He folded his arms and leaned his shoulder against the wall. He added, however, that this forge wouldn't be able to properly use this metal to preserve its properties. The protagonist looked at him and wondered if he'd immediately understood what was in his bag. He had keen eyesight. He asked, does he know much about Ephrion? He asked, is he asking? How much does he know? Then he laughed loudly, and the others looked at him in surprise. He came closer and said that Ephrion can enhance the properties of mana, transforming it, so it must be smelted at a very high temperature, which makes working with this metal difficult. However, the hotter it is, the higher its quality and suitability for magical items, and hot pressing can even increase its strength before the metal crystallizes. He asked if he knows Ephrion? That's the wrong question. He should have asked if there was a dwarf who knew Ephrion better than him. His answer was that there wasn't one. The protagonist remembered Muradni saying he was sure there wasn't a dwarf in the world who knew more about this Ephrion than he did. Then a guy ran up to them and shouted, sir, he can come inside. He warned them that he was a very important client. Then he noticed a dwarf next to him and asked, what is he doing here? MC said, it seems he knows him. He replied, right, his name is Poforents. At that moment, the dwarf was surprised. Sir, he was the same Duke Arden who was in a coma, the one who captured Kargas as soon as he woke up. The protagonist looked at him and asked, did he immediately become polite as soon as he heard his status? Dwarves weren't like that before. He preferred the brazen attitude they had before. At that moment, the guy indignantly shouted, he should get lost. How dare he treat the Lord like that? But MC raised his hand and said, no, he wants to entrust his order to him. He was surprised. What? But the protagonist told him not to worry. If he didn't mind, he asked him to send this letter to Port Castle as soon as possible. With these words, he handed him the letter. The boy scratched his head and said, okay, he'll do as he asks, but he must be careful. This Beforance dwarf had been convicted of a crime in the past. After some time, the dwarf said that about 10 years ago, he had a rival named William. They were both fairly well-known craftsmen in the capital of a certain kingdom. One day, a decree was issued that blacksmiths were being recruited for the royal palace. He was confident in his abilities. He and William both knew that his skill level was higher. He spent several sleepless nights trying to craft a true masterpiece, but the result was a real defeat. He sat opposite the protagonist and added that he had bribed one of the judges. But William wasn't satisfied with this and accused him of fraud. And that's exactly what happened. Then he rose from his chair and shouted that he would like to make him an offer. As he himself can see, his forge is living out its days, but he would like to make a weapon for him completely free. But if he likes it, he must promise that the Arden clan will enter into a contract with him. He wants to bet everything he has left and his future on it. The protagonist asked, really? However, what will they do if he doesn't like his product? He replied, then he can slit his throat. MC smiled and clenched his fist, saying, great, if he is so confident in his abilities, There's no reason to refuse him. He must demonstrate his abilities. He happily replied, okay, the deal worked out. He only has to wait 3 days and he will make him the best sword from Ephrion. He was surprised. 3 days? And not 30? No matter how outstanding he is, dwarves work alone. Can he manage alone? In response, he laughed and said that the dwarves have changed a lot. He knows what he learned from William. It's about being proud of your abilities as a blacksmith, not standing on your own, and making reliable allies. At that moment, several more dwarven blacksmiths emerged from the door behind him, and he told him to prepare a contract. The Flamehammer Forge would craft him the finest sword. After a while, the sword's production began. Poforance, directing the others, shouted, "They must throw in all the coal." The furnace burned even hotter. Then he asked, "Well, how is it, Orba?" He stood on top of the furnace and shouted. The metal began to melt. Poforance, "Are you sure nothing will happen if they use so much solvent?" He thinks the furnace won't withstand the pressure. He clenched his fist and shouted that it didn't matter. He had to pour everything he had. Let them use all the materials and destroy the furnace, but they must finish the job. Then he shouted, "Molten iron is coming out. We must maintain the temperature. We must cool it as slowly as possible. The strength of the Ephrion depends on it." After some time, they began to hit the metal with hammers, and then they started working on the decorative elements. After some time, Poforance, picking up the finished sword, joyfully shouted, "Wow, they did it!" At that moment, the protagonist approached them and said, "Well done." And indeed, they finished in 3 days. Poforance looked at him and said, "Just in time, Duke. Only the last touch remained." He asked, "What?" He said everything was ready. He handed him the sword and said that this applies to ordinary swords, but Ephrion is special, and finally, a mana spell is necessary. He asked, "Mana spells?" He answered, "It's the process of infusing mana into the sword." He asked, "Into the sword?" He answered, "Yes." He must try breathing mana into the sword, Duke. If he can withstand this, the strongest Ephrion sword will be completely ready. And then MC took the weapon in his hand and thought how light it was and how pleasant it felt in his hands. Unlike iron, it felt smooth and strong at the same time. One only has to start pouring mana into it, and it will absorb it. Then he concentrated the energy and said, "Okay, he should step aside. He will do it right now." Then he used the Arden clan's #1 secret technique, the fire sword. The most powerful energy gathered in the weapon, and Poforance, covering himself with his hand, thought, "What kind of flame is this? Is this the very same Arden fire mana?" Then he shouted, hotter than he thought. Everyone stepped back to avoid getting burned. The others started running around the corner, and the protagonist, holding the weapon in his hand, looked ahead and thought, "Not bad reaction. This can withstand. Maybe I should upgrade to the highest level?" And then he began to concentrate even harder, and a bright flash of energy spread around. After that, MC smiled, looking at the weapon, and said, "Very good indeed. Credit Poforance. As soon as he arrives in Powert, he will immediately send him materials, men, and a contract. Welcome to the Arden clan, Blacksmith Flamehammer." After some time, Manhattan came down the stairs and said, "I see. So the undead on the estate's territory were dealt with." He didn't know the defenses were so strong. Lawrence walked in front of him and said that the Duke had asked for information about a dark mage capable of controlling the undead. Perhaps that man knew something. Then she opened the door and said that the Baron had disappeared, but the one who had served him for many years remained, the Baron's butler. At that moment, the man was sitting on the ground, and Lawrence said that they wanted to ask him something. He asked, "Are they talking to him?" She came closer, and clasping her hands behind her back, said that he surely knew the village of Fellorin. Did he remember what request the villagers had made? He replied that he knew about it. She asked why the Baron had ignored this request and concealed the truth. He lowered his head and said, "Do you understand?" He didn't know the details himself, but such things happen sometimes. He had seen it himself when he worked in the Baron's office. Suddenly, without warning, a man in a black robe appeared in the middle of the room. At such moments, he was supposed to leave the room. It seemed that the Baron obeyed all of this man's orders. It seemed that this is how he had concealed the truth about the village of Fellorin. One day, when he came back into the study, he opened the door slightly and said, "Sir." Helmut gritted his teeth and asked, "How many mages are there?" He said, "Those were the words he heard." Then Lawrence thought, "Mages? There are several possible scenarios here. If the door didn't open, then it wasn't invisibility magic." Then the butler said that he truly didn't know anything else. She thought, of course there are techniques for using shadows and incantations, but then the butler would have guessed what was going on. After that, she left the dungeon and said that they were finished. Manhattan looked at her and said, "It seems she's caught on to something." She looked at him and replied, "That's right. She thinks it's worth checking the entire county territory. They should gather knights who can help with this. The investigation must be completed before the Duke returns." After some time, a knight standing on the wall shouted, "His Grace the Duke has arrived. Open the gates." After this, the protagonist rode forward on horseback, and Lawrence approached him and asked how his trip was. He replied, "Fine. Nothing happened?" She said, "Yes." While he was gone, his relatives, on the contrary, behaved quite quietly. He dismounted and said, "What a relief." Then he asked, "What about the request he sent in the letter?" They walked forward, and she said that they had conducted an investigation. He said, "Excellent, then he will check it right away." She replied, "Yes." She left all the data in his office. After some time he began to look through the report and said, "Space travel?" The report stated, therefore, that the number of magicians in the county capable of space travel is approximately 50 people, with details described in the attached document. He asked in surprise, "Wait, What did she say? Lawrence, is this the exact data? She stood in front of him and said, that's right, she personally checked it with the knights. He thought the investigation's contents were fairly logical and error-free, but the result was quite unexpected. Spatial movement magic, or teleportation. It's certainly convenient, but it requires a huge amount of mana, so ordinary mages tend to avoid it. It used to be the primary method used by aristocrats in large cities. They'd buy expensive crystals and create teleportation gates. But for around 50 people to be able to use spatial movement magic? Wait a minute, maybe this is the same dark mage he saw in the abandoned mine? His mana level was quite high. Someone who uses dark magic mixed with a dragon man technique? The ability to increase mana volumes in a short time. If such a breathing method were easy to learn, then every mage would have an immeasurable supply of mana. But that's just a hypothesis. So the real problem lies here. Among those 50 people, there's probably someone connected to the order. After some time, Fulton held the sword in his hands and asked if this was the new sword he'd ordered. MC replied, yes, it was. It was the masterpiece of the finest dwarven blacksmith. It was so good that he decided to take it to the Ardon estate, Fulton said. It's very light. The handcrafting was so skillful. The skill of the dwarves should never be underestimated. The protagonist smiled and said that if he wanted, he could have a sword made for him too. He was surprised. Really? He replied, yes. He was guarding his sister after all. You should consider it a small reward for his efforts. Then Fulton placed the sword next to the chair and said it wasn't difficult at all. On the contrary, sometimes it seemed like he had too much free time. He asked, really? By the way, how was his sister? He said he'd been working on administrative matters with Mr. Prexian lately. Although she hadn't done anything like this before, she was proving quite capable. Mr. Prexian also acknowledged the Duchess's abilities, mentioning that she was a quick learner. The protagonist remarked, so it wasn't for nothing that he entrusted his sister to him. He was grateful. He replied, oh no, it's not worth it. Then he reached into his inside pocket and added, by the way, he should give him something. He looked surprised. Him? He placed the box on his desk and said that Marquis Bloten had sent him this gift. After a while, MC opened the box and thought, a special pill that dramatically increases mana? He seemed to think his mana was still insufficient, so such a pill would be most effective for him. After all, the Marquis possessed incredible powers of observation even in this life. Then he rose from his chair and thought, during this trip, he had managed to infuse flame essence into fragments of mana, which then spread to important areas. If, after using this pill, he managed to increase his mana, he would be ready for the third stage of the black flame breathing. With these thoughts in mind, he popped the pill into his mouth. The black flame mana absorption phase began. Energy spread throughout his body. He thought he was about to experience excruciating pain, beyond his wildest imagination. But with this amount of mana, he could easily endure it. First, he needed to activate the black flame to its maximum level. Once the mana heated up enough to melt even iron, his body would absorb the hot steam, and he would begin to experience excruciating pain, as if his blood and organs were on fire. Then, the negative emotions caused by the pain would begin to mingle with the fiery mana. The fire began to burn with a black flame. The next second, he clenched his teeth and screamed loudly as powerful streams of energy erupted from him. Afterwards, he looked at his hands in surprise and asked, but why doesn't he feel anything? He should be experiencing terrible pain, as if he were burning. Had it really failed? At that moment, Rorosha appeared next to him and said, no, it's not that. How have you been, Firechild? The protagonist looked at her and asked, Rorosha, but what is she doing here? She said she wanted to praise him. It wasn't a failure. On the contrary, he had risen one level, and she had received pure fire mana. Thanks to this aura, she was able to revive. Unlike others, he had been able to avoid the tainted fire. He asked, tainted? Did she mean the breath of black flame? She answered, yes, the black flame, mixed with pain, had lost the true properties of fire. As a result, such imperfect fire limits growth. MC wondered, is the black flame breath limiting? The Arden clan became the strongest in sword techniques, thanks to the black flame breath technique. The black flame reflected the essence of the Arden clan, and no one even doubted its destructive power. However, a technique that reflects the essence of their clan is imperfect. He clenched his fists and thought that he could not contradict Rorosha. In his past life, having reached the limit of the level of excellence, he felt a wall limiting him, impossible to overcome. Could this be due to the black flame breath? What should he do then? She said. It seemed like many thoughts were going through his head. But did he know she had been reborn with such a pure aura before, and the source of that aura was the founder of his clan? He was surprised by what she said. The first head of the Arden clan, Ziran Arden. He founded not only the Arden clan, but also became the progenitor of many other clans with his genius abilities. However, too much time has passed, and no records remain of him. There were only 2 stories passed down as legends. His level transcended reality, and the flames he summoned were white. The protagonist thought, white flames, what a fool he was. He only just remembered this. Then Rorosha said, it seems he's realized something. A descendant of Ardan. She will wait for the day he can summon pure flames. They will see each other again, child of fire. Then she disappeared, and the protagonist thought, very vaguely, but he thinks he's understood something. The founder of a lineage who transcended reality and could summon white flames, the imperfections of the black flames, the limitations of past lives. This time, he couldn't summon the black flames. He simply ended the process by circulating them, perhaps now. Sometime later, the estate of Baron Romanton, the town of Uldren. A subordinate ran down the corridor, then abruptly opened the door, shouting, "Baron Romanton, urgent news from the scout. The Duke is preparing to attack their estate," he shouted in surprise. What? Wasn't he planning to take revenge on Shimon? At that moment, Merlin, standing next to him, told him to calm down, Baron. He smirked and said, "But he has him, having recently reached 5 stars. He, on the contrary, is looking forward to meeting the Duke. He should tell him to come quickly." After a while, the guard began to blow his horn. An MC and a group of knights advanced and said, "Forward to Uldren." Shortly before, the protagonist swung his sword, delivering a blow, but Fulton held his sword in front of him and wondered what kind of technique was that. He manages to deal more than 2 blows in a single sword attack. That couldn't be right. He knew, of course, that his mana had increased, but he didn't think a new technique would appear. A red flame technique that only members of the Arden family who have passed through the cycle stage can use. If you mix this with a basic technique, no way. He can't stop him with just a sword anymore. Then he struck his blow, and the protagonist looked at it and, gritting his teeth, swung the weapon, screaming loudly. Fulton thought in surprise, "What?" He cut his sword aura, but he deliberately put a large amount of mana into this blow so that it dodged. After this, the protagonist smiled and said that this blow was a good decision, and in the end, he had to stop his basic technique. Fulton smiled and thought, "This Duke, how much has he grown in such a short period?" Then he said, "The Duke, he thinks that now he will have to fight with all his might, like in a real duel. Naturally, if he allows it." He replied that he always agrees. After some time, Lawrence said, "Here's the strategic plan for Baron Romanton." MC read the contents and said, "Not bad. Even the king can't object to this." She said that she has already prepared everything, he just needs to go and have his say. "Just that?" he asked. "Just that?" She said, "They say the head of the knightly order has reached 5-star level. Perhaps we should gather some more forces, just in case." He smiled in response, folded his arms, and said he thought there was no need to worry about that. As soon as she finished, she should go to a safe place and wait there. All the combat knights would accompany her. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his escort rode on, and the residents were surprised. What was going on? Was it really tax collection again? After that, MC climbed to the hill and thought, the ruler of these lands, like Kargas, is squeezing every drop of blood out of the common people. Both adults and children are in a terrible state. Their faces are filled with fear and suffering. Then he held up a document and shouted for them to listen. The residents of Polaris. They must already know the news about Baron Kargas. Under the patronage of the royal palace, he came to personally inspect the situation in these lands. If he finds Baron Romanton violating this agreement, he will be punished according to the laws of the duchy. So, Elder, he has to answer something. Is Baron fulfilling his duties conscientiously? At this point, the elder spread his hands to the side and awkwardly said, "Does he understand? The thing is." At this moment, the villagers began to mutter, "Punish the Baron? Is this true? Is this possible?" If they protest too much. The next second, the man raised his hand and shouted, "Duke, they want to bring the Baron to justice. He is taking too many taxes from them." The others began to support him. "Right, he must be punished. That's right, because of him, their life is like hell. They have nothing left. He must help. He must save them, Duke." The protagonist shouted, "Good." He heard their opinion. Then he walked forward and shouted, "He, Ethan Ardan, swears on the name of his family that he will punish the Baron. If they know of his crimes, if they have any evidence of the deeds of Baron Romanton, they must bring it to him." After some time, MC took the book and said that she was well prepared. He looked at Lawrence and asked, "Is this the secret organization?" She stood next to him and said, "Yes, it worked out quite well. If he visits 2 or 3 more villages, she thinks he can gather enough evidence." Then he jumped on his horse and said, "Great, let's go." After a while, Shimon asked, "Hans, is this true?" He stood opposite him and answered, "Yes, he just heard from a spy. The Duke attacked Baron Romanton's estate today, and Lugon knows absolutely nothing about it." Shimon slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Well done, Hans. He must send a man there immediately so that Lugon doesn't hear about these rumors." Then he smiled and thought, "We'll see, Lugon. Would he be able to act so brazenly when the Duke deprives him of his subordinates? Even if the Duke loses, he will still depose him from his position, forcing him to answer for all this." He laughed and thought that he didn't expect everything to turn out so well. Sometime later, the Romanton estate, the city of Uldren. The protagonist walked forward, but Romanton stood before him with his subordinates. He laughed and asked Duke what he had come to see him about. He should have at least warned him in advance. After that, the protagonist threw him the report and said, "Enough chatter. Does he know what this is? He would like to hear his explanation." And Romanton said, "Of course he knows what it is." He put his foot on it and asked, "Did he get this in that village before coming here? He thinks he should visit these villages after he deals with him, Duke." Then he looked at Merlin and shouted that it was his turn now, Chief. And he laughed, reaching for his weapon, and said, "Duke, whether he is stupid or too insolent to come here alone, did he think they would tremble in fear of him? Although out of respect for his status, he may not fight at full strength." In response, the protagonist grinned and, reaching for his sword, said that they were even worse than Kargas. Is that all he wants to tell him? Merlin laughed loudly and said, how self-confident. He knows he's proud of his lineage, but will he still think the same when he sees his abilities in person? He swung his sword, which surprised MC. Merlin laughed and asked, so what did he think? Ethan remained silent, and Merlin asked, did he seem to like his greeting? He had ever seen a real fight. MC thought how impudent he was. He was acting too hastily. The order rang out. Wait, Sir Merlin. Romenton asked the Duke to forgive him for his rudeness, but he wouldn't have listened to him otherwise. He thinks they've just become convinced of the difference in their abilities. Would he like to hear his proposal? He spread his arms in different directions and said that after he hears it, he'll definitely change his mind. They don't need to fight. He thinks he's misunderstood something because his real opponent is Count Shimon, namely the warlord Kargas, who banished him to the outskirts when he was in a coma. He is in Count Lugon's faction, so he is on hostile terms with them. Based on the above, he has a proposal for him that he will like, so he thought he is simply speechless. First they point their sword, and now they talk about an offer? He asked, and what kind? Romenton ordered him to trust their faction. If he takes their side, no one will be able to stop them, and then they will tear Count Shimon, who is tormenting him, to pieces, and he guarantees his safety. MC laughed, and Romenton asked discontentedly, what's funny? Ethan said, it seems he has completely lost fear, even forgotten about shame. That's their specialty. Pathetic idiots, right? He cried out. Zifron Romenton. How can he guarantee his safety? He is just some vassal. He has no interest in their dirty squabbles between factions. The elders who betrayed their ruler are his enemies. They must all be brought to Arden's court. Romenton screamed, what? Yes, he is. Mana shot toward him, and Merlin jumped up and shouted, Baron, there's no need to listen to him anymore. He swung his sword, but MC blocked it. Merlin said the secret of Kargas's capture has been revealed. He bribed Menharten and captured Helmut. Maybe he came here with the same intentions? Merlin swung his sword and asked, he fell into a coma, then woke up, and still thinks the laws of the duchy apply here? Romenton clenched his fist and thought, Kargas, what an idiot. He thought he'd gotten old and couldn't keep track of his people anymore, and then here comes such a specimen. But on the other hand, his order is loyal to him. It will never fall apart. MC thought mockingly, Lawrence did a good job. He didn't think he knew so much. If the neighboring lands falsified information like that, then there's nothing to say about the rest. Iron shifted, and Merlin asked in surprise, looks like he felt his power? His smile irritates him. MC said, well, that's the end of the joke. Merlin cried out, Duke. Mana clashed, and at that moment, Marie was sitting in a chair and saying, she doesn't even know if it's okay for her to sit here and drink tea when Ethan could be in danger. Prexian laughed and said, no need to worry about him. The Duke was able to easily defeat Kargas. Count Romenton may be stronger than Kargas, but this time he rode with knights. Marie responded, but Ethan, with his character, won't stand by and watch his subordinates fight. Prexian said, after her words, he now feels like he can fight alone. Fulton laughed and said, he doesn't think the Duke will leave a scratch. Everyone looked at him carefully, and he said he is no longer someone the Baron's men can handle. He tried to fight him and can swear to it on his honor as a knight. At that moment, Merlin was sitting by the wall, surprised, wondering what happened. He was behind him and was already ready to win. Maybe his sword accidentally hit him? Romenton screamed. Mayor Merlin, sir! He frowned and thought, such humiliation in front of his subordinates. What a nightmare. What a shame. Romenton waved his hand and asked why they were standing there. Let them help him quickly. Merlin clutched his sword and ordered everyone to back off. He is fine. However, Count, he asks for his understanding. He was covered in mana and screamed. He is unable to control his power, so he can kill the Duke. Romenton laughed and said, wow, that was not in his plans. Merlin's loud cry was heard, the call of a swift sword. He covered himself in mana and swung his sword, using absolute chaos. Romenton said with a slight mockery, it seems Sir Merlin lost his temper a little. The repairs will cost a lot. He will have to collect taxes again. Merlin looked at his sword and thought, he dodged. He can't feel it. He asked, where was he hiding, rat? He turned around and saw Ethan, who hit him in the face with his hand. He kicked him and threw him aside, and then stepped on his chest. Merlin thought, how is this possible? MC bent down and said, he will tell him one thing. Merlin thought, what power? He can't move. MC remembered his words and attacked, after which a loud scream was heard. Romenton said, there was some loud sound. What is going on? He ordered Sir Merlin to answer. Did he deal with the Duke? MC said, he doesn't think he can answer now. He threw his corpse towards them, and Romenton screamed in fear. What is that? He looked at the body and asked, Merlin? This can't be. Deputy, what's going on here? Let him answer at least something quickly. He looked around and asked, weren't there 30 knights here? He ordered to stop the Duke immediately. The girls squeezed the sword and said not to relax. She ordered to prepare for an attack and show the techniques they had been practicing. She ordered to surround the Duke. They will avenge the leader. MC looked at them and thought, the level is quite low. He won't even have to use the red flame. The girls screamed, all knights, attack. Ethan thought, with such weaklings, he will have to control his strength. He screamed and swung his sword, activating a stream of fire. He thought, there is no point in killing ordinary knights. There is not a single one among them who emanates an evil aura. But the one who really wants to kill him, there is only one here. He looked at the girl, who widened her eyes at him in fear and began to shake. He passed by her and said, he not only imposed inflated taxes and sucked all the juices out of the inhabitants, but also came at him with a sword to cover up his violations, and this is a rather serious crime. According to the laws of the duchy, from this moment on, he is deprived of his title and all his fortune, Zifron Romanton. He screamed in fear, fell to the ground and looked around, asking why they were doing nothing. There were 200 guards here. He looked at them and ordered them to attack him immediately. He was nothing. Romanton waved his hand and shouted, "What idiots! What is he paying them for? Their master is not Arden, but he. Let them obey his orders." The knights looked at him, and throwing their weapons on the ground, said, "Their troop cannot obey such orders. How can they raise a sword against a hero and savior? Moreover, their salaries are paid to them from the taxes of their families, which they collect unfairly." Romanton thought in fear, "What a nightmare." So, all his stupid mutterings were addressed not to him but to them. This duke, he is a terrible man. He has military might, authority, and also the ability to influence the people. And why doesn't anyone notice this? MC said, "This is the end, Zifron Romanton." He hit him with his fist, causing Romanton to scream loudly. He fell to the ground, and Ethan told the warriors to listen to him. He wants to express his gratitude to them for not raising their swords against him and his family. As they had already heard, he had visited other cities before coming here, and he promised that he would put an end to the Baron's despotism. From this very moment, he, Ethan Arden, takes all power from the Baron. He screamed, and he declares that from now on, this land will be under the direct control of the duchy. They will get freedom. The knights knelt and shouted. They obey his instructions. Glory to the Duke. Glory to Arden. After a while, MC said, "Well done." He found the second part. Did the Baron tell her everything? Lawrence said yes. They have the king's seal, and given Helmut's case, it wouldn't be difficult. He asked for mercy in exchange for answering all the questions. MC said mercy. It depends on what he says about this book. Lawrence asked again, "A book?" Ethan said he found it in Romanton's office, called the Sacred Book of Dragons. He ordered her to go and interrogate him again. He needs to find out how it fell into his hands. The Sacred Book of Dragons. One must praise the dragon god, then it gives strength to those who worship it. One must study the scriptures, and may the protection of the dragon god be with them. MC thought, he knew it. This is a book on mana breathing techniques. That dark mage he met in the abandoned mine, judging by the description, this is weaker than his techniques, but this talks about the same breathing techniques. However, this method has very serious side effects. The technique is mixed with the dragon-human breathing technique, but instead of a vessel, mana is collected in the heart. This way, one can quickly ascend, reaching the level of 4 stars, and as a result, a heart rupture occurs, which is fatal. He placed his hand on the book and told them to come in. Sylvia opened the door, and Ethan asked if she'd managed to find out anything. She replied, yes, she'd gotten information not only from the Baron, but also from ordinary citizens. The book is connected with the order he spoke of. It seems they used this to lure people in. MC said, using the book as bait. Exactly. People were unaware of the side effects of this breathing method, obsessed with power, so it was easy to lure them in, unless they harbored hostility towards the dragon race. What do ordinary people think of dragons? Would they really easily trust this method? Lawrence replied that wars usually harm ordinary people first. Even with a non-aggression pact, the dragon race became an object of hatred. That's why, when this book was first discovered, there were frequent requests from the residents for this order to be destroyed. However, the aristocrats ignored their pleas, and those who spoke out loud soon even began to disappear. Thus, with their silence, they allowed lawlessness to occur, while the people simply whispered in corners and could do nothing. Ethan spoke thoughtfully. He thought the Guardian and the interests of both sides were involved, so Zifron acted alone after what happened to Helmut. Lawrence replied, yes, Zifron, on the contrary, seemed to be against it. Some time ago, he shouted loudly, he has nothing to do with this. These idiots, he has nothing to do with that terrible order, Naraxis. MC repeated, Naraxis. Lawrence replied, yes, that's what he said, Naraxis. What's the problem? Ethan answered no, none. He thought, the one who changes appearance. The embodiment of lies, Naraxis. Not all representatives of the dragon race had the same abilities. They tormented people with their special skills. Among them was one called the Shaper. They could take the form of a person, a plant, or an animal. They are very annoying. To recognize such a disguise, you need to be at least a knight of the 7 stars or higher. Even he had to play hide-and-seek with Naraxis for about a year to deal with him. Now, a non-aggression pact has been concluded, but it is unknown how many years he hid in the duchy. After all, the dragon could have taken the form of some aristocrat. Then the situation could become even more serious than in his past life. He stood up and said, Lawrence, this is a rather urgent problem. The book couldn't have spread on its own. He took his jacket and said, there must have been someone who transported this. He needs to personally find out who the transporter was. After a while, a man sat at the reception and said, they're closed. Let them come next time. He said irritably, what's wrong? The man slammed his hands on the counter and screamed. He said they were closed. Let them come next time. At that moment, the door shattered into pieces, and the man's eyes widened in surprise. Ethan said finally the door opened. The man asked, who was he? What was he doing? The guy ran up to him and said, nothing, nothing. He'll explain everything. MC entered the room, and the man asked, what? And who was he? They finished sales for today. Did he want to die? Ethan saw a book in his hand and said, vile merchants who have forgotten their past and sell the power of dragons, and the idiots who happily buy it. What a sight. The man screamed, What did he say? He came and interfered with their business, and now he's still babbling something? The man started flexing his fists and asked, is he trying so hard so they'll finish him off? Another man said, well, they'll fulfill his wish. MC walked past them and told them to move aside. He had no business with them. Someone said, he's just a joke. The man clenched his fist and screamed, but they have business with him. What will he say to this? MC tensed his jaw and punched the man in the face. He said displeasedly, he won't repeat it twice. Let them get lost. The other men answered, yes. They headed for the exit and asked to be forgiven. Ethan went to the main one, who screamed loudly in fear. He pressed himself against the wall and asked, who is he? Why did he come and bother them here? If he doesn't get out of here right now, he will call security. Doesn't he know that causing a riot is a serious crime? MC grabbed the hilt of his sword and ordered him not to make him laugh. He was yelling with such an insolent face. How dare he sell a book praising dragons on the territory of the Duchy of Arden? He thinks he knows that this is tantamount to a mortal sin. The man thought fearfully. The territory of the Duchy of Arden? Could he really be Duke Ethan? MC held a sword to him and said, if he doesn't want to die, let him answer where these books were made. After a while, the man said, he was just selling books that were sent from the order. He himself doesn't know the details. MC said, there are probably other places where books are distributed. Does he know anything about them? The man replied, people from the order check everything very carefully. He doesn't know if this information is accurate or not, but he heard that there's another point in the estate of Viscount Deccan. After a while, Ethan walked through the forest and thought, the estate of Viscount Deccan. It is near the lands of Kargas. He thinks he has decided on his next target. Ethan said, this seems to be the place the merchant mentioned. He entered the cave and looked around. He thought, there is no magic circle with an alarm, not even sentries. This means they have been doing their business here for a long time and they are confident in complete safety. He simply has no words for how annoying this is. He looked out and saw the guys talking to each other. The guy asked, so what did he do? The knight asked again, what do you mean? He threatened him lightly, and he immediately pulled out the money. He took it and sent him to the next world. The guy frowned and said, he knows what. No matter how much the priest covered for him, such things shouldn't be done often. The guard smirked and asked again, who's going to tell him what? The order practically rules this world already. Where can you find such an idiot? Suddenly, there was an order to shut up. MC came out and ordered him to shut his dirty mouth. He was so disgusted that he couldn't listen to it anymore. The guards shouted in displeasure, who is he? Where did he come from? MC said he didn't think they needed to know because they were going to die soon. He couldn't even believe that such words could be said by people. Was there really not a drop of guilt in them? The guy asked. What? He doesn't remember having any visitors scheduled for today. The guard asked. Idiot, doesn't he get it yet? Someone reported them, and this is a mercenary. The guy asked again. Really? That's good. He was just bored. He sent mana through his body and sword and screamed. Judging by his appearance, he was a knight. Well, he asked for it. MC frowned and thought, is this the same mixed breathing technique? He asked. Have they already forgotten about the war between dragons and humans? The guy asked again. What? Ethan said, not only have they mastered the dragon breathing technique, which killed so many people, but now they use it to kill innocent people. And after that, they can call themselves people? He released mana and quickly ran towards the guys. The guy looked at him and thought, he's pretty fast, but his attack style is monotonous. He can handle someone like that without a problem. MC quickly approached and attacked. The guard asked, what? Another guy rushed to attack and shouted, what an idiot. He looked at MC and thought, did he dodge his blow so easily? Ethan grabbed him by the neck and he asked him not to kill him. MC said, he can't even describe how he felt. He was so disgusted. His father and his whole family sacrificed their lives for idiots like him. He will pay for his betrayal and for the murder of his subjects. No one will escape punishment. There was a cry. There is an invader. We need to report to the priest immediately. He ordered everyone to arm themselves and wait for him to appear. He broke through the second block. What a nightmare. Who is this? MC stopped and clutched his sword in his hand, and the guards pointed their crossbows at him and shouted, it's him. Everyone, prepare to fire. Don't move. If they notice anything strange, they will shoot immediately. Ethan looked around and said, what a bright greeting. So, is there anyone else left here? The priest laughed and said, he doesn't think he wants to die a painful death. If he answers questions, he will take pity on him. MC asked again, will he take pity? How funny. Isn't he the same priest who is responsible for distributing the sacred book of the dragon race? The priest asked in surprise, so he knew that this was their territory? Ethan asked again, their territory. He grinned and spoke. He was simply speechless. He released mana and screamed, they worship dragons. How dare he say such things on Ardon territory? He will crush them. Every single one of them. The priest pointed at him and ordered to shoot this bastard. He ordered to leave him alive and find out who he is. Ethan rushed to attack and activated a red flame, a mana strike. It headed towards the guys, who asked in fear, what is that? Did he load the cannon with an arrow with mana? The priest frowned and thought, he also masters sword techniques and controls fire mana. This is no ordinary knight. Wait a minute, is that fire mana? Could he really be Duke Arden? If this is the same Arden, known for his hatred of the dragon race, then everything becomes clear. Nightmare. How could this information leak? Wait. Perhaps this meeting will be his chance. He just woke up. If he deals with the Duke, who is only getting in the way, the dragon race will recognize his contribution and reward him. Then he can gain power. The priest released mana and cried out, "Fire whip, let it appear." He swung it and commanded it to burn. MC dodged and thought, with such a short spell, he was using powerful magic. Could he really use dragon magic as well? Dragon magic. The magic of dragonmen praising dragons with words? That was special. And the best part was that they could use magic without any special spells. This was possible thanks to a clot of mana in their heads, the so-called spiritual word ball. Ethan thought, if he really had this ball, then the Order of Neuraxis was connected not only to the shape-shifting Neuraxis himself, but also to other dragon races. He moved to the side, and the priest shouted, "He's cornered! Everyone attack!" Ethan thought, he's much stronger than that dark mage. He needs to deal with him in one blow. The priest shouted, does he think he'll give him time to cast a spell? He activated the fire shackles and ordered the enemy to be bound. Dark stripes bound MC's body, and the priest joyfully said, he's got it. If he thinks about twitching, his arms and legs will be torn off. He's finished, Duke. Ethan frowned in irritation and said, what an idiot. He broke the shackles and swung his sword, which frightened the priest. MC said, he was smart, priest. The Arden clan has one special feature. They can control fire mana, so his pathetic techniques don't work on him. The priest screamed, what a terrible idiot. He knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with him, but he didn't think it would be this hard. The priest ordered him not to even hope for a peaceful death. He would show him real hell. The cloud giant's aura let it enter the whip. His mana began to spread in different directions, and MC held his sword in front of him. He thought, a strong aura. If he gathers all his power into this, he might be in trouble. The guards rushed to attack, and the priest screamed. Does he think he'll let him stop him? He won't pass. MC swung his sword and thought, there are enough warriors left. Blood spurted from the priest's mouth, and he said to look, this is the power they endowed him with. If he is so confident in himself, let him try to stop it with his vaunted abilities. He created an energy being and ordered it to die. Ethan thought, too late. Nightmare. He didn't want to resort to this method. He released mana from his body and decided to open the double ring. The guards screamed, what? What a nightmare. It pierced the people's bodies and they screamed in pain. Priest. The second part of the secret technique of breathing black flame, the fiery spear. All the manas clashed, but the MC energy was stronger. The priest thought, it can't be. He summoned such powerful magic with pure force. Energy was directed into his body, and then he screamed loudly. The building suffered considerable damage, and people were scattered to the sides. Ethan approached the priest, who was lying on the floor and coughing. He said he wanted to ask him something. He knows about the group of mages who are part of the order. The priest laughed very loudly, and then asked, does he want to demonstrate his superiority as a winner? He really is Ardan's man. MC said he does not intend to chatter with him in vain. Let him answer his question. The priest covered himself in mana and said, of course. Such a group exists, but he will never in his life be able to know about it. Glory to the great lord. Mana burst from his forehead, and he screamed, and now he will go to the next world with him. Ethan grabbed his head with his hand and blocked the flow of mana, causing the priest to scream loudly. He looked at MC, who took this mana, and asked, but how? He answered, he had seen those before, who tried to do the same, so he drained all the blood magic before blowing himself up. The priest laughed and said, what a monster. But even with such power, he will not succeed. No one from the order will give him an answer, because they all swore an oath to their lord. MC looked at him carefully. A seal appeared above the priest, and Ethan thought it looked like magic to burn someone who divulged secret information. The magic was of a fairly high level. His skills were not enough to undo it. Most likely, it was cast by someone higher than an ordinary priest. His last words, Lord, he will need to find out more about him. After a while, Shimon laughed loudly and said, that stupid Lugon made a fool of himself. Hans, he did a great job. Hans bowed and said, he's exaggerating. Count. Shimon said, he's not exaggerating at all. He's great. Thanks to his information, Lugon was unable to send reinforcements. Most likely, he'll find out about it tomorrow. Hans said how glad he was that he was useful to him. But capturing the castle with the forces the Duke had wasn't that easy. Maybe he used some special method? Shimon replied, everything is obvious. Before that, he had won over the Order of Kargas, hadn't he? With their help, he attacked in the middle of the night. He clicked his tongue and said, so this Romanton turned out to be at the level of some order. Hans's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, he didn't think he was so mistaken. He had it all figured out. Soon he would start saying that Lawrence also had magical powers. Shimon shouted, Hans! He cried out, yes! Shimon spoke up. He had made a huge contribution to this matter, for which he should be rewarded with status. He appoints him head of intelligence for the county. Hans asked, head of intelligence, isn't this too much responsibility for him? Shimon said, no, he deserved it. He will give him knights. Let him try to find out what the Duke is up to. So can he? Hans picked up a glass of drink and answered, yes, he will do everything in his power. Shimon said, great, then he is asking for a favor. Shimon laughed and thought, now Lugon has no choice but to fight the Duke. As he planned, he'll put pressure on everyone at once, and his factions will defect. He can't wait to hear what he has to say at the elders' meeting. After a while, Lawrence asked, "Is everything all right, Duke?" MC replied, "Yes, although it's not much. He managed to gather a small harvest." "And how was she? Did she get the information?" She replied, "Yes, she got some information about the Order of Neuraxis." First, the Order of Neuraxis operates as an official organization, mainly within the Xenon Empire. MC's eyes widened in surprise and asked, "What did she say? Is that accurate?" Lawrence replied, "Yes, that's what it says in the official materials." He'd recently found out about it himself while checking the situation in other lands. Ethan wondered, what's going on? The Xenon Empire had also been attacked by the Dragon race. A peace agreement wasn't enough for them. So now they're recognizing Neuraxis as an official organization? What a nightmare. So the scale goes beyond the duchy. MC ordered Prexian to be summoned here immediately. He's probably far more interested than they are. Currently, the Neuraxis Order is considered sacred ground by the Xenon Empire, with a temple at its center. Their branches are located in 6 kingdoms, excluding Hydern. The Order's main leader is called the Holy Overlord, and each branch is headed by so-called Great Rulers. After a while, Ethan slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Damn it! If everything is as he says, Prexian, then the most influential figures on the Western continent are in their hands. There are probably branches in Hydern that he just doesn't know about yet. He can be sure of this, since the priest mentioned the Overlord." From that moment on, Arden had another goal: the revival of the lineage, and the extermination of the orders and the dragon race that have spread throughout the kingdom. Prexian said that it was still good that there weren't many hidden orders in Hydern, thanks to the king's restraining policy. MC asked again, was he talking about that incompetent king? Prexian replied, yes, it's hard to believe, but it's true. His Majesty actively opposed the order, which is why Hydern is the only place without an official branch. Ethan said it was quite surprising that he managed to prevent the dragon race from penetrating the kingdom's territory. He thought he was just an incompetent ruler, always looking to the opinion of the 7 great families. In fact, it turned out that he had been protecting the people all this time. Perhaps in Arden's case, he had no other choice due to circumstances. He turned to Prexian and said that from now on he would report to him on the king's policies. Who knows, maybe they'll find it useful. Prexian replied, yes, he obeyed. MC asked, and also could he find out about this? He handed him a badge, and Prexian said it looked like a chest insignia. Ethan replied, yes, the priest had it. He thinks he's somehow connected to an order or a group of mages, and also to Lorson. He asked Lawrence to send this letter to Poforance as soon as possible, at dawn. She asked, does he mean that blacksmith? He urgently needed a weapon? MC sat down in a chair and replied, no, there's something more important. This is just his guess for now. Not only humans, but also dwarves may be involved in the order. After a while, Poforance dropped the hammer and opened the letter, his eyes wide with fear. The dwarf looked at him and asked, Poforance, what's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly stop? Poforance ordered Muster to keep an eye on the forge. He threw down his gloves and said he needed to go to the Duke. Muster looked after him and asked what happened. Poforance turned around and said that perhaps the chance for revenge would appear sooner than he thought. After a while, Shimon sat in his office in front of the orb and proposed starting the 33rd meeting of elders. Naturally, the first point of discussion would be the Duke's seizure of Baron Romanton's estate. He also wanted to point out that the head of the Lugon faction learned of this fact later than the others. Lugon clenched his fists and grew angry, and Shimon asked, is the leader so incompetent that the Duke disrespects him and dared to attack? Isn't that so? Everyone remained silent, and he asked, what will he do, Count Lugon? Or will he continue to watch from the sidelines until all his people are killed? Lugon clenched the piece of paper and he thought this Duke had a grudge against Shimon. That's why he dealt with Kargas. But it turns out he simply started with those who look weaker. It's too strange that he was the last to know about this situation. Someone is definitely helping Shimon. He's sure of it. Wait, is Shimon really in cahoots with the Duke? In that case, he stood up and suggested sending a warning letter. Shimon asked, a letter? Lugon answered, exactly. Because of the vassal treaty, they can't attack the Duke, but they can exercise their rights and send a warning so the Duke stops the attacks. Lugon frowned and thought, they'll see who's helping him. He shouted, and they will also notify the king of the ongoing events. Shimon smirked and thought, what a fool. It seems he hasn't figured out what's going on yet. The angry Duke won't be stopped by some lousy piece of paper. It will be good if they clash, and he will take this chance and destroy everyone with the help of his brave knights. After a while, Shimon told Hans to come in. He entered and asked, did the meeting end well, Count? Shimon smiled and replied, yes, he has cornered this Lugon. If the Duke attacks Viscount Lugon, that will be just perfect. Did he find out what the Duke's next target is? Hans replied, so far he hasn't been able to. According to his observations, the Duke attacks those areas where taxes are too high. So how about lowering the taxes to distract him? Shimon frowned in irritation, which frightened Hans. He folded his hands on the table and turned to Hans. He asked if he was being too presumptuous. Hans asked fearfully, would he forgive him? He wondered why the atmosphere had suddenly deteriorated. Shimon said that his job was to monitor the Duke. How dare he tell him to be quieter in front of him so as not to attract attention? Hans bowed and asked the Count to forgive him. He misspoke. Shimon told him not to forget his primary responsibilities. He knows what will happen to him if he fails, right? If he understands, then he can go. Hans asked to be forgiven and left the room. Shimon grabbed his face and thought, it's not that simple. He thinks Lugon has figured out that someone is helping him. The best way to deal with both the Duke and Lugon is to make the third Duke the head of the family as quickly as possible. A few days later, on the training field of Romerton Castle, MC read the letter and said with a smile on his face, a letter with a warning then. It looks like his plan has succeeded. Both factions probably think he's going to attack the West. He gave the letter to Lawrence, and she asked, does this mean he's planning to attack Shimon's faction on the contrary? Ethan asked thoughtfully, Lugon is hiding behind the king. Maybe he should use him for his own purposes too? What does she think? Lawrence replied, she thinks that's a good way. MC asked, has the research on Viscount Decon's Sacred Book of Dragons, which the merchant mentioned, already been completed? Lawrence replied, yes, she has established all the channels for distributing the book. MC replied, great. Now their duty is to follow the king's policy, which means protecting the dragon race and punishing the Council of Elders. What's up with Hans? Lawrence answered, as she expected. He hinted to Shimon about reducing taxes, but he ignored it. MC said irritably, greedy idiots. They understand perfectly well that the Council of Elders will face punishment, but they still stand their ground. Suddenly a voice was heard from the side. Someone laughed and said, he says funny things, a thief who stole everything that was his. MC quickly began to swing his sword, releasing his mana. Lawrence thought, who is this? How did he get in here? This place is strictly guarded. An image of a girl appeared, who thoughtfully said, how hot. So this is the flame of Arden, which is talked about so much? Lawrence thought, the Duke's attack had no effect. This is not an ordinary warrior. Ethan asked, who is she? The woman answered, for a thief. He is acting too brazenly. She is the owner of the potion that he stole from her. Now does he understand? MC asked again. A thief, she said. Isn't this too rude a statement for someone who broke into someone else's castle? He asks again. Who is she? The woman asked again. Rude? Let him not make her laugh. Who is he calling rude here? A thief. MC looked at her in surprise and said, this is it. The woman held out the test tube and screamed. They will see what he says about this. Ethan thought, this is the special potion he told Jaren about. Special potion, life force essence, lightning stone, metal mana charger. Thanks to these 4 items possessing extraordinary effectiveness, in a past life, humanity was able to resist the dragon race, and the one who invented them was the craftsman mage, Ilya Fizcraft. She clenched the test tube in her hand and smashed it. Ilya said she invented this potion after 5 years of research. She had not gone outside for 10 years, and he had not made a single mistake and was able to reproduce it with precision right away. There is nothing to even think about. How did he manage to steal her potion recipe? Duke Arden. Honestly, even his comments are simply astounding. Lawrence wondered where she suddenly appeared. Apparently she must be Ilya, but that was not certain. Ethan thought perhaps history could have changed, as it had with Lawrence. He needed to check. He asked, what kind of absurd accusations are these? If she had decided to accuse him, she might as well show herself in her true form first. Ilya looked at him questioningly, and MC thought, judging by her past life, this was the surest way. He pointed his sword at Ilya, and said that the Arden clan should not be underestimated. He immediately guessed what kind of tricks she was using. Ilya smirked and said, he has good eyesight. She admits that he is unusual. She covered herself in mana and changed her appearance, and Lawrence asked, is this her true face? MC answered, he thought so. Ilya smiled and said, let him consider it an honor, pup. And now he had better answer her question. She won't be able to take it anymore either. MC thought. He thought it really was Ilya. She showed her face, which he hadn't been able to see even in his past life. In front of him stands a hermit magician who never shows her identity to others. He couldn't miss such a chance. Great. They'll try to take her on the bait. Ilya screamed discontentedly. Let him listen. What's he stuck there for? If he's up to something. Ethan interrupted her and said, a potion that allows you to use monster abilities for a short time. A transformation stone with mana properties. A bead that reduces the wearer's weight. An invisibility cloak that hides even sounds. A crystal ball that shows up to 1,000 years into the future. A bottle that collects water on its own. Ilya screamed. Enough, she thought. What's going on? All these are the items she researched, and even those that are still in the project. There's no way he could have stolen them. How did he know? She asked. How did he know this? Ethan answered. Nothing special. This is a vision of their Arden clan. There is much more besides these. He cannot tell the details to an outsider. Ilya said irritably. She can't listen to this anymore. He wants her to believe this? They're not even mages or alchemists, and he's talking about seeing swordsmen? MC said she might not believe it. She widened her eyes in confusion and asked, what? Ethan replied. She trespassed on someone else's territory and was unfairly accusing him of theft, but instead of punishing her, he answered her question honestly. The guards came running and started asking, did she trespass here? What's going on? Ethan said, she didn't thank him, and now she wants him to worry. Does she believe him or not? Ilya said irritably. She thought, this idiot is definitely lying. Ethan turned around and said, now that she heard the answer, she can leave. He destroyed the training field himself, so he won't charge her for the damage. She looked after him and thought, what an idiot. She released mana, causing him to stop. She continued to spread mana and screamed, what a teenager. How dare he lie to her? You vile idiot. She'll teach him a lesson. Lawrence cried out in fear. Duke, MC thought, this is a domain. One who has reached the highest level in mana control can change the area around him. In the world, this is called the caster's domain. Nightmare, he forgot about it. In her past life, Ilya was a great mage of the 8th level. She decided to act decisively. Ilya asked, what? They can't move. Terrible idiots. MC thought, so they might get hurt. He decided to unleash his power. Ethan released mana and screamed loudly from the strain. Ilya asked, what? She ordered him not to do stupid things. She thought how fast he was. She started chanting a spell and Ethan swung his sword. She blocked and thought, he broke her domain? Who is he? Ilya used offense and defense, as well as impenetrability. She started to attack, but MC created a seal and began to advance along the ground. He thought the damage was too strong. It's still in development, but he released mana and screamed loudly, and Ilya thought, the energy suddenly increased. Could it really be him? Ethan cast a red flame spell, a scorching spear. There was an explosion, and the knight screamed, be careful not to be caught in the explosion. Ethan destroyed Ilya's barrier and pointed his sword at her. He said she would move and his sword would pierce her. A doppelganger. Ilya thought, what's going on? He just used the dragon breathing technique. Is he in league with the dragon race? No, the Duke could have stolen the technique from them, but he's not the type to act in league with them. She asked how he knew she was a doppelganger. Ethan thought, it looks like she doesn't intend to fight anymore. He replied, just because they are a clan of famous swordsmen doesn't mean they can only swing swords. They are familiar with potion making, as well as techniques that can be useful in combat. Her identity was recognized through one of their abilities. He hopes this answer is enough to dispel all doubts. There is no need to destroy everything here anymore. Lawrence asked Duke, what about her attack on the estate? Ethan turned around and said, it happened because of a misunderstanding, so they will forgive her. He ordered everything to be put in order. Suddenly, he grabbed his chest and began to breathe heavily. He thought it was dangerous, a technique using the breath of the dragon race. Without it, he would not be able to do anything against her. Fortunately, he managed to fully master it without side effects. A loud cry was heard. Let them wait. Ilya stood up and asked, isn't he now waging a war with his relatives? She will help him, but in return, he will tell her. MC interrupted her and said, no need. Ilya's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what did he say? Ethan replied, he said he didn't need her help. He had enough power to defeat them. Ilya screamed, she was an 8th rank archmage, and he was just some 4-star knight. MC said, but he defeated her. She pursed her lips and then screamed, those items he spoke of, she can make not only those, but a ton of others. She laughed slightly and thought, that's it. He'll probably think about it because there's no better craftsman in the world than her. She'll pretend she wants to help him and crush this vision of Ardon or whatever he has. MC said, okay. If that's what she wants, then he'll check if her abilities are useful to him or not. Lawrence, get her room ready. Ilya smirked and thought, he's caught, just like she planned. After a while, Lawrence said, it's here, Miss Ilya. She walked into the room and said, it's not exactly to her taste, but it's livable. Lawrence said, if she needs anything. Ilya interrupted her and screamed, interdimensional pocket. She looked around and said, no worries, everything's here. Lawrence thought the Duke had defeated her so easily that she even forgot that she really was an archmage. Ilya smirked and said, I think it's done. Now the room was habitable. Lawrence looked around and wondered where all those things were placed. Ilya asked, listen, Lawrence, I think she probably knows a lot about the Duke. She wants to find out something about him. Lawrence replied, she herself had only recently met him, so she didn't know much yet. If she wanted to know about him, wouldn't it be better to meet with the lady? Ilya asked again, the lady? Did she mean his sister? Lawrence answered, yes, that's correct. Okay, then maybe she should take the form of the old woman again? Let her take her to her. Lawrence asked to wait. She had heard that doppelgangers could take different forms. She usually took the form of an elderly woman. Ilya replied, exactly, because that was how people showed respect for her age, even though she was half a doppelganger. However, it would be better if she was respected in her natural form. Lawrence replied, that's it. As far as she knew, there was a war going on with the Duke's relatives now, and they were using various data to misinform their opponents. If she remained in the guise of a young girl, no one would suspect her of deception. How about staying like that for a while? Ilya said thoughtfully. That made sense. And was she dressed as a man for the same reason? Lawrence asked again. What? She said, yes. How did she know? Ilya turned around and said, okay. Then she would go to the lady like this. Let her quickly take her to her. After a while, Marie cried out joyfully. She was very pleased, Miss Ilya. She was so young and traveling alone. She hugged Ilya and said she would look after her. Ilya started waving her arms and screaming. Does she even know how old she is? Lawrence asked the lady to look after the guest. Ilya screamed. So he deceived her. The scoundrel. She will still deal with him. After a while, in the office, MC said, it's good that he came, even faster than he thought. Poforance asked how he could be late, since the Duke himself called him. Besides, He could not sit still when he saw this sign. If he does not mind, can he take a look right now? MC handed him the crossbow and said, there were drops of blood on this. Will he recognize it? Performance began to examine the crossbow and then said, there is exactly the same pattern here. Now he is convinced of it. This is definitely his hand, the royal blacksmith Williams. Could he be in cahoots with the dragon race? Even among the dwarves, this is considered treason. The war with the dragons was devastating for the dwarves too. They lived without any definite rules or system, so they were easy prey for the dragon race. When the invasion began, small villages were unable to respond to the enemy's attacks, and dwarven settlements began to disappear one by one. As a result, many of them died, and their villages were completely destroyed. If not for Arden, now it would be thanks to King Muradni, who founded the country. MC asked to wait and asked, what? Performance asked, what's wrong with him? Ethan asked. It's surprising, of course, that the dwarves founded a state, but was Muradni its ruler? Some time ago, the dwarves were crying in the streets and screaming loudly. The man closed the dead dwarf's eyes and looked around. Muradni cried out, dear kinsman, let them listen to his words. They managed to avoid a dangerous moment thanks to the help of Duke Ardon, but he cannot guarantee that such a danger will not knock on their door again. They must overcome this disaster together. All dwarves must become one. So the dwarves and humans united under a single flag and created a kingdom. And Muradni, who personally met with each of the 12 clans and made a huge contribution to the unification, became the first king of the dwarves. Poforance said that all this happened while he was unconscious. MC looked at him thoughtfully and thought that it was very unexpected that he became king. But on the other hand, it meant that he was doing well. He smiled slightly. And Poforance said that some dwarves still occasionally go out into the human world, engaging in trade and sending part of their income to build the kingdom. Let them say that they are only interested in money, but for the sake of his people, he is ready to endure even this. MC said that in the past, he had helped his family a lot too. He doesn't know if this will help him, but their Arden clan will also do its part to restore the Dwarven Kingdom. If he can help with anything, they can contact him anytime. Perforance grabbed his face and said that they already owe a lot to the former Duke Arden. Thank him very much. However, what will he do with William? Ethan replied that his behavior now runs counter to the policies of both the Dwarven Kingdom and Hydern. He may be the court blacksmith, but he behaves inappropriately. Perforance asked if he meant that someone more powerful was behind him. Ethan answered yes, and they have power that even the king cannot handle. It will not be easy. If you thoughtlessly accuse William, they will counterattack. Poforance frowned and said that the other dwarves are trying so hard for the kingdom, and this idiot works for their enemies. He is extremely angry. MC asked Poforance to listen. He doesn't want to play for high stakes? Poforance asked again. What? What was he talking about? MC said, revenge and lost glory as well as sacrifice for his people. There's a way to accomplish all of this at once. He'll make him the court blacksmith. Poforance shouted, is that possible? Ethan replied, he's going to do it, if only he agrees. Poforance thanked him for such words, but he doesn't quite understand. After all, no one believed him. Why did he believe in him so much? MC asked if it was really so strange to trust someone with whom he shared an enemy. Poforance, he became his man. Do you need any reason to trust your people? Poforance said he asked a stupid question. He promises that he will do everything for him, Duke. He swears by his hammer. He dedicates his hammer and his loyalty to him. Ethan said, excellent. He gratefully accepts his oath. After a while, MC greeted Marcus Bloten. The Marcus said he was glad to see him, Duke. He thinks this is the first time they communicate like this. Let him address him as he feels comfortable. Ethan said, okay, then he will call him Marcus. Last time he didn't thank him properly for the elixir, and he gave him such a gift. He thanks. Bloten said he was only glad if his gift was useful. Let him accept it as a sign of friendship. He doesn't think he contacted him personally just because of the gift. Maybe something important came up? MC replied, yes, it might be a bit unexpected, but the court blacksmith Hydern is connected to the dragon race, and he suspects that someone very influential is behind him. Bloten's eyes widened in surprise and said, this is truly an unexpected and very serious problem. Does he have any plans for this? Ethan replied, he has a dwarf friend whose abilities far surpass the current one. What does he think about making him the new court blacksmith? Ilya stamped her foot and screamed. Now her abilities will come in handy. Marie stopped her, and she thought, over the past week, she not only learned the Duke's secret, but was also constantly under the princess's supervision. Finally, she had a chance to prove her worth, and a chance to get rid of the princess. MC said that since everyone was here, they could begin. This was a gift from Marquis Bloten. He showed her the armor and said he'd like to make artifacts out of it. Is that possible? Ilya looked at it thoughtfully, and Poforance said, Duke, if he's talking about artifacts. Artifact alchemy is a high technology in which a magical circuit is imbued into armor and weapons. With this, even an ordinary knight can activate magic. Poforance said that this equipment was made of the highest quality mithril. He thought it couldn't be easy to create something like this. His skill was enough to imbue a magical circuit, but this usually requires a skilled mage as an assistant. Ilya screamed loudly. Why was he staring at her with such a bold look? She was that very mage with the highest class skill. And what does assistant mean? He'll do as she says. Poforance pointed a finger at her and asked, Duke, does he really have to work with this girl? MC replied he vouches for Ilya's abilities. Despite her appearance, she is an 8th rank archmage. Ilya, this is her chance to demonstrate her skills. To achieve a good result, they must not quarrel. He expects a lot from this armor. Perforance bowed and said, very well, Duke. If this is his order, despite all her shortcomings, he will try harder to make a better artifact. Perforance screamed, what? Let the Duke not listen to this bore. She will put fantastic magic into this, she thought. And once he is shocked by her abilities, she will reveal Ardon's secret. After a while, they got to work. MC entered the room and asked, so is it going well? Ilya said, welcome, Duke. Ethan asked, doesn't he have to check how it works? Ilya replied, yes, he turned out to be quite a capable fellow. Without wasted movements, he cuts only what is needed. Amazing focus on the task. After a while, Perforance put the tools on the table and shouted, girl, he's done. Now it's her turn. Ilya smirked and told the Duke to wait for the result. She will do what he can't even imagine. After a while, MC examined the sword and swung it thoughtfully. He thought, the sword is light. It was light before, but now it's like a feather. Besides, Ilya interrupted his thoughts and shouted, well, how does he like it? He probably felt himself when he used mana that more than one spell was put into this. In addition to the magic that reduces weight, she also cast sharpness magic on it. Ilya said that she also added the function of magical repair and keeping the sword clean. Plus, she cast magic on the gloves and knee armor that increases compatibility with mana, like Ephrion. Ethan thought, this is even better than he thought. Even with just one of the listed features, it could already be considered a true masterpiece. And Ilya put it all into one thing. However, Ilya said that if this dwarf were more capable, she would have been able to create something better. Perforance shouted in displeasure. What did she say? MC thought that if he let her continue bragging, it would be difficult to deal with her later. He asked thoughtfully, is that all? Ilya shouted. What? She laughed and said, of course not. This is just the beginning. Now she will show him real magic, so let him try putting mana into all the items at once. Ethan asked again, all at once? Ilya said, yes, his fire mana. It will be too much for such a weapon, but this is the only way they can check if the mana can withstand it. MC replied, okay, he will try. He released mana and lit up the room, so much so that Perforance had to cover his face with his hands. He thought in surprise, amazing. He only recently received the sword from Ephrion, but in that time his skill has grown. MC said nothing is happening. Ilya said, that's not it. Let him remember what he used during the battle with her. He doesn't need to worry about the weapon. Let him put all his mana into it. Ethan replied, that's it. He used 8 rings and dragon's breath. A loud scream rang out and mana knocked out the windows in the forge. Everything around shook and began to collapse. Ethan carefully looked at the sword and looking around, said, this. Ilya stretched her hand forward and shouted, this is the so-called high thermal conductivity technique she invented. It can distribute part of the equipment's heat and also concentrate it in just one place. It can withstand heat twice as much as this. What about him, the Duke? Let him share his impressions of her abilities quickly. Ethan thought, to be honest, she's amazing. Perforance said she's nothing special. Ilya asked, what did he say? MC thought, he hadn't thought she possessed such strong magic, but he can't just make her the main one. He said, it's quite passable, not bad. Ilya screamed, what? Is that all? MC said, he tried to, Perforance. He bowed and thanked him. Ilya screamed, what's wrong with him? That dwarf, he's a loser. Because of him, the effect was weaker than it should have been. Perforance asked discontentedly, what? She just praised him. Ethan said, enough. Ilya, she's accepted. He'll tell her about Ardon's vision. Will she continue to help him? Ilya looked at him happily, and then screamed, excellent. But he must definitely keep his promise. After some time, Lawrence said, Perforance left with a letter for the capital. He will get there within 3 days and meet with Marquis Blotton. MC asked, what's up with the king? She replied, they've completed all the preparatory work anonymously. The inspection will begin before the meeting with the ruler. Ethan said, well done. He thought everything was ready. He gathered himself and headed toward the exit, where his subordinates were already waiting. Manhattan placed his hand on his chest and announced that 40 knights from the Order of Arden were ready to leave. A knight blew his horn, and a cry rang out. Knights, they are advancing. MC rode his horse into the square and looked around. There was too much shouting around the fortress. The commander came out of the room and began shouting angrily. What army? Where did this come from? His subordinate held a spyglass, and the commander shouted, can you find out where they are? He glanced through it and realized he saw the Arden flag, and exclaimed, for it was Ethan himself on horseback. He confidently approached his goal, and suddenly, Manhattan's horse stopped. He began shouting to the Lytton guards that Duke Ethan was coming. Viscount Lytton will answer for collecting excessive taxes and exceeding his authority. He must also answer for distributing dragon race books throughout Arden lands. They must open the gates now. The knights were waiting, and the commander realized there were more than 30 knights there. He shouted to the others to wait, as order must be maintained before the gates can be opened. At that moment, he turned to his subordinate and asked, have you contacted the Viscount? He held the magic ball in his hand and replied, frightened and hastily, that he hadn't succeeded yet. At that moment, the commander shouted at him to hurry, as they were running out of time, and he agreed. Suddenly, the protagonist soared incredibly high above them and glared menacingly at his target, then landed, and most of the fortress shattered into tiny bricks. The knight dropped the magic ball, which rolled to the side. Viscount Lytton was there, calmly shouting, what happened? The commander began coughing loudly, but rose from his knees as his subordinate reached for the ball, declaring that they had a problem. "The Grand Duke is here." The commander began shouting to his men to take up positions, and they were to attack the Duke. He pointed his finger at Ethan and continued shouting for the others to immediately take up their positions and charge. The frightened knights didn't know what to do, and the commander ordered them to draw their swords from their sheaths. They could defeat him if they united. Ethan watched in disbelief, wondering why they didn't have an ominous aura. Had they raised their swords because they were ordered to? The fastest way to fight was to weaken their morale. A smile appeared on his face, and Ethan used his 8 rings technique. A fireball appeared in his chest, and this sphere began to spread everywhere. The commander, unsure of what it was, shouted about it as a strong wind rose all around. The knights gaped in shock, watching the dark magical forces they saw above them. Suddenly, the commander realized he had actually cast the sphere spell. At that moment, one of the knights took a step and fell to his knees, dropping his sword, followed by the others. These knights lay on the ground, while Ethan strode confidently among them, heading straight for the commander. The knights below the fortress looked up, wondering what was going on up there. It simply couldn't be. He, a 5-star knight, had fallen under the influence of the sphere? Could it really be true? He began screaming in terror and charged straight at the protagonist, who used his magical powers to easily parry the attack with just one hand. He smiled and looked confidently at his opponent, who was incredibly terrified when he noticed his sword had been shattered into tiny pieces. He screamed, "What's going on?" At that moment, Ethan covered his face with his magical hand and threw him aside, slamming his back into the ground. Then he turned to the other knights and ordered them to listen to him. He does not fight with those who do not feel hostility towards him, and he came to prove this, not to them, but to Viscount Lytton. He is the true master of these lands and orders them to open the gates immediately. At that moment, Lytton managed to contact Shimon via the crystal ball. He started shouting in surprise. What was he talking about? Lytton kept shouting. How many times did he have to repeat himself? The Duke had passed the fortress's outskirts and was now heading here. Didn't he say his abilities were at the level of 2 or 3 stars? But he knocked down its commander, a 5-star knight. Shimon asked him to elaborate, and he replied that, although it was only briefly, he had clearly seen the Duke swooping down from above through the crystal ball, and then the connection was lost. Where had they seen a 2-star knight leap in the air like that? Shimon was incredibly frightened and asked him in a daze, what did he just say? He covered his mouth with his hand, and after a brief silence, asked him to calm down. After all, the information about his low mana was reliable. Did he check why he had broken into the fortress? Lytton replied that it was because of tax issues and the dragon book. Shimon replied, that's it, let him hold out as long as possible first, and he'll send reinforcements immediately. Lytton replied that he didn't know how long they could hold out, so they were asking him to hurry, and at that moment, the connection was lost. He realized that the Duke's abilities differed from the information he'd received. Something was clearly wrong here, as if everything was spiraling out of control. Or had something happened that he couldn't even imagine? First, he needed time. Had he mentioned taxes and books? In that case, they needed to distract the Duke at Lugon by any means necessary. He gritted his teeth in anger and realized that even if they had to give up something, they would still have to do it. At that moment, Commander Lowenson entered the room and asked, did he summon him, Count? Shimon replied that he'd been informed that the Duke had attacked Lytton's knights and that he should send reinforcements there. Lowenson replied that he understood, and at that moment Shimon stopped him and asked them to move slowly so as not to run into the Duke. At that moment, Lowenson understood what was being said and, smiling, replied that the order had been accepted. A short time later, Lawrence arrived to Ethan and expressed surprise at how quickly he figured it out. It was actually astonishing. Ethan replied that nothing of the sort had happened. He'd simply opened the outer gates. Most likely, the main forces inside the palace were with the Viscount. He turned around and asked if everything was going according to plan. Lawrence replied that it was ongoing and that he could begin retreating. At that moment, Ethan turned to Menharten, who had immediately arrived. The protagonist asked him to leave a few soldiers behind to oversee the guards and reorganize the forces. They should also follow him. Menharten replied that he was obeying this order, and at that moment, Ethan mounted his horse and declared that everything was fine and that they should go inside. At that moment, many people inside the fortress were going about their normal lives, and suddenly, one of the guys rose above them onto the stage and started shouting, did they hear what's going on? Duke Ethan had finally arrived to put an end to Lytton's tyranny. It was time for the great hero to draw his sword to defend them. One of the men in the crowd began shouting, yes, he can't bear this hunger any longer. Another man joined him and shouted, he too, they must all go to the Archduke. Many people supported this idea and shouted, yes, they will all go together. When the crowd was so excited, Ethan appeared right behind them and saw it all. He was pleased that so many people had gathered there in such a short time. They had merely fanned the smoldering flames, and there were many complaints. News about him had spread even without her participation, saying that Kargas and Lytton were living in luxury like in the old days. At that moment, the bald man who had stirred up the crowd stood on the stage and saw Ethan himself behind the ordinary citizens. He extended his hand toward him and shouted, the Archduke is finally here. He greets him with joy. At that moment, the main character began to approach them, and the crowd parted to let him onto the stage. They turned to look at him, asking if it really was him. Ethan took the stage and spoke. citizens of Demorian. Their city used to be like paradise, but after the war, they followed their lords and made them suffer. So he will punish Viscount Lytton. He raised his hand, then shouted that he himself would rule this city, and shouted for the knights to draw their swords at once. At that moment, the people began to shout with joy and support their new ruler. They continued to rejoice, looking out of every window to cheer him on. After a while, evening fell, and the vibrant colors of the sunset were visible in the sky. The knights on the fortress began to discuss the new news among themselves. Apparently, the Archduke and Ethan had captured the outer part of the castle. Another knight asked again, "Is that why they're on alert?" Another knight replied that, from what he'd heard, he'd already captured 2 territories. But how could he have done that if he'd recently emerged from a coma? At that moment, the young man froze, staring ahead and asking him to stop. The knights looked into the distance together and realized who the people in front of them were. It was Ethan and Manhwa themselves, followed by ordinary townspeople. One of the knights shouted at everyone to remain calm and remain where they were. Messengers were to report immediately to the Viscount of what was happening. The townspeople held torches and made their way through the fortress. At that moment, Lytton himself saw everything happening through a magical crystal ball and was dumbfounded, then shouted, "What's going on?" Was the Archduke really attacking them along with the townspeople? He ran out of his chambers, wondering what the hell was going on. Why had the civilians suddenly rebelled? One of the commanders among his knights shouted at the men not to panic, because they were rebels. Since they had come with fire, they should light their arrows immediately. The men turned around, frightened and unsure of what to do, whereupon the knight grabbed one of them by the throat and shouted, "Is he really disobeying orders? He should prepare the fire immediately." The boy trembled and muttered that he couldn't do this because his family was there. Tears streamed down his face, and the commander swung his fist at him, shouting that he would kill him if he disobeyed. At that moment, Ethan became enraged by such actions and shouted at him to stop immediately. The commander, along with his knights, clutched his head from the incredible scream, and Ethan continued to shout at him to stop. The surrounding people watched what was happening along with Manhwa, and at that moment, Lytton heard a terrible thunderclap and asked again, "What is that?" Ethan continued to shout at Lytton to stop torturing innocent citizens, and that it was time for him to open the gates and answer for his sins. Lytton shouted back that this was nonsense. He had no right to do this. What were they doing? They should destroy the enemy immediately. He shouted at the captain to kill all the rebels, and the knight turned to him in bewilderment, then shouted, "Kill everyone who disobeys." The knight drew his sword and asked the others, "Have they heard about this? They should use fire immediately." The man continued to sob and shout that he couldn't attack his family, at which point the knight swung his sword at him and asked, "Is he still doing this?" But he couldn't strike the man, as Ethan intervened and struck him with a magical wave. The knight fell to the ground, clutching his head, while his subordinates looked on. Ethan raised his fingers, and a multitude of magical beams appeared around him. The captain was dumbfounded when he noticed this, and realized it was a fiery finger of mana. What was this incredible speed? The soldiers didn't even understand what had happened, and how was he able to hit his opponent so accurately from such a distance? At that moment, the protagonist approached them, used an air jump, and pushed off from the weightlessness to attack his opponents. At that moment, Lytton began to scream in fear. So that's how he'd leaped over the walls of the outer palace? When Ethan landed in front of the knights, who were already reluctant to fight them, he lowered his gaze, and a moment later, pointed his sword at Lytton himself. He cried out in fear and trembled. Ethan addressed him by name and said that he refused to surrender, but not to think he would be kind to the strong. At that moment, he raised his sword and was completely enveloped in magic. The commander, standing nearby, looked at the sword with curiosity and wondered if Ethan's flames were red, not black. Otherwise, everyone would have died immediately upon seeing them. But he had a chance to defeat him. At that moment, the commander grabbed his sword and decided to pounce on Ethan. As long as the flames weren't black, there was no guarantee of victory, so he had no problem either. He extended his sword and shouted, "Guys, attack from all sides and defeat the Archduke." They exclaimed, "Yes, sir," and rushed at Ethan from all directions. It was a 4-pronged attack, and the protagonist turned to look around, then took a step to the side, and with one deft movement of his hand, deflected the attack. The commander realized he had used sword techniques to fend off the attack, and Ethan looked confidently ahead, when suddenly a questioning expression appeared on his face. Unsure what was happening to him, their stances were quite strange. The commander stared at him in horror as a magical monster appeared above him. At that moment, Ethan blurted out, "Did they really teach the Knights Dragon Clan techniques?" The captain was dumbfounded, then began shouting, "What is he talking about? This is complete nonsense." At that moment, the man behind him tensed up. Ethan said that they had combined human sword techniques and could have warded off someone else, but not him. This is the Dragon Clan's stance, the Destruction Dragon. He taught them this even though he knew there were side effects to dragon breathing and fencing techniques. At that moment, all the attackers felt sick and were frozen with horror. One of the knights asked in fear, "Is this really true? What side effects could there be? Did they really teach them dragon techniques?" At that moment, Lytton angrily shouted, "Enough of this nonsense," and they should ignore his words since he was trying to deceive them. Ethan replied that this was very cruel, and he thought only 4 of them didn't know about it. The captain began shouting at him to shut up and for the other knights not to listen. Ethan continued to say that forcing knights to learn techniques with side effects for their own gain was terrible, so it was even worse than he thought. At that moment, he used his magical powers to attack the enemy with a solar sword blast. Ethan moved closer to one of the knights and struck him with a similar attack. When their swords touched, the knight flew to the side in exhaustion and loudly cleared his throat. The surrounding knights were stunned by what they saw, unsure what was happening. Their swords had simply crossed, but an explosion occurred. The captain was also perplexed by what he should do now, and Ethan continued to hold his enormous sword, declaring that he saw how they were acting and that he could conclude that the 4 of them were in league with the dragons. At that moment, the captain realized his situation and cried out in horror. How could he even think of opposing such a technique? He shouted to his subordinates that their enemy was alone and that they should surround him together. Ethan grinned and asked again, "He wants to surround him?" At that moment, he disappeared from his position, and the men were stunned by what they saw. The captain began shouting that this was terrible, that he was about to lower the gates. They had to stop him. The knights rushed after Ethan, who turned with a confident expression and declared that they had fallen into his trap. At that moment, he attacked each of the knights, causing them to be caught in a fiery explosion. The captain, realizing their situation, exclaimed, "What?" He shouted the names of these men, and Ethan asked again, did he really mean to attack from behind? They were still far from being true knights. At that moment, he broke the heavy chain with one easy movement, thus raising the gates to let his men in. Manhwa noticed this and shouted that the Archduke had opened the gates and that the knights should run forward. They must help him. In addition to the knights, even the townspeople rushed inside the fortress with incredible cries and joy. The Viscount turned green with horror and didn't know what to do. He silently watched the events unfold. Panicked, the captain shouted at the knights to stop them. The soldiers should deal with the townspeople. They should hold out no matter what, and he himself would stop the Archduke. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ethan appeared right in front of him and unleashed his fire wave. The captain tried to shield himself with his hand, but the magical wave was so powerful that he was thrown to the side and fell, coughing. He didn't know what to do or how to react. The captain gritted his teeth in anger and thought about how he'd struck down 5 leveled knights with a single blow. And even he, at level 6, couldn't stand up to him. Now he understood how Kargas and Lumenton must have felt. Luton was incredibly frightened and realized the Archduke had dealt with them single-handedly. He'd previously concealed his strength. At that moment, he fell to the floor in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Manhwa shouted for the knights to attack, as the enemy was giving way. Ethan continued to fight the captain, who still held out, but moments later, a throng of townspeople overwhelmed the knights and stormed the palace, screaming as they advanced. Night fell shortly afterward, and at that moment, Jiran introduced his father to the man the Archduke had recommended. It was Perforance, who greeted his new acquaintances. Jiran's father chuckled and said he was pleased to meet the finest blacksmith. He then suggested they move on. They had much preparation to do before the council meeting with the Emperor. As they entered the next room, a magical portal appeared. The man warned them that it might make them a little dizzy, after which they both entered. Finding themselves in the portal, they clenched their teeth in tension, after which Perforance's eyes and mouth opened in surprise. He saw a huge palace right before him. The Marquis welcomed him to the capital of the Hydern Empire, Parantium. Now he offers to make him a blacksmith for the imperial family. Perforance was still unable to escape the magnificent views and gazed around him in dazzle. Meanwhile, in the fortress, many knights were routed, and Leighton, observing the events, began hiding behind the columns. The captain was still struggling with the protagonist and shouted, "Technique, Form 10. He pounced on Ethan with this spell, who was confident and fully prepared. His red magical powers spread everywhere. So with one deft move, he again destroyed the captain's attack. Ethan said that he saw that the captain was confident in the speed of his attacks, in which case he would show him Ethan's attack. At that moment, he unlocked the 8th ring and cast the solar spell Prominence. A bright beam of light and an explosive attack were directed at the stunned captain, who began screaming loudly in fear. And moments later, a bright flame exploded. The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw and stopped attacking for a moment. They all watched silently, and when the dust from the devastation cleared, the captain lay motionless on the broken ground. Ethan looked confidently ahead and shouted that he intended to send his subordinates to fight in his place. Leighton, if he was a true knight, he should end this. Leighton continued to hide behind the columns and trembled with fear. He kept telling Ethan to shut up because he had done nothing wrong. Why should he be held accountable for this? Ethan glared at him horrifiedly and called him a coward because he didn't deserve to be an aristocrat. At that moment, he used an air jump and a second later found himself opposite Leighton, who began to back away. Ethan moved closer and shouted that he should be ashamed of his actions, after which he kicked him right in the chest. He began coughing loudly from the blow and lay motionless in another room. Ethan exhaled, then shouted loudly that Leighton had fallen. Everyone must lower their weapons. The battle was over, and Manhwa shouted to his subordinates to surrender immediately. They would attack anyone who did not lower their weapons, and they should surrender. After these words, all the knights dropped their weapons, and Ethan shouted that from now on, the Viscount was under Ethan's control. The people joyfully shouted, "Long live the Archduke! How wonderful!" Ethan confidently looked ahead and observed the unfolding actions of the people. Sometime later, urgent news appeared for Count Shimon. Shimon asked again, "Vice Captain, he should be on a mission. What happened?" He replied that Viscount Leighton had fallen. At that moment, Shimon was stunned by what he heard and asked again, "What? Had the palace really been captured in just 2 days? Had Leighton surrendered?" Greg replied no. They had interrogated the escaped soldiers. The Archduke's knights had opened the inner gates and won the battle with the help of the townspeople. He replied that everything was clear and he would hear a detailed report on this later. Greg replied that he understood everything, and Shimon looked into the distance, lost in thought. He angrily squeezed the paper in his hand and recounted that Leighton had a 6th-level knight captain and 4 5th-level knights. If, despite this, the Archduke had managed to open the inner gates, that could mean he was almost at level 6. It hadn't been even half a year since he awakened, so it was almost impossible to believe. He turned to Captain Lowenson and asked if he thought the 1st Division would be able to defeat the Archduke. The 1st Division is the most elite knight of the county's 100 knights. They are Count Shimon's secret weapon, and they have mastered the techniques of the dragon race, so they have no choice but to remain in the shadows. The Archduke is likely only level 6. A 6th-level rookie is very different from veterans. Lowenson added that they are professional knights who will soon reach level 7. And there are 12 of them, including himself and the vice captain, so they shouldn't have any problems. 2 knights and the 1st Division are enough to defeat the Archduke. Shimon thoughtfully replied, "Okay, then he'll use this Archduke a little longer, and have him tell the butler to reduce taxes and stop distributing the new dragon book." Lowenson replied that he understood everything, and would also convey this to the families in the faction. Shimon asked him to ensure everything remains a secret, as it was important to them that Lugon never find out about this. Lowenson grinned and replied that he would do everything. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Manhattan began restoring order in the fortress. Ethan stacked all the documents and reported that they had succeeded in their work. Did Lawrence need anything else? She replied that, with the expansion of his territory, there were more workers and supplies, so they had no problems. He had already reclaimed most of the duchy's southern region, and if he captured another fief, he could implement his plan to divide the duchy into 3 parts for a war of influence. Shimon would soon try to contact him, and then he could use him as a shield to attack Viscount Lugon's faction. Perhaps he believed they were cooperating with Shimon and would not act rashly. Ethan remarked that this was rather foolish, since they most likely believed he was acting blinded by rage. They were oblivious to the reality of what was happening, preoccupied with the war and the faction. He left it to her. Let Lawrence make them think so before the Enlightenment ceremony. She bowed and replied, "Okay." Sometime before the incident, Lytton had picked up the documents while the captain was waiting. He said this was the next day's tax collection area. Suddenly, they looked at each other questioningly and saw a magical crystal ball. They both gaped in shock, wondering what was going on. A man in a veiled robe emerged from this magical ball. The captain began shouting, "Who is it?" The stranger held out his hand and announced that he had appeared early, so they would know he was coming. Did he surprise them? The captain began shouting that he was a freak, that he was doing here in the middle of the night. It was the mage the 5th-level knight hadn't sensed, so Lytton knew things were bad. He suddenly tried to stop the captain, who had begun attacking the unknown character, shouting that he would grab him right now. Suddenly, the man smiled and looked him in the eyes with a magical light, and the captain froze and couldn't move. Lytton realized this was the veiled area, and was dumbfounded by what was happening. At that moment, the man held a knife to the captain's throat, who continued to shout, "Who is he? What does he want from them?" He kept saying he should calm down, because he was there to negotiate. He needed to know the Duke's secret. It looked like he'd been extorting money from many people. After these words, Lytton was dumbfounded and asked, "What's wrong with that?" Maybe he was an assassin hired by the Lugon faction, driven mad by this. The man grinned and asked if he wanted to become stronger. He handed him a magic sphere. When Lytton found himself in a prison cell, he announced that his power was more staggering than his territory. He felt that if he didn't accept his offer, he would kill them on the spot. This meant they had accepted the Dragon Clan's texts, and their knights had gained great power. Ethan replied that the dragon technique had side effects. Didn't he feel guilty for deceiving his subordinates? He smirked and replied that even in the duchy where dragons are hated most, many people have already learned their techniques. Ethan tensed at these words, and Lytton continued, "What did he think other regions would do? They simply followed the general trend." At this point, Ethan became extremely angry and clenched his fist, then said that he understood everything, and now he must tell about the mage who appeared before them that night. Let him tell the organization he belonged to. At that moment, Lytton began to shake in fear, but Ethan grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the wall. He began coughing. Ethan said he was a coward, and as soon as he was in danger, he reversed his attitude. Was this really the right time to test him? Webtoon continued coughing, then shouted that if he spoke about this, not only would he be in danger, but his family as well. He lifted him up by the neck and scolded him for being a stupid idiot. Why did he think he was asking about them? If he told them, he would be forgiven for getting rid of them, and then his family would be safe. He exclaimed and said, "Okay," after which Ethan threw him straight into the wall. He hit his head and back, and remembered the magician, which led him to reveal that the magician who had come that night was a go-between. He told him to go to the Viscounty of Delgorn to find someone with such a sign. It was a special sign, and Ethan realized the situation and was dumbfounded. Sometime later, many subordinates were waiting at the table for their ruler. They were confused as to why strangers were in the office. When the king arrived at his throne, he asked again, "Is everyone here?" Before the meeting began, he noticed a new member. Could he please introduce himself? It was Poference, who announced that he was present at Archduke Ethan's seat. He bowed and announced that he had received a letter from him. At that moment, the people at the table began to mutter and discuss the situation. Was he sending the dwarves for a specific reason? A servant of the king whispered some information in his ear, and he asked, "Is this true?" A certain document appeared in his hands, and he read it carefully, then grinned and said it was interesting. It stated that the royal blacksmith was collaborating with the dragon tribe. Everyone around him was stunned by what they heard and didn't know how to react. At that moment, the king cleared his throat, crumpled the papers in his fist, and the Marquis realized the emperor was extremely uncomfortable. Was this because one of his subordinates was connected to dragons? Or was there another reason? Perhaps because he himself was collaborating with them. At that moment, he continued to ponder what was happening, and Poference turned to him and looked at him silently. Meanwhile, Ethan became curious. He must be in the palace right now. He leafed through the papers and thought that the preparations concerning the Viscount were perfect. Now it was time for them to begin the matter of the dragon race. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching his office. It was Ilya who had shouted, "Archduke." She had succeeded in developing what he had asked of her. Now she held a well-rounded whetstone in her hands. For this, he could sharpen his sword anywhere. Ethan was displeased that she hadn't knocked on his door or answered. She approached him closely and began shouting angrily. Was he listening to her? He pretended to read documents and didn't answer, prompting Ilya to also look at his papers and see, "Molasses? That curmudgeon? That weirdo?" Ethan asked in surprise. Did she really know him? She replied, "Of course, she knows a lot about paperwork." Was he really looking for that old weirdo? Ethan said yes, in bewilderment. After which, Ilya became embarrassed and said that she was very busy, but if he begged her, she could help him. Ethan continued to look at her in bewilderment, not understanding. He should beg? At that moment, he smiled and told her, "Okay, let her pack her things. They're leaving right now." Ilya was overjoyed by this news and followed Ethan. Sometime later, they were already in the carriage and moving to the desired location. Ethan addressed her by name and asked again what molasses was. She thought for a moment and replied that he specializes in enhancing the properties of ingredients, a kind of alchemy, and everything he touches, even an ordinary piece of metal, can be used to create a famous sword. In comparison, his magical skills are not so impressive. She thinks he's at best level 4, but why is he asking this? It doesn't look like they are going to tea, since they brought swords with them. Ethan said he needs to check something and ask. Whether these swords are useful or not depends on his answer. After some time, their carriage stopped in the middle of the forest. When they emerged, Ilya looked around and thought they were in the right place, since she could sense his mana. She was delighted that traps and magical security circles were set up everywhere, and it would be annoying to just go there. Ethan asked again, did she have a better way? She smirked and told him to trust her. Because she was an 8th level mage, she could easily get rid of these weaklings. It was so quiet here that he wouldn't even know it happened. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupted in the middle of the forest, and a moment later, many birds flew away. She was incredibly angry and used her magical powers, causing bright beams of light to scatter in different directions. She screamed that he was an old paranoid. How much had he created? Ethan followed her and she continued screaming. Did he really want to compete with her? In that case, she would destroy everything. At that moment, she began to laugh loudly and shouted at him to just wait for her, old man. Ethan watched her actions in bewilderment and thought, she told him they'd do all this quietly, but judging by the fact that she disguises herself as an old woman, they must be close. He smiled, and suddenly, Ilya managed to create a magical shield. A powerful explosion occurred in front of them, and they found themselves at the entrance to the gate. She called the old man stinking and asked how he dared make her do all this work. At that moment, they entered the room and she shouted the mage's name. He should come out now. At that moment, his footsteps were heard, and he kept saying that every time she came here, she destroyed all the magic circles like a bandit. How many times had he told her to just warn him of her arrival, and he would tell her how to bypass all the traps? Had she forgotten that? She grew angry and snorted, then asked again why she had to ask permission from someone like him to come here. He should have known she'd come and remove those circles. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment and realized she'd simply forgotten about it. At that moment, Molasses grabbed his head and asked her not to be stubborn, as undoing the creation of these circles would take too much time. It didn't matter. and she didn't seem to be listening. It would be faster to talk to the Archduke. Ethan was surprised that he knew who he was. Malisis replied that this place might be in the middle of nowhere, but news had reached him, and he realized who he was when the first magic circle was destroyed. He thought he knew why he was here. He allowed them in, and the guys followed him. When they arrived at a comfortable room, they decided to talk over tea, and suddenly Ilya started shouting again. What? He's collaborating with a dragon warehouse? He's gone too far and ended up losing his honor. Malisis replied that times had changed and she should be open to new ideas. As he understood it, they hadn't come to get rid of him. Ethan replied that he was more than just a killer and wanted to hear him out. Malisis grinned and replied that he might not have heard of it, having recently emerged from a coma. But over the past 10 years, Dragon Clan techniques have quickly become commonplace abroad and in territories beyond the duchy's borders. The protagonist replied that, from what he'd seen, people without dragon hearts who tried to imitate their breathing techniques shortened their lives. People study them even though they know it. Malisis grinned and replied that mages might seem obsessed with knowledge, but they're not idiots. They've dissected their techniques and studied them thoroughly, so most people have gained only their benefits and avoided the negative consequences. Of course, that included him. Ethan replied that this seemed reasonable, and he wondered if he would do the same. Malisis replied that he was glad he thought so, because thanks to dragon techniques, new levels of power had appeared. He asked again, what was this new level? Malisis replied, there are 10 stars for knights and 10 for mages. That's the limit for humans, but now everything has changed. There are now people with 11 and 12 stars. Ilya didn't expect to hear this, and slamming her hand on the table, exclaimed, 11 stars? The protagonist grinned and said, so it's higher than 10. Their mana must have exceeded the threshold with the dragon breathing technique, thus neglecting their training. He wanted to ask him an important question, so let him answer honestly. He had been pursuing the Naraxis Brotherhood, who worship the Dragon Clan, and that's what brought him here. Let him tell him the reason why he should let him live. At that moment, Malisis was stunned, and, after a brief silence, replied that there weren't that many of them. They, the mages, desired knowledge on the highest level, and the key to this were the Dragon Clan texts the Brotherhood offered. So they made a deal. He has no interest in the Brotherhood or their faith. He hasn't joined an order. Ethan asked in surprise, what order? Then he pulled out the very object Latoon had given him, and asked if the order was connected to it. He confidently replied, yes, it's the symbol of the Arcana Magic Association. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Ilya asked again, the Arcana Magic Association? She'd never heard of it before. Malisis replied that it was a secret organization of powerful mages, selected by the Hydern Empire, a group representing all mages. He had, in fact, received an invitation, but before he could finish his sentence, Ilya nearly choked and burst into laughter, as it was the funniest joke he'd ever told her. A representative of a nation had contacted him? Then why hadn't they contacted her? Let him not lie about it. Malisis got angry and started shouting that she was a rude little brat. Every time she gets the chance, she underestimates him. He was better than a doppelganger living in a cave. At that moment, Ilya was dumbfounded and asked him what he meant. She told him not to call her that. He replied that she had started doing it. Ethan mused that mages become stronger thanks to the techniques of dragons, a secret order of the elite. The argument between Malisis and Ilya continued, and he shouted that he would show her the power of a great mage, when Ethan suddenly stopped them and asked Malisis to pay attention to him. So mages hold high positions in the palace? Malisis replied yes. They are either important members of the Brotherhood or connected to them like him. Ethan continued to speculate that the mages were already lost, and the palace blacksmith was perhaps connected to the Seventh Kingdom, connected to the Dragon Clan. In that case, the entire palace would be dragon subjects, or maybe it already happened. The guys began speculating that one of the magic circles that destroyed the ring was beyond this old man's capabilities. This meant someone else knew they were here. This old man's fate was either to die by his own hand or be killed by the Order's representatives. But why shouldn't they take him with them? He would be useful as an assistant. Ethan replied that he had no reason to refuse her. He wasn't a member of the Order and didn't work with the Dragon Clan. She grinned and replied that that was excellent, because she would keep him on a leash like a dog and use him until his death. Ethan considered the possibility that he would prefer to die instead and watched her go. At that moment, Malisis announced that it seemed he had no choice. If he became their subordinate, he would be protected, and apparently his work wouldn't be much different from before. At that moment, Ilya heard sounds coming from her backpack. Ethan asked, did she bring the communication crystal? She replied, yes, and offered to let him take it. Lawrence said she needed to contact him. He asked again, who is Lawrence? At that moment, the protagonist listened to Lawrence and realized that Count Schumann had sent him an urgent message, as he expected. He replied that that was fine. She should take Menharten and the knights and invade the Viscounty of Eton, and he would leave immediately. At that moment, Lawrence replied that everything was fine, and Ethan left the room, saying that they would all travel together, and that it was time to move on. The Pleston district of the Viscounty of Eton was ablaze. Many people screamed in fear and fought the knights. At that moment, Menharten used his magical powers and shouted for everyone to hold their positions, because their enemy was strong. They could not fail their lord just because he was alone. Before them stood the captain of the Viscounty's knights, Narian Porticles. Menharten gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that the Viscount's envoy was right there, and it was very strange that only one person had stopped them. Narian rushed into battle, and Manhwa shouted to the other knights that he was advancing and that they should charge, but they should stand their ground and hold their positions. At that moment, a multitude of knights were attacked from behind Nurlan with a single light swing. Manhwa realized it was simply a curse and could not compete with it. Narian declared that the Order of Knights and the Duke were a complete rabble, and he would bid them farewell immediately. Narian swung his sword at Manhwa, who realized his dire situation and tried to defend himself, but at that moment, the bright red magical powers of the protagonist appeared behind Narian. He turned in surprise, and at that moment, they were swallowed by darkness, a cloud of dust and bright rays. A moment later, Ethan appeared among them, saying he hadn't thought he'd be such a powerful knight, and that he was impressed, having spotted his attack in time. Was he leaving enemies alive because he was confident in his skills? His knights lay on the floor, trembling with pain and terror. Narian replied that he wasn't so arrogant. He simply believed he could surpass them without killing them. Ethan apologized to Manhwa for being late, but he would take care of him now and leave the Viscount to him. Manhwa replied, yes, and at that moment, Narian revealed his name and said he was a knight captain and a Viscount, and apologized for pointing his sword at Archduke Ethan. Ethan froze when he noticed the approaching attack, and at that moment, Narian lunged at him with his sword again. Ethan didn't let the enemy get close, but he reflected on how much faster he was than when he fought Manhwa. Had he been hiding his strength? He's roughly 6 stars, like Polton, maybe even closer to 7 stars, and the weight of his sword differs from those that double with mana. At that moment, Narian swung his sword again and began shouting loudly, then struck the protagonist's sword, who had used it to shield himself. He realized his enemy knew the basics of swordsmanship, but his blade was filled with doubt and anxiety. This was quite strange, since at best his mana was 4 stars. However, he couldn't find an opening. The struggle continued between them, and after a moment, he jumped aside from the blow. Ethan smiled and said he wanted to ask something. Narian asked again, what is it? Ethan explained that all the sideline knights use techniques similar to those of the Dragon Clan, and Ethan's secret technique. Why doesn't he use them as the knight captain? At that moment, Narian was stunned and silent, after which, reflecting, he replied that the basis is correct thinking and the body, and he did not allow his body to be destroyed for the sake of power. Ethan smiled and declared that a good answer, then opened the 8th ring of his magical powers. Narian was stunned by what he saw. He hadn't expected such power at all, and said he would fight him with true strength, as a true knight would. The protagonist used a sunbeam of light and an explosive sword. Narian was incredibly frightened and stunned, and a moment later, an incredibly loud and bright fiery explosion erupted on the battlefield. When the dust cleared, Narian found himself trapped, kneeling on the ruined bridge of the fortress. Ethan approached him and said he should already know what it meant for him, and that his knights would be able to break in here along with the civilians. He still had time to make amends. If he was a true knight, he needed to remember what he was fighting for. He approached him closely and they exchanged glances, after which Narian took his sword with a trembling hand and asked if there was a chance for someone like him who had renounced the truth. Ethan replied that it depended on his actions from now on. He personally broke the chains holding him. Narian replied that he would wait for him, and Ethan left him alone. After a while, Shimon picked up the document and laughed. The branch lines that had fallen so far were Kargas, Dakun, Lomanton, and Eton. 4 territories, 120 knights. Just 136 days after he emerged from his coma, Ethan gathered to stand at the branch line, and news that everyone in the duchy should live by spread throughout the Hydern Empire. One day, a subordinate entered his master's room, knocking on the door and announcing his report. It was Count Wellington Falsky, the director of Emperor Hydern's information department. The king of Hydern asked if he had completed his investigation into Archduke Ethan. Wellington confidently replied, yes, but he had encountered difficulties due to his visit to the royal blacksmith. The emperor clenched his fist in anger and asked again, that's Duke Ration, isn't it? How is the investigation into their relationship going? He replied that they had obtained proof that he was secretly supplying weapons, but due to secrecy, they couldn't obtain more information. The king considered this duke. He had opposed the Dragon Clan's policies and had barely been given the chance as representative of one of the 7 kingdoms, yet he was the leader of the aristocracy. This wasn't someone he could easily deal with, even from his position as emperor. At that moment, he bowed and announced that they had demoted Williams but still hadn't been able to remove him from the imperial court. He had failed, your majesty. Hydern replied that it couldn't have been otherwise, given the opposition of the count and the aristocrats. He had done well, and so he should hold his head high. It was normal for the investigation to proceed slowly, and he just needed to ensure the spies' identities weren't revealed. The Red Moon spy organization, which collaborated with him, was their last remaining weapon against the Dragon Clan. After a while, the protagonist reported that he thought everything had gone well. The Imperial Court blacksmith, William, had been fired, and Perforance had been hired. Although that was only a small change. Ethan asked again, was this a temporary position? In that case, he assumed it would become permanent if something went wrong. He thought the emperor was sincere about the Dragon Clan's policies, but what was the reaction to the fighting within the duchy? Lawrence replied that for now he would simply wait and see. Ethan smiled and said that in that case, he believed he was doubtful and that everything would be fine as long as he didn't intervene. Balance at the imperial court was like a slowly approaching evening. Soon, there would be an opportunity to verify the strength of each side. Ethan walked out into the square, where the knights were training and sparring. Ethan asked how the training was going. Narian placed his hand over his heart and announced that he was there. It was a great advantage that a knight close to 7-star level had joined the order. He will be able to leave the management and discipline of the knights to him. Ethan approached and patted him on the shoulder, explaining that he had recently joined them and was already working so hard. He was a very reliable man. He immediately saw that the knights had improved their skills thanks to Narian, but suddenly he asked to gather all the knights, and Narian asked again, why so suddenly? He replied that the new knightly order needed new equipment. After some time, all the knights were assembled in the square. Ethan reported that there were currently over 100 knights gathered from 4 families. Therefore, swordsmanship and command systems differed among them. But from now on, everything would be as it was in Ethan's order of knights. They would use the techniques he was about to introduce, and the representative knights should take their positions. He drew his sword and decided to begin fighting without mana. Numerous knights surrounded him and swung their swords. Narian was among them, when Ethan suddenly became wary and swung his weapon. A sparring match began, and one of the knights leaped high above Ethan's head. Ethan quickly noticed him and easily parried the attack, expending virtually no effort. The knight was struck in the side and fell to the ground. His face turned blue with terror, and he began coughing loudly and clutching his stomach. The other knights saw what was happening and continued fighting, when suddenly, one of them became frightened at the sight of Ethan standing in front of him. He was trembling, and Ethan was considering overpowering him with his strength, when he suddenly grabbed him by the arms and flipped him onto the ground. He began to cough loudly and scream in fear and pain, after which another knight approached Ethan. He continued his fight with him, but suddenly the 2 knights opposite him became wary, and moments later, they were both attacked and scattered. They screamed in pain when Ethan suddenly moved on to the last knight. He thought how incredibly sweet this was for an archduke so great beyond fire mana. What kind of sword technique was this? At that moment, he was dumbfounded by what he saw when Ethan appeared behind him, and in that same second, flipped him upside down and slammed him into the ground with incredible force. All the knights were destroyed and weakened. Narian thought this was rather strange. After all, he thought that he would teach them the art of his family's sword in order to restore honor. What kind of swordsmanship was this? At that moment, he rushed to attack Ethan again, and they connected. Ethan was surprised and suddenly looked at his sword. Narian screamed loudly, but suddenly his mouth dropped open in shock and saw a magical beast appear behind the protagonist. He was stunned and unable to move. At that moment, Ethan stomped his foot and his beast roared even louder. Narian was startled and covered himself with his sword, after which Ethan swung his monster's sharp arm and grabbed Narian's arm. He was surprised and backed away. Narian tried to catch his breath, but was kicked and sent flying. The protagonist looked at him confidently and approached again with an attack. When Narian suddenly wondered what was going on. Was this the technique that involved such a low stance? He swung his sword again, but Ethan only smiled and parried the attack with such ease that his opponent's sword broke into pieces. He put his sword to Narian's throat, who was trying to catch his breath, and said that he had lost. The surrounding knights also watched in bewilderment, wondering how he'd managed to eliminate 6 knights with a single sword. Everyone looked in amazement at Ethan, who stood calmly and smiling. Narian addressed him and declared it incredibly wonderful, but Ethan interrupted him and asked the others to listen. Most of those present were there out of love for Arden, but some had no choice but to swear allegiance to the Senate because of the tyranny of the collateral branches. How did they come to love Arden? Perhaps because they know how skilled they are and are considered the best on the Western continent. But the blade is fair to all. Do they know how the Arden family achieved this level of excellence? They weren't bound by their aristocratic status and studied the ways of the barbarians and perfected them. After hearing this, the boys were stunned with surprise, and Narian wondered, barbarians? They were the ones who unleashed the war against the Hydran Empire 100 years ago. Ethan replied that there are no good or evil techniques. Everything depends on the person using them. The swordsmanship he demonstrated was a combination of his families and the dragon clans. This was a new sword technique he had invented, and he called it the dragon-slaying sword technique. Those around him wondered, is this a dragon-slaying sword technique? Could this really be the Arden blade? The dragon-slaying sword? In that case, there was a reason he had instructed them to accept the dragon clan's ranks. Ethan acknowledged this was true, and announced that they would learn the Duke's new sword techniques and become the greatest knightly order on the continent. Now, who wants to be with the Arden family? Narian was the first to answer, shouting his name and pledging allegiance to the Archduke Arden family. The surrounding knights also swore allegiance to their duke and jointly pledged allegiance to the Arden family. When the protagonist raised his magical hand, Lawrence announced that it looked like it would be a stronger army than they expected. Does he intend to restore the Black Flame Legion? Ethan confidently replied, no, the current plan has changed too much. The Black Flame Legion is officially the knightly order of the Arden family, and they were the family's pride, as they consisted of the most elite knights on the entire continent. They exterminated the Dragon Clan, and the Ardun Squad, with its do-or-die ethic, was formed thanks to them. Due to the control of the branches, they have essentially all disappeared. Lawrence added that the war between the adversaries is still ongoing and will soon enter a new phase. From now on, this order will replace the Black Flame Legion, and it will become the most elite order on the continent, one that will exterminate dragons. After a while, Shimon, still in his seat, grinned and decided to discuss the fact that the Viscountcy of Yitong had also fallen. Essentially, the Archduke and he were allies, and Lugon still didn't know the Archduke's goals. What an idiot he was. At this rate, he'd take care of Lugon, and when the time came, they could think this thought through. Suddenly, he heard loud footsteps approaching. A servant arrived and announced that something urgent had come up. Shimon asked again. Was it so urgent that he'd even forgotten his manners? The servant, trying to catch his breath, said that the Archduke had announced he would attend a Senate meeting. At that moment, Shimon jumped up from his seat and shouted, "What did he just say?" It had happened much sooner than he thought. His hands shook with anger, and he realized that this would cause his rage to spread to him. Not just Lugon. They should call an emergency meeting of the Senate and inform everyone else. The servant replied, "Yes," after which Shimon walked to the window, looked into the distance, and thought he had no choice but to speed things up a bit. After some time, Ethan gathered his army and shouted that the time had come. They must reclaim the duchy and cleanse it of the parasites that were sucking the blood of the Arden family. The knights lined up and listened attentively to their master. This had been happening on behalf of the Senate for 10 years. His family members and friends listened with smiles on their faces. Ethan raised his sword and shouted that right now he was declaring that they, a squad of dragon slayers, would overthrow the Senate and create a new duchy. Glory to the Arden. The knights and the assembled company shouted in response, "Honor to the Arden." Ethan declared that this was the true beginning and looked ahead with a confident expression. Sometime later, the action took place in the city of Sinern, the territory of Viscount Ramund, one of the 10 branch houses. Servants shouted that Archduke Arden was coming, and one of the knights shouted for the crystal ball to be brought quickly, as they needed to report this to the Viscount immediately. Ordinary people whispered among themselves, could this really be serious? Had the Duke himself arrived? His army had entered the city, and the people continued to whisper. Had he really liberated the 4 fortresses? They were begging him to free them too. Ethan was confidently approaching his goal. Meanwhile, Shimon was already in the Senate, discussing that there were still many empty seats in the hall, but since the matter was urgent, they would begin the Senate meeting right away. At that moment, a loud noise was heard outside the door. A servant burst into the room, shouting that they had a problem, as the Archduke had just entered the city. Shimon and Lugon were dumbfounded and exchanged glances. One of the men slammed the table and exclaimed, "What's going on? And why are they only reporting this now? What have the guards been doing outside the walls all this time? Do they really want to punish everyone for neglecting their duties?" The servant was stunned and unsure what to do. Shimon thought this was odd, as he had specifically rushed to start this meeting because the Archduke had expressed a desire to attend. How did he know they were holding it now? The servant exclaimed that he couldn't enter like this, and that they should wait a minute. Ethan ignored the servant and entered the room where he was completely unexpected. He calmly sat down at the table and confidently announced that he was glad to see everyone and that he, too, had come to the meeting. Lugon believed this was against all laws and slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Don't they know that only ordinary families can participate in the meeting? Even if he's an Archduke, he still has no right to attend the Senate meeting." Ethan spread the papers on the table and replied that he had received letters of authorization from 4 elders who were not present. All of this had been personally approved by His Majesty. He could express any objections to the king for this reason. He would be forthright with Count Lugon. He should have his taxes immediately and ban the distribution of the written fortune-telling. At this point, Lugon was dumbfounded by what he heard and exclaimed, "What?" Ethan replied that if he didn't obey now, he would start a war against them. His hands trembled, and he asked, how dare he behave so rudely? In the future, they would see if he had the right to treat him like this. At that moment, he summoned the captain of the Zerat Knights and rose from his seat, when suddenly, the entire room began to glow with his aura. People were confused and frightened, and Shimon realized that this was the power of the 7-star Knight, and the reason he was trying to use the Archduke was to confuse Lugon. Everything was happening because of him. And the captain of the Hamilton family's Red Lion Knights, the 7-star Zerat Knight Clemen, had arrived. At that moment, the protagonist asked if he had the right, when suddenly his entire chest glowed with a magical light like his eyes. He was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. The people around him tried to shield their faces from the emerging wind and bright light. Lugon grew even more enraged and shouted, "What is he doing?" Ethan replied that he meant to ask, is he really using the coverage area here? Does he want to add treason to his crimes? At that moment, Zerat was surprised that he had so easily overwhelmed his coverage area, and yet it hadn't even been a year since he'd awakened from his coma. Lugon continued to shout, "What's his answer? Why wasn't he telling Count Shimon anything?" Ethan replied that he had no need to, having already accepted all of his demands. At that moment, Count Shimon smiled, and Lugon realized the betrayal and called him out in his thoughts, deeply disappointed. After some time, the knights gathered in a special square with their horses. Among them, Fons appeared, turning to Captain Narian and asking who this was. Wasn't this their former knight captain? He chuckled and apologized for the late greeting. He was having trouble noticing him because of the dark presences. Narian asked what was wrong. He replied, "Nothing," then chuckled at the Dragon Slayer troops, and remarked that it was an ironic name for a group that had copied the techniques of the Dragon tribe. Narian responded to his hostile words by laughing at them while groveling at their feet. He should adopt those same techniques. It was quite amusing. Fons became very angry and asked him again, what had he just said? He dared insult the Order of the Red Lion? Narian asked him again, was someone like him really the vice-captain of the Order of the Red Lion? He supposed they'd all been demoted. Fons grew even more angry, clenched his teeth in hatred, and declared that he talked too much for a traitor, and that the Archduke must have lost his mind to hire someone like him as a knight captain. At that moment, hostility arose between them, and Fons drew his sword, put it to the face of his enemy, and asked, is he finished with his remarks? If he wanted to fight, he should stop his chatter and draw his sword. At that moment, Fons chuckled at his fall for his trick and asked what he was doing. Narian told him to stop being a fool, as they wouldn't be using lethal techniques, and he shouldn't cause the Archduke any trouble by killing someone like him. Fons laughed at these words, then bowed and thanked him for his concern, noting that he shouldn't worry about his death, but he should rest assured that he'd make him spend the next 10 years chained to a bed, like his master. At that moment, he used his magic powers and approached his opponent. Narian responded by saying that if he did, he'd make sure he spent the rest of his life licking dragon boots, and they began to duel with swords. Fons became extremely angry and yelled at him to shut up after these remarks, and they tried to strike each other, when Fons suddenly froze and realized that this was Dragon Tribe swordsmanship. He'd heard that he was adamant about using their skills. What a hypocrite he was. He already knew all their sword skills. With these thoughts in mind, he moved to attack his opponent, when suddenly a huge monster appeared behind him, causing him to become terrified. When Fons turned around, he cried out in fear and wondered what kind of attack that was. It was different from the techniques he knew. As he descended to the ground, Narian extended his hand and pulled it toward Fons, who was frightened and asked, "What is that?" He had to let go of him immediately. Fons yanked his opponent's hand away, and Narian shouted that he would pay for his insults right now. He reached out with his hands, and Fons felt a thirst for blood. He suddenly shouted for him to stop, but Narian ignored him and punched him right in the chest, causing Fons to drop his sword and fall to the ground. At that moment, Lowenson realized that the coverage area had just been revealed, and the Archduke's mana had reached level 6. The black flame energy was absent. Shimon sat confidently at the table, smiling as he considered how, at his level of mastery, he couldn't use the black flame. But perhaps he simply wasn't worthy of it. Using a mana spell was the energy emanating from him, and it seemed less than that of a 7-star mage. The protagonist glanced furtively at Shimon and mused that he wasn't sure what they were thinking, but they probably thought they had the upper hand. They should savor this feeling while they could. After a while, Ethan rose from his seat and asked Count Lugon to answer for his actions. Was he obeying his orders? His voice trembled, and he angrily said he needed some time to discuss it. He'd give him a week. Ethan slammed his fist on the table and said, "Enough of this nonsense. Don't they really want him to wait another week while they fleece the villagers for the last 10 years? Then maybe they should start a war here and now." At that moment, a terrifying aura appeared around him, frightening the people around him. Shimon tensed, wondering if he felt bloodlust. Was he really that serious? He knew he was quite arrogant, but he had no idea he would be in such a hurry. Lugon was furious that this freak was simply doing whatever he wanted. Even if they won the war, he couldn't kill the Archduke, but if he obeyed his orders, he would face the collapse of the faction. When he realized this, he froze and bit his lip, unsure of what to do. A moment later, he bowed his head over the table and announced that he obeyed his orders, and everyone around him was surprised by such a quick response. They started whispering, could he really do it that easily? After all, the income would be cut in half. Ethan stood up and announced that in that case, they would deal with it starting today. He had finished and was taking his leave. He left the table and headed for the exit. When the meeting was over, Shimon turned to his subordinate and announced that since everything necessary had been said, he was adjourning the meeting. They would also be leaving. At that moment, Zaret turned to his count, seeing him shaking all over. He became so enraged that he started shouting loudly, slamming his fist on the table. "That bastard Archduke. He only acts so arrogant because of personal immunity, and it's a curse." He quickly ran out of the office and yelled at Zaret that they should go and get back to preparing for the attack. He listened to his order, when suddenly Lugon froze and looked ahead questioningly. Not far away, he saw Narian defeat Fons in battle. He shouted, "What are they doing here?" Fons turned around in surprise and Lugon started yelling that he should get up right now. He was so angry that Zeret tried to stop him, shouting back that he was asking him to wait and let him figure out what had happened. At that moment, Zeret approached Fons and asked, "What happened here, Vice Captain? Was he ambushed? They'll rouse the entire knightly order right now." He replied that it wasn't that simple. He'd simply lost a duel. At that moment, Zeret was very surprised and asked, "What did he just say?" The Dragon Slayer army was just a bunch of vagabonds gathered from all over the world, and they defeated the vice captain of the Knights and the Red Lion? That simply couldn't be true. He clenched his fist and shouted at Fons to get up because they were all returning to the main castle. At that moment, Ethan approached Lugon and, grinning, said that the Count's knightly order was just some kind of joke. Lugon's mouth fell open in shock and he couldn't respond. Ethan, passing by, continued to say that they were also called Red Lions. What a shame. At that moment, Lugon was so furious that even his skin had turned blue from the tension. After a while, Ethan boarded the carriage with Lawrence, who remarked that the meeting must have gone well. He replied that everything had indeed gone smoothly, and that now they had to wait and see how Lugon would react. They should increase the number of spies in the area, and then they would set a trap. Meanwhile, Lugon, who had arrived at his estate, slammed his fist on the table again in horror, and shouted that Keston hadn't responded at all. How dare he betray him? He stared at the crystal ball, stunned, unsure what to do. How had the people reacted? He supposed they complained less now, and after all, taxes had been cut in half. His servant reported that it seemed a sinister rumor was spreading there, and people were saying that taxes had been reduced because he had lost to the Archduke. Lugon swung his hand at him and shouted that they should bring in whoever was spreading these rumors right now. The servant was terrified when Lugon threw a glass bottle at him, which shattered on the floor. He continued shouting that he had simply listened to them, and then, as if nothing had happened, had simply dragged himself in to report it. If he didn't bring them to him, he would do something to him. The servant, frightened, replied that he understood everything and would take care of it right away, then hurried out of the office. When Lugon was left completely alone, he tried to catch his breath sitting in his chair. At that moment, he heard someone's voice, indicating that he seemed to be in a difficult situation. He was incredibly frightened and turned around to ask, "Who just said that? That butler?" A hooded Malays appeared next to him and asked, "Is it him? He's affiliated with the Arcana Magical Association and is also the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood." Lugon was terrified and fell to the floor from his own screams, then opened his eyes in amazement and asked, "The Naraxus Brotherhood?" He replied, "Yes," he thought, as if he was in a difficult situation because of the Archduke, and they would help him with it. He asked again, why would the Brotherhood help him? Malays replied that they didn't like the Archduke either, and that by getting rid of him, they could avoid all suspicion. He pulled out a special symbol, the emblem of the Rimdell Kingdom. They constantly clashed with them because their territories bordered each other. That's right, and with it he could get out of his situation. If that's the case, they'll send the Knight Captain, Vice Captain, and a dozen elite knights. The mage smiled and said it was amazing, and they would contact him later as soon as they were ready. At that moment, the mage disappeared, leaving Lugon alone and silent for a moment, after which he suddenly laughed loudly and declared that the assassin was the spiritual leader of 10 elite knights, and Ethan was just an arrogant jerk. He would be finished. After some time, Ethan asked Lawrence if she had discovered a spy from the Brotherhood. She replied, yes, there were only 6 Lugon spies, and one of them was connected to his brother. He replied that, judging by everything, he was working with them. So, what was their target? Lawrence replied that it looked like all the spies were trying to find out what he was doing. Ethan asked her for some information, that he was going to a secret tower for an inspection, and was traveling outside the territory. Lawrence asked again, did he mean he was going alone? Of course. She didn't doubt his skills, but it could be dangerous because the Brotherhood was involved. Ethan replied that if he took the guards with him, these guys wouldn't relax, and it would be more effective if he drove them out himself. Lawrence suggested, in that case, what about her? Ethan asked, puzzled. Her? A short time later, Ilya arrived with loud steps. When she entered his office, she exclaimed and laughed. Archduke! She heard him desperately need her indispensable help, so she showed up to help him. After a brief silence, Ethan said that this time they were going to battle, and mused that she could knock. He knew she was a great mage, but he thought she was more of the inventive type. Was she sure she could do it? Ilya grinned and replied that he would regret his doubts as soon as he saw her in battle mode. Ethan emphasized these words and asked again, battle mode? Ilya replied, yes, her battle mode is the highest level a great mage can achieve. At that moment, she pulled out her staff and showed it to him. He should look forward to this opportunity with impatience. Sometime later, they arrived in the forest on horseback. Ethan walked first, saying they were very careful. Ilya replied that they had been circling each of the cities for a month, but no one had been noticed. Was he sure someone was planning an ambush? He replied that this was their only chance, which was why they were being so careful. At that moment, Ilya froze and tried to mentally convey the information to the protagonist that he should listen to her, but she continued walking. He was surprised. This whispering technique on mana frequencies? There was a magic circle about 50 meters ahead of them, and it seemed they had really put a lot of effort into it, but it was still nothing. Seriously, this was spatial interdiction magic. As soon as they entered the circle, they would be stuck. What was he planning to do? Ethan realized they'd been waiting the whole time. What else were they going to do? Of course they'd enter. At that moment, his horse stepped into the magic circle, and they both found themselves inside. Bright beams of light began to expand around them, and a multitude of knights appeared, surrounding the two. A mage in a long cloak and hood stepped into the center, and grinning said they'd fallen into a trap. Ethan asked who they were. He greeted him. His name was Eric, the 8th spiritual leader of the Neroxus Brotherhood. He was sure they'd already guessed why they were there. Ethan dismounted and said, "Brotherhood." He sees that they're real professionals at assassination, and he recognized him. Zeret stood next to the mage, grinning at his opponent, and already drawing his sword from its sheath. Magic rays appeared around him, and he said that the 10 years he'd been in a coma had been the most peaceful, and that this was the end of his tyranny, Archduke. At that moment, everyone glowed with magical powers, and he declared that this impenetrable wall was better than the magic circle and their brotherhood, so he shouldn't even try to escape. Ethan also grabbed his sword and said that he'd been talking too much, so he suggested getting to the point. Eric mused that he was rather careless about all this, unlike the others. By this point, he'd already killed countless people, but he thought it would be much more fun with him. Unfortunately for the child behind him, they don't even spare the very young. Ilya heard these words and didn't react, after which Eric shouted that he should just call it bad luck. At that moment, he directed his magical powers toward the guys, and Ilya, using her magic, called him a fool. Bright beams appeared around her body. She raised her staff and shouted that they would now taste the power of the great mage Ilya. Now the boys could not leave without her permission. At that moment, their magic square began to glow with yellow beams of light, and the knights watched in stunned silence. Eric was also surprised when he realized what was happening and asked, "Ilya? But she's the inventor." Ilya replied, "Yes, and he will go with her." At that moment, she directed her magical powers toward him, and he began to dissolve into thin air, disappearing moments later from the sight of his subordinates. They shouted, "Spiritual leader," but he was already in a completely different space and didn't understand what to do. This was a spatial pocket that was distinct from the coverage area, and this merch was created by the mage himself. In this case, he began shouting very loudly to spread light magic from him, as he had decided to create his own coverage area here. He grinned and tried to follow through, when suddenly he perked up and saw Ilya standing next to him, smiling and saying it was all true, because the month they'd been waiting for them would have been wasted if he hadn't done at least this. She continued to laugh at him, sitting upright on her staff in a relaxed position. Eric said, "Let her wait a second." They were everywhere, searching for her across the continent. He was so glad to finally meet her. Perhaps she would want to join their brotherhood? They would adhere to all her stated conditions. Ilya replied that their organization was pure evil. Did he really think she would work with them? He bowed his head and said, "What a pity. In that case, she'd have to die." At that moment, he became so angry that dark magical beams began to emanate from him, and Ilya laughed at them and shouted back that it was very funny. "Boy, let him try it." A fight broke out between them, while the protagonist found himself alone among the 6 knights surrounding him. He reflected on the fact that a renowned knight and 9 6-star knights were here, and for the first time since his return, he was facing so many powerful opponents in the forest. But he wasn't afraid. If he had been a coward, he wouldn't have had the courage to swing his sword. He recalled the situation with the terrifying monster that had befallen him in the past. At that moment, he smiled and shouted for the others to attack him. Meanwhile, Ilya aimed several magical swords at her opponent, who was trying to dodge. She laughed at him for running around like a little rat, and Eric didn't know what to do. She truly was a great mage, but how could she handle someone like that? At that moment, he tapped into the dragon's magical powers and commanded them to empower his humble servant. His body began to replenish these powers, and he used the technique within the dragon's body. He shouted loudly with joy at being able to handle her, and Ilya looked at him questioningly, wondering what it was. At that moment, a monster with terrifying claws appeared before her, possessing Eric. It was the form of a dragon, and it ordered her to leave. Ilya stood still and watched intently. She believed this skill was unique, increasing her mana reserves and using dragon language magic. Eric angrily shouted at her that he would ridicule her, a great witch, and that she would die in the magical space she created. Ilya replied that he was very funny, and he simply made this game a little more interesting. At that moment, she whispered a spell and created a magic circle in front of her. Eric directed his monster toward her and shouted at her to die, prompting Ilya to protect herself with a lightning wave and shield herself. Meanwhile, Ethan was spreading his magical aura everywhere, and the surrounding knights were pondering the Archduke's sudden increase in mana. He was angry at himself for being such a scoundrel and having managed to deceive them. He didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely strong. Ethan looked at him confidently, and at that moment, Zeret decided to rush into the attack and shouted for the others to do the same. They completely surrounded him, and he shouted, "Solar Prominence, Technique 4. He used the fire technique while the knights attacked him from all sides, and shouted loudly. His eyes filled with a bright red light, and this fiery lightning spread further and further, thereby pushing back the surrounding knights. They were mired in this fire and couldn't move. Zeret shouted that this was flame and they should retreat from here. He didn't know there was a skill that turned the body into fire. How could he kill him now? He shouted for everyone to calm down, because even if he used the secrets of Arden's art, he still couldn't be invulnerable. Let them look at his chest wound. If they tried, they could seriously injure him, even if he used a fire technique. The protagonist blocked his chest with his sword, and Zaret reflected that he even had a wound on his neck from the one he'd inflicted. They wouldn't be able to deflect his best attack, but they had to do as he said and focus all their mana on their swords. Ethan reflected that he was a great knight of the 7th level, and it was no wonder he was so perceptive. His trick wouldn't work on them a second time. Body of Fire is a technique from the Lord's secret art that makes the body fiery and deflects all attacks. If he were in the same dimension, their attacks would be completely useless. But this technique has its drawbacks. It consumes a huge amount of mana. He only had 50% of his mana left, and then he must deal with them as quickly as possible. At that moment, he became enraged and used the Solar Prominence spell, the first move. The knights were dumbfounded by what they saw, and the protagonist used the Fire Fist Dance spell. With incredible cries, he pounced on his enemies, who began to fall under his blows. One of them was completely destroyed, his blood spilling. He cleared his throat, and the protagonist realized he had 40% of his mana remaining. At that moment, Zaret shouted that it had worked, and that they should all attack together and not give him any respite. He turned and used the 4th move of his spell, Chi Fracture Attack. He directed a bright beam of light towards another knight, destroying and exploding him. A nearby knight cried out in horror, and Zaret and Fawns became enraged and tried to pounce on him. The protagonist, however, realized it was a curse and that they had only scratched him. Ethan leaped into the air again and charged at the remaining knights, though he still had 30% of his mana remaining. He used his 3rd spell, the Ultimate Explosive Sword Strike. After casting this spell, a wave of fire spread across the battlefield, and another knight was attacked. Fawns realized he couldn't even get close enough to strike him. The protagonist stepped on the ground and used his 2nd spell, the Detonator Sword. Confident in his powers, he filled the dimensional cube they were placed in with thick dust. Zaret looked at his hands and screamed that it was a curse, that they couldn't lose him in that smoke. At that moment, he froze and saw the protagonist holding another of their knights by the neck. His mouth dropped open in shock, after which blood spilled, and Zaret had no time to react. All the knights were destroyed except for their 3. Ethan spoke of this, and he had 10% of his mana remaining. Meanwhile, Ilya continued her battle, and her space began to crack slightly. She grabbed Eric by the hood and dragged him along the ground, when she suddenly looked ahead in surprise. She had arrived in Ethan's space and asked if he hadn't dealt with them yet. Everyone turned to her in bewilderment, and Ilya exclaimed that this Eric was simply a weakling. The knights looked in surprise at his immobilized body and realized that their spiritual leader had been defeated. One of the knights exclaimed that this simply couldn't be happening and shook with fear, then shouted loudly for the witch to die right then and there. Ilya smirked and asked, what was he talking about? She pointed a single finger at the knight and obliterated him with an incredibly bright glow. In the end, only 2 remained, Zaret and Fawns, their mouths open in stunned silence and unable to move. Ilya asked, how much longer would he keep the lady waiting? Ethan smirked and told her not to rush him, as he would be finished soon. Zaret knew this simply couldn't be happening. She had even defeated the spiritual leader. They would have a hard time dealing with the Duke, let alone the 2 of them. Ilya looked at him in surprise and asked, is she interfering with them? He shouldn't be afraid, as she would leave them to the Duke. She wouldn't interfere in their fight. Zaret grew angry and gritted his teeth in anger, as she was underestimating them. He turned to Fawns, who asked again, what's wrong? He replied that he would take charge of the Duke, and he should look for gaps in his defenses and immediately strike there. If that was his end, he would leave him in charge of the Red Lion Order. At that moment, Fawns froze and shouted at his captain to stop, but he pounced on Ethan with the Red Lion Order's secret sword technique, the Lion Attack. Ethan covered himself with his sword and realized he had noticed, shouting at Fawns to be ready. The protagonist replied that he was having interesting conversations in the face of the enemy, and Zaret shouted that he would not waste the opportunities his subordinates had given him. Even the Duke couldn't have infinite mana, so at that moment, he kicked off the ground and thought that even if he spent all his mana to wear him down, he would have a chance. He cast the spell, Furious Lion's Charge, and the protagonist attempted to parry it, despite having no mana left. He realized he had succeeded and exclaimed with joy. At that moment, an incredibly loud explosion thundered through the forest, and blood spilled. It was Zaret's blood, which had been pierced by the protagonist's sword. He grabbed his hand and shouted for Fawns to act, and at that moment, he pounced on him from above. He swung his sword with such force as to obliterate his opponent, and the protagonist used the 9 rings, a wyvern breath technique. Zaret was stunned by what he saw and realized he had absorbed the energy, and Ethan cast his own spell again, Blast Wave of Fire. After this, his enemies were defeated, and the protagonist was restored. Ilya, who was watching, was also amazed at how he had achieved his victory, and moments later, the magic square began to dissolve into thin air. Eric, sitting near a tree, tried to gather his strength but was trembling. Suddenly, Ethan approached him, and an awkward silence fell between them as all his knights were defeated and killed. Eric wondered if they had really killed them all. The protagonist lifted him up by the neck and said he had many questions for him. First, Where could he find a great spiritual leader? Eric chuckled and said he seemed in a good mood, but he wouldn't be of any use to him. Ilya was surprised and shouted that he had used a phase shift. Lightning force began to emanate from Eric, and she feared it was too late. She cast her spell to protect the protagonist, but Eric chuckled and said it was over. Ethan realized he was probably using this technique in case he was captured, when suddenly, bright red magical power began to flow from his hands, and Yarek asked again, "What is he doing?" Suddenly, Eric found himself in flames, screaming in pain. A moment later, he dissolved in his hands, and Ilya asked him what he'd just done. He replied that phase shift was an advanced technique used by the Wyvern tribe. It had vulnerabilities, and major ones at that. Ilya asked again, "Vulnerabilities?" He meant its effects on the brain. He replied that phase shift gave incredible healing and regeneration abilities, and even if a person's head fell off, it didn't restore their memory. So he focused the flames on his head and stole his memory, making him a simple, harmless fool. At that moment, Eric sat in bewilderment, looking around. He had absolutely no strength left. Meanwhile, the spiritual leader, who had picked up the papers, reported that this had happened to the 8th spiritual leader after using phase shift. He should explain himself. The servant replied that he would gladly do so, but they were still investigating, but would try to do it as soon as possible and give him an answer. This happened because of the battle with the Archduke, the great spiritual leader. He mused that among the leaders of the Western Lands sect, Gersten, a priest of the dark arts, oversaw the mines and was killed by Archduke Ethan, closing the mines. High Priest Burstan, who oversaw a publishing house, was killed by Archduke Ethan, and the publishing house was also closed. The Wyvern tribe's Book of Magic is banned in the lands of Arden. A battle had recently occurred in the region overseen by the 8th spiritual leader. Was the Archduke to blame for his current state? The servant replied that the conflict was undoubtedly connected to the Archduke, but according to the report, the Archduke was on reconnaissance with a woman during the attack, and no one else was with them. While the 8th spiritual leader had a squad of Count Hamilton's elite assassins with him, Eric even mastered dragon techniques. The spiritual leader wondered if this was really the work of King Delphrion. He replied that he believed it was, that the Knight Order was not under suspicion, and that he believed the government had also accused King Delphrion. He kept saying, "The Shadow Knight Order, they're his knights, aren't they? Let him send an elite squad against the Knight Order and the Shadow of Jordan, because whoever did this to his students will pay dearly." Sometime later, in Toledo, the city of Count Lugon, night had fallen, and the man sat at the table, reading a note, reflecting on his arrival. He heard a sound at the door and went to open it. Manhwacarden entered, asking if he was the second spirit responsible for the missions. The man replied, yes, he should call him Marcus, and sat down. Manhwacarden sat at the table and wondered, so this was the person appointed by Advisor Lawrence to the position of intelligence captain? He'd heard he was part of Baron Kargas's organization. What a coincidence. Marcus reported that everything was ready to begin the operation, and only asked him to ensure there were no unnecessary casualties. Manhwacarden replied that he shouldn't worry, as the mission would be completed with distinction, and he swore by his honor as a soldier of the Archduke of the Dragon battle. After some time, people in the city began to speculate that Count Lugon had orchestrated an assassination attempt on the Archduke. What had happened to him? People said he'd gotten away with it. The knight captain and his deputy had attacked him, and she, in fact, hadn't seen them for several days. Suddenly, one of the city's knights came out into the square and shouted at the people, asking how they dared spread such slander. They should be grateful for Count Lugon's demoting them. One of the men began shouting, they certainly know the Count only did it on the Duke's orders. He shouldn't think them fools. The knight got angry and kicked the guy in the chest, and when he fell, he said he was under arrest for treason and the others should take him and throw him in jail. At that moment, Marcus arrived, shouting for them to stop, because this was the Liberator Warrior. He asked again, the Liberator Warrior? He knew he was the leader of these reactionary traitors. Marcus shouted, reactionaries? Let her look at herself first. He should let the townspeople go. They're not criminals. The knight shouted at his subjects to take him, and Marcus became angry, after which Manhwacarden protected him using his magical powers. The knight asked, is this a curse? Who is he? Manhwacarden removed his hood and replied, why should they know that? As if that would change anything. The man grew angry and began to wonder, who is this bastard? He didn't know there were knights among this revolutionary scum, and here was a high-ranking razor too. He shouted for his knights to form an attack line and finish this. They took advantage of the Red Lion's combined hunt and pounced on Manhwacarden, who was alone and surrounded. Manhwacarden decided to use Dragon Sword Art, strike one, a crushing blow, and at that moment, many knights were sent flying. The leader wondered what this was. He had never seen such a technique in the Wyvern arts. Manhwacarden continued his attack and used Dragon Sword Art, Strike 2, a devastating dragon strike. He struck several more knights, and the leader attempted to strike him with his sword, but Manhwacarden dodged and used Strike 3, a devastating single flash. At that moment, all the remaining knights' swords flew away, and the leader was pinned to the ground. He realized that the Archduke's devised evening art was simply superb. At that moment, Manhwacarden exhaled and reflected that even though they were both level 6 knights, he was stronger. Of course, he was stronger than he had been when he served the family of Baron Kargas. He was deputy captain of the infantry and the battle dragon. At that moment, Marcus raised his hand and cried out, "The Order of the Red Lion Knights is not their enemy. The real enemy is the Count and his exploitation of the masses." At that moment, the surrounding people began to shout loudly, "Warrior Liberator." At that moment, Lugon exclaimed to his subordinates, "Why haven't they arrested this tattered warrior yet?" The servant replied that, as he saw, he was no ordinary guy. He had support. Lugon exclaimed, "What support?" He replied that he had information that the knighthood and guards were behind him, and that the Order of the Red Lion had been defeated and disgraced. Lugon realized that the Arden Knights were already here, and it was a curse that Zeret and Fons were there. He still hadn't managed to contact them? He grinned and replied that a week had passed, and they hadn't contacted him. He was almost certain they were dead. At that moment, Lugon became enraged and slammed his fist on the table, knocking aside the crystal ball. But considering they had a larger army than the Duke, they should have the advantage. He should immediately appoint an acting captain of the order and order a detachment to suppress the rebels. At that moment, someone knocked on his office door and shouted bad news. A servant burst in and announced that Archduke Arden had captured the fortress of Toledo. At that moment, Lugon was stunned and asked again, "What?" The servant replied that he was indeed leading the knights into battle. This further angered Lugon, who shouted to his butler to convey the order and have all forces assemble in the palace. They would fight to the death. After some time, many citizens gathered in the city, and one of the knights realized that this simply couldn't be happening. "Is this where all the bums of this city have gathered?" One of them was Narian, who stamped his foot and shouted at the palace guards to surrender immediately. He was the infantry captain. At that moment, all the townspeople supported him, shouting that the true ruler of these lands had come for the traitor's soul. They shouted with joy and raised their hands up, while the captain did not know what to do. A subordinate approached him and asked what was happening, to which the captain replied, "Don't be afraid, they're not as weak as the others." They had a squad of rank 4 mages at the ready. No matter how skilled a commander the Archduke was, he wouldn't survive the assault on their castle. They needed to gather their courage. At that moment, the knights unleashed their magical weapons and aimed them at the people, then fired arrows at them. When the people found themselves in danger, they began to scream. Were they really shooting at civilians? At that moment, the protagonist arrived at the battle and used his magical aura to cast the spell Mana Shrapnel, Wave. He smiled and said, "Forward," then suddenly pushed off the ground and leaped straight onto the fortress itself. When the knight captain saw this, he was frozen in horror, and a magic circle appeared above them. Narian shouted at the soldiers to obey their master's orders, and at that moment, numerous blows struck the fortress itself, causing all the knights to scream loudly in horror and pain. The captain shouted at them to continue immediately, as they must hold out until the count sent reinforcements. Ethan shouted at the captain that as soon as they broke through the gates, he was to gather his best men and find and take the count hostage. Narian replied that he obeyed his orders, and they began the attack. Sometime later, many people in the dungeon were dragging a large load wrapped in cloth. They were in a great hurry, and one of the servants dropped a vase, which hit the ground. Lugon exclaimed that he was a fool. Did he really want them to leave him here? He should pick it up faster, and the servant, his voice trembling, replied that he understood everything. Sometime before this situation, a subordinate had asked the count to the death, but if the rebels break through the defenses, they will storm here in tens of thousands. The Archduke is leading their battle himself, and yet they would be better off surrendering. Lugon exclaimed that he was a fool. Had he already forgotten what happens to those whose cities the Archduke captures? Let the soldiers fight to the death and detain him, while he goes and takes refuge with the Marquis of Eltarnus. The butler will go with him, taking several servants and his treasures, so that no one but them knows anything. At that moment, in the dungeon, he turned to the butler and asked if he hoped they weren't being pursued. The butler replied, "No, sir. He keeps looking back." When suddenly Lugon froze in terror and screamed loudly. His servants were also perplexed and froze in terror. Lugon realized it was a curse, because the castle had fallen, and he hadn't expected their soldiers to last so long. They should hurry, because they were almost at the exit. As they approached, Lugon looked ahead and saw several unknown men in cloaks. One of them smiled and asked if he thought this was Count Lugon. One of his knights shouted that he was Ardan's dog and ran to attack him, when suddenly Lugon shouted for him to stop. He smiled, looking at his lord, and with one deft movement destroyed the knight who tried to attack him. He was pleased with his sacrifice and severed his head, causing blood to spill on all the family members. Lugon was frightened and asked again, "Are they from the Brotherhood?" What did that mean? He asked. What will they do with them now? He replied that they would only leave the Count alive, since they needed to interrogate him. At that moment, he declared that this was simply wonderful and pounced on the frightened Lugon, who began screaming loudly in pain and horror. Sometime later, Manhattan, who entered the room, wondered what it was. He arrived there with Ilya and Lawrence, who replied that it was what remained of the Count and his servants. They were all lying covered in blood from the attack they had suffered. Manhattan said he ordered the soldiers to stand to the death, and he himself ran through the tunnel, a pitiful sight. But no one touched his treasure, and he thinks these people simply wanted to kill the Count. Judging by the Count's tracks, he was guarded by 6th-ranked knights, and anyone capable of killing 3 such knights was clearly very powerful. She asked again, "Does he think it was one person?" He replied, "Yes, all 3 were killed in the same way, And what was the cause of their death? It certainly wasn't a melee weapon, otherwise there would have been characteristic wounds, so it looked like magic, mixed with wyvern techniques. At that moment, Ilya announced that there were two of them. Lawrence looked at her in confusion and asked, "What?" Ilya replied that the only one who didn't die immediately was the Count, and they wanted to get some information from him. Lawrence realized this meant it was the Brotherhood, and at that moment, Ethan approached them and finished his sentence. Lawrence was surprised by his appearance and said that she agreed, as she also thought they were trying to extract information from him about the culprit behind the death of the 8th spiritual leader. Ethan continued that, judging by their level of magical prowess, the attackers were clearly spiritual leaders themselves. Ilya confirmed that she thought so too, and that seemed to be their response, given what he'd done. The Brotherhood sent an assassin to the palace, and probably didn't think the king was turning them against him, but that was fine. Let them follow a false trail. Incidentally, he'd recovered the 9th ring, which was now in his possession. At that moment, Lawrence raised her hand and asked if perhaps they should take advantage of the situation and pit the Brotherhood against the kingdom. Ethan asked again, what was her plan? She replied that they should arrange things so the king had no choice but to act against the Brotherhood. She asked to contact the Marquis of Bloaton and Sir Populence. After a while, they arrived at the Bloaton estate and reported the situation with the Brotherhood. The Marquis was surprised that they killed the Count, but these people would stop at nothing. Ethan said that their confidence is not unfounded. 7 noble houses stand behind them. He asked again, then how could he help him, Your Grace? Ethan replied that he intended to create conditions for the king to intervene in the situation, and asked him to find out everything he could about the former royal blacksmith, William. The Marquis assumed he wanted to expel the Brotherhood's agents from the king's entourage. Ethan confirmed this, and if he found evidence of contacts between members of the noble families of the Wyvern tribe, they would be able to curb their influence on the king. He mused that the Wyvern tribe had already enslaved foreign countries, but if his grace was to take on this, they should try to fight them. The Marquis asked him to remain calm, as he would obtain irrefutable evidence for him. Sometime later, a skirmish broke out between knights on the battlefield. They tried to use magical powers and attacked each other. One of them protected himself with a shield and cried out in exhaustion, then threw his opponent aside. Myers landed with a loud crack, and his opponent announced that a stronger blow was coming, the 3rd young master. At that moment, he jumped up and pounced on his opponent, who tried to protect himself with a shield. Sometime before this, Hans had come to his room and he asked if he was sure. He answered yes, because if you count the Hamilton house, 5 lands had already been reclaimed. That's not all. At that moment, he turned to the young gentleman and asked what was wrong with him. Was he feeling ill? Myers replied, no, everything was fine. At that moment, he continued to fight his rival, thinking about how he had just learned the art of Black Flame, and how his brothers were already capturing the Count's capital, defeating the knightly corps. At that moment, his rival asked, is he really distracted during a duel, sir? He took advantage of the pure diamond's presence and brought his sword to Mayer's chest. Mayers grew angry and thought he was nothing compared to his brother. Suddenly, he became so enraged that a bright red aura appeared around him, and his sword glowed with this magical light. His opponent was dumbfounded by what he saw and slightly frightened, but their battle continued. Mayers decided to attack more furiously and used a decisive blow to win. His opponent was frightened and backed away, but Mayers knew he couldn't let his brother get away. He gritted his teeth and continued the battle, when suddenly his opponent shouted at him to stop. When they stopped, he was terrified and trembling with fear. At that moment, Shimon applauded him and said, that was magnificent, sir. He's mastering the art of the Black Flames more and more. Mayers replied that it was his shame, as he still had so much to learn. Shimon laughed and told him not to say that, because his Black Flame was becoming purer, and he shouldn't be so modest. He should accept this elixir from him. Mayers accepted the box with the elixir and thanked him, saying that he would not forget his kindness. He spoke up, by the way, young sir, how are things with the Archduke? Has he heard anything about him? Mayers replied, yes, they say he overthrew Count Lugon. Shimon reported that he had spies, and that the Archduke never demonstrated the Black Flame during the entire battle, even when he killed Count Lugon. Mayers was very surprised by this, and asked, is that true? Shimon continued saying that he was already thinking about beginning preparations for the Black Flame ceremony, for which he would choose his patriarch. Mayers asked, but would he allow them to do this if he himself did not yet know how to summon the Black Flame? Shimon replied that he would handle that, and glanced ominously at the protagonist's brother. When evening came, Ethan communicated with Shimon through a crystal ball, who asked him again what he was talking about. He mentioned that he had not yet turned 20, so he was talking about his ban on performing the rite of opening fire until the candidates had reached adulthood. He knew this, but he would soon be 20, and His Excellency, the Senate had no reason to change its plans over such trifles. After all, nothing would happen after his birthday, would it? Ethan paused and said nothing. Shimon continued to say that since he didn't object, they would expect him in a month in Rondinium, the capital of the Archduchy. If he didn't arrive, they would consider him to have renounced his claim to the Patriarchate. After these words, he disconnected, and an awkward silence fell in the room. At that moment, his sister wondered what they should do now. At the fire opening ceremony, one must summon a Black Flame. Prexian said that unfortunately they haven't seen their black flame yet. His lord forgive him, he was simply worried about him. Ethan turned to Lawrence and asked if she, too, saw no prospects. She was dumbfounded and unable to answer, causing Ethan to exhale and smile, saying that he had trained so hard to attend the fire opening ceremony and was asking his friends to take heart as he would soon put an end to the reign of unworthy heirs. Marie turned to him, and Ethan said it was time for them to return to their father's house. Sometime later, near the palace, servants were packing things into boxes and carrying them. Lawrence said she would provide them with this, and one of the servants said he understood and wrote it down in his notebook. Suddenly, Lawrence heard something strange and remembered Ethan asking if she was alright. She apologized, not understanding what he was talking about. Ethan mentioned that he'd heard she had trouble sleeping and always got drunk to fall asleep. That's at least 2 bottles of alcohol. People also said she barely ate, and he understood that she was working for the greater good. But did she really want to die young? She bowed her head, clenched her fists, and replied that she didn't want to do that. The protagonist explained that she had to take care of herself, and that they now had many people reporting to her, so she could delegate some tasks since he needed her for a long time. Let her take the box from his hands. Lawrence looked at it with bewilderment and asked what it was. He replied that it was a gift made by his dear sister. It was a magical amulet that would give her strength, and she was worried, so he asked her not to take it off. At times like these, she needed to get a good night's sleep and learn to delegate her tasks whenever possible. That was an order. Lawrence looked at the bracelet on her wrist and blushed. One of the subordinates reported that they needed to move everything before sunset, when he suddenly noticed a smile on Lawrence's face and wondered if she was actually smiling. Apparently, heartbreaking screams would be heard from the dungeons tonight. After some time, Ethan found himself alone in the room and attempted to use his magical powers. He exhaled fire magic from his mouth and wondered, what is pure flame? It was a flame composed of pain, alien to the natural characteristics of fire. In other words, unstable flames have limitations. There should be no bitter feelings here, only the pure breath of fire. The protagonist tried to create this in his hand when he suddenly heard a strange noise and turned questioningly. It was his sister, asking if he was already here. She had come to tell him that all preparations were complete. He smiled and looked at her happily, then announced that he was ready and they were returning home. The day of the opening ceremony had arrived. The boys were already approaching the capital of the Duchy of Arden. When they arrived at the gates, people were delighted that the young lord had arrived. Finally, he was back. They even cried with joy, and when the carriage stopped, Ilya looked around and realized that things were even worse here than she imagined. Could this really be the capital city? How dare these half-breeds ruin the young lord's hometown? At that moment, Marie took Lawrence's hand, and she looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" Marie turned away, wondering if Ethan should teach them a lesson for how their people were suffering. Ethan, on horseback, suddenly stopped in front of the lord, who greeted him and announced that he was a long-awaited guest. Ethan asked if everything was ready for the ceremony. Shimon replied, yes, the ceremony would be held in the arena. Ethan decided that if that was the case, he was proposing to begin right now, and Shimon couldn't understand where he got such courage. He still doesn't know how to summon black flame. At that moment, he paused and said that this was a grand event that hadn't happened in decades, and they had prepared a reception for the occasion. Ethan, without turning around, told him to cancel it, as he didn't want to spend another minute with the traitors who had trampled his domain and turned it into a desert. He became very angry and clenched his fist, thinking that they would still see what awaited him at the ceremony. He had carefully ensured that everything would go as they desired. When the ceremony began, a fire appeared in the arena, and Ilya looked around in surprise. It was an incredibly spacious room, and she realized that there were magical seals in the center of the arena, so he should be careful. Ethan replied that he hadn't expected any honesty from them, so she shouldn't worry. Many people who had gathered in the arena rejoiced when they saw her and their master. It was wonderful, and now was not the time for banquets. They began to discuss among themselves who they thought would win. One of them shouted for the others to watch, as a third young master entered the arena. He approached his brother and was surprised by his appearance and the fact that he had grown. When they stood facing each other, Shimon announced that it seemed everyone was gathered. Ethan asked again, "Wait, where's Taran?" There were 3 contenders for the position of head of the Arden family. Shimon replied that he had tried to contact him, of course, but he never responded. Ethan wondered if he wanted to sit it out even while they were going through the rite of opening fire. Shimon asked again, "Can they begin now?" Ethan remained silent, after which Shimon stamped his foot and shouted that they were beginning the 18th rite of opening fire of the Arden family. At that moment, many people in the arena began to shout loudly, and the brothers exchanged glances and smiled. The stunned people didn't know what they were about to see, and Mayers thought, okay, he'll show his brother how much stronger he's become. At that moment, he swung his sword and considered activating. Numerous mages activated their powers, and Mayer spread them across the arena when he suddenly looked at his sword in surprise. Dark rays of light began to emanate, no longer bloody, but black. Shimon smiled ominously, and Mayers asked himself, what's going on? It's all Shimon. He's pumping mana into his field. This way, he can transform into... But before he could finish speaking, his brother suddenly whispered to him not to be afraid. He must do everything he can and trust him. Mayers smiled as he looked at him, then exclaimed loudly, and the people in the stands cheered. The high-ranking officials discussed how, in their opinion, the boy surpassed even the previous head of the family in strength. Shimon thought that it was all over and this was his complete victory. At that moment, Ethan took a step toward his brother, and Shimon couldn't understand where he got such confidence. He still couldn't see the black flames, so he couldn't win. The protagonist used the spells Eternal Pain and Endless Flame Envelopment. He must be patient. Black flames are born through pain, and he will feel the flames forever. At that moment, he raised his sword, and a dark aura similar to his brother's formed around him. People exclaimed that the eldest heir had also displayed black flames, and they discussed among themselves what it was. They had said the eldest would be disqualified. Shimon was dumbfounded by what he saw and wondered how this could have happened. He hadn't finished yet. The magical seal allowed the younger heir to display much more black flames. The protagonist exhaled and suddenly shouted for the Western nobles to listen to him. Until now, the symbol of House Ardon had been black flames. But black flames were an unstable form of magic, and now he would demonstrate the Arden's future. People began to discuss among themselves. What was he saying? He screamed for them to see their future and gripped his sword even tighter, after which the secret of pure flame began to flow from him. He groaned loudly from the experience, then exclaimed, and his magic grew brighter. He muttered that this was simply incredible, and Shimon exclaimed in his thoughts, "Is this really a white flame? This is the legendary magic from the founding father of the family." Marie was as surprised by this as everyone else. He shouted that the black flame was the symbol of the Arden family, but it was stifling their potential and preventing them from growing. He had learned the principles of the founding father's martial arts and realized that their future lay in the white flame. At that moment, his brother fell to his knees and shouted that he, Mayers, submitted to the law of the Arden family, admitted complete defeat, and swore to serve them faithfully. At that moment, the people around him exclaimed, "How wonderful, the eldest heir! Let them declare him head of the family." Ethan turned and announced that it seemed the results were obvious. Shimon was beside himself, with anger and irritation, shaking with clenched teeth. After he declared the result of the ritual, the head of the Ardon family, someone suddenly entered the arena and shouted for everyone to stop. All the guys turned around, wondering who it was. It was the magician who asked, who dared to choose the head of the family without him. The protagonist wondered who it was. He had a very dark aura. Marie covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Tehran." She immediately started running towards him, and he announced that he was the best candidate for the throne. Ethan also realized that a Terran stood before him, and he declared that he would be the head of the Ardon family. At that moment, he kicked off and pounced on the protagonist, who realized it was a curse and tried to shield himself with his sword. A skirmish broke out between them right in the arena, and they both rushed into the fray. Ethan wondered if his mana was that impure. He was definitely out of his mind. He tried to fend off his attack, but terror continued to attack him. 7 great families, curses upon their heads. What had they done to his brother? At that moment, his power began to evaporate, and Ethan thought it had worked. The black flame was casting a curse of its impure energy on the enemy, destroying them. At the same time, the white flame was supposed to cleanse the darkness covering his mind. He continued to fight his brother, who groaned in terror. People were discussing how the youngest heir was so skilled that he even surpassed his father, and he was so young, and the middle heir was even better. But what was going on here? They were completely baffled, but the middle heir was defeating the eldest. At that moment, Manhattan turned to the captain, who was musing that the white flame's aura was much smaller than the black flame's, but it absorbed the black flame's dark energy. It was as if he always had something surprising to say. At that moment, terror became enraged and attacked his brother again, and Ethan realized he was almost finished. He heard a voice, a rather young gentleman. He was startled, and a moment later, a bright flash of light erupted between them, spreading across the entire arena. Ethan was dumbfounded, and the people around realized it was the commander of the knights and the Count of Ration. This was a transcendent warrior, the Marlet commander. When Shimon saw him, he was dumbfounded. The fate of the Arden family was in question, so the Ration family was currently the strongest swordsman family. Marlik Edwin is the commander of the Ration Knight Regiment. He has reached rank 10. At that moment, Marlik blurted out, "What bloodthirstiness? Was he trying to kill him?" Ethan responded, "As a razor, he should know better than to interfere in someone else's duel." At that moment, he realized he was a bastard and stopped the white flame with just mana, not even some defensive skill. At that moment, Marlik laughed and asked, was he teaching him how a knight should behave? But shouldn't the ritual of opening fire be established during the time of violations? At that moment, everyone's attention turned to what was happening, as the leader of the Black Demon Squad appeared among them. It was the captain of the Duke of Agilis's battle mages, the rank 8th Great Mage Roger Bergline. Marlik explained that the Ration and Agil's families had received the letter about the ritual only 2 weeks ago, and young Master Terror hadn't been given time to prepare. Ethan exhaled and wondered if he really thought that was a good excuse. And he was also called a transcendental warrior. If he were, he wouldn't even be able to point a weapon at him, and judging by everything, his actual level was no more than 10. However, he did have a lot of mana, almost as much as he had when he became a transcendental warrior. If he had that much mana, then level 11 and 12 knights should have many times more, because they are truly transcendental warriors. At that point, Ethan asked, "So what now?" Marlik repeated. Didn't he understand? The middle heir's condition was unstable, so they needed to perform the ritual again. Ethan was surprised and asked, "Unstable?" They had caused his condition to be like that. Were they really saying they did this to his brother? Marlik asked with a smile. What was he talking about? He was just teaching him. Then he stamped his foot and declared that he declared this ritual of opening fire invalid, and that they would prepare a private duel and then notify everyone. At that moment, he turned and headed for the exit, when Ethan suddenly called out to him, raising his sword and shouting at him to go into the abyss. Marlik was terrified and tried to dodge the attack, then grew angry and drew his sword. Ethan attacked him again with a sharp movement, and Marlik didn't understand what was happening. Their swords crossed and began to shake. At that moment, a bright black flame appeared behind Marlik, and Mayers, terrified, screamed. What? Marie also covered her mouth in horror, and Prexia next to her exclaimed with the same horror that this was a secret technique that was given out by the renegades of the family. He never would have thought a member of another family could use it to such a degree. People began to discuss among themselves that the commander of Count Ratian's knights now also knew how to summon black flames. What on earth was going on here? At that moment, he himself was stunned, and Ethan pounced on him stealthily. Suddenly, with one deft movement, he leaped into the air and attempted to strike him down from the other side, but to no avail. Marlik reflected on how, despite being a rank 7 knight, his strikes were unexpectedly powerful and his sword technique flawless. All he needed was mana. It was as if he were witnessing Count Durand in battle. The protagonist didn't give up and attacked his opponent, while Marlik defended himself with his magical powers. With sharp and agile movements, he moved from place to place and suddenly unleashed a bright red beam to pounce on his opponent. Shimon gaped in astonishment and wondered if it was simply unbelievable what he was seeing. The eldest heir was holding his own against Marlik and undefeated, despite being a transcendental warrior. At that moment, Marlik swung his hand and struck Ethan's sword, who realized he was playing a game of submission. But he was convinced that his black flame was far superior to Terror's, and he was certain they were using him as a test subject to reveal the secret of the black flame. They must have brainwashed him in various ways to instill hatred within him. Otherwise, how could such darkness have come to an 18-year-old boy? They spared no effort in his mind to achieve their goal, which left the protagonist deeply enraged and furious. He considers them damned tormentors, and he will kill them all.